This little guy was born with adult-level consciousness. Whenever he's hungry, he just grabs his bottle and gulps it down without needing anyone to help. Because he realized the liquid inside wasn't normal milk, it was the pure essence of an ancient dragon. Thanks to that, even by age 7, he already had an incredibly powerful body, shredded with a killer six-pack. Even the magical beasts in the forest were just daily snacks. Whenever they crossed his path, he'd punch them right onto the dinner table. While his peers struggled to the point of exhaustion just to finish basic training, our boy was, on another level, doing one-armed push-ups while carrying a 100-pound boulder. But those kids had no clue that he was actually the founding ancestor of the family, reincarnated into this world to whip his pathetic descendants into shape. It all started over 1,000 years ago. Jack L. Dragon was known as the strongest man in the world. Yet, standing at the absolute peak, he felt empty, realizing how tragically short a human life really is. Unwilling to accept that limit, he decided to chase an ancient legend. It was said that deep within holy lands guarded by a dragon god, there was a magical golden fruit hiding the power of immortality. Through countless dangers, he finally defeated the dragon god and gazed upon that miraculous fruit. Though his body was shattered and his strength depleted, he wore a haughty smile. With this, I can finally reach the pinnacle of power. Without a second thought, he swallowed the fruit. Decades later, in a luxurious mansion filled with roses, a somber atmosphere hung in the air as the life of a legend neared its end. Gilliam, the eldest son of the L. Dragon family, knelt by the hospital bed in pain, watching his father dying. With his final breaths, the clan head, Jack L. Dragon, looked at his sobbing son and calmly reminded him, "Don't make that pathetic face. My time has simply run out." Gilliam sobbed, clutching his father's frail hand. The mansion felt so cold without his mother or anyone else around. Watching his son drowning in grief, Jack L. Dragon silently scolded him for being so weak. He looked into the distance, thinking that the legends of the god fruit were just a lie. But at least he felt lucky to have had a kind wife and good children. "My beloved children, I, Jack L. Dragon, have lived long enough. I have no regrets." But just as his consciousness faded, a different thought ignited intensely. Jack L. Dragon's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. "Don't be ridiculous. Of course, I still have things I'm attached to." His hands trembled, reaching out as if to seize his own destiny, his inner heart screaming in defiance. "If I could just have more time. If only I had more time. I still haven't reached the absolute peak of martial arts." Gilliam's desperate cries of "Father" marked the moment the life of the legendary Jack L. Dragon officially ended. Or at least, that's what everyone thought. But in an entirely different space, a newborn baby suddenly opened his eyes in bewilderment. Did I doze off?" He looked up at the ceiling, realizing the wallpaper pattern looked just like the one in the family's annex. The sensation of his body being incredibly light left him stunned. When he held his hands up in front of his face, he was shocked, wondering, "Wait, what's with these tiny hands? These are the hands of a newborn, right?" The staggering truth left him in disbelief. I became a newborn baby?" After steadying his breath, Jack L. Dragon began to analyze his current situation. To trap someone who had reached the 10th star level like him in this bizarre situation without being detected, it was definitely not normal. The baby lay in his crib, amber eyes thoughtful, wondering who could have done this and how. Jack L. Dragon suddenly remembered the moment he faced the dragon god and the glowing god fruit back then. He gasped. Could it be because of that fruit? Everything started to become clear. He realized its true effect wasn't immortality, but reincarnation. An ambitious smile spread across the infant's face. "I didn't expect this, but it's certainly good fortune. Now, at last, I can witness the absolute peak of martial arts." Observing his surroundings, Jack L. Dragon realized he was in the annex with many other infants. He wondered why there was such a strange concentration of them. Just then, the door opened, and maids entered with a cart full of bottles containing a strange red liquid. A cold command rang out. "On the count of 3, pull him out." And immediately, a goblin-like creature was dragged out. To Jack L. Dragon's amazement, the maids began forcing the goblin to drink the red liquid from a bottle, causing it to splash all over him. He was stunned, wondering, why is there a goblin here? What are they planning to do? When a maid scooped him up and brought the bottle close, Jack L. Dragon was horrified. "What the hell is that? What are you making them drink?" Feeling a massive but dangerous source of power inside the liquid, Jack L. Dragon tried to use his instincts to spit it out, but his weak newborn body caused him to swallow some by mistake. He realized in shock that this was ancient dragon blood. While the maids casually assumed diluting it would keep the children safe, Jack L. Dragon felt like his body was about to explode from the overwhelming energy. But then, A bold thought flashed through his mind. Wasn't this a once-in-a-millennium opportunity? He told himself. If I absorb all of this energy, I can surpass my past self and reach the absolute peak of martial arts. Whatever the reason behind this might be, I'm taking it. Jack L. Dragon decided to seize the moment, beginning the process of absorbing the raging power surging through him. His face twisted, veins bulging under the immense pressure, destroying his tiny body. Even in such a struggling state, Jack L. Dragon's eyes burned with the pride of a powerhouse. Don't underestimate me. He gritted his teeth, determined to conquer this ancient energy. Don't look down on Jack L. Dragon. I'll show you what I'm made of. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the maid could only gasp in shock. This baby! Regardless of the pain ravaging his body, Jack L. Dragon continued to greedily absorb the red liquid, whispering to himself, I will absorb the full power of the ancient dragon, and then I will achieve the absolute peak of martial arts that I couldn't reach in my past life. Lying flat in the crib, his body covered in streaks of dried blood, Jack L. Dragon panted in exhaustion. Somehow, I managed to do it. Glancing around, he noticed the other children seemed to have survived this life or death trial as well. I muttered to myself, amazed that the other children seemed to have survived as well. You really shouldn't underestimate the survival instincts of infants. As night fell, the limitations of my tiny body began to make themselves known. Good grief, being in a kid's body is rough. You get sleepy at the drop of a hat. My consciousness, once a legendary master's, drifted into a deep slumber as my body began the process of assimilating power. Time flew by, and 7 years later, in a remote mountain region, the rhythmic sound of a workout echoed with sheer intensity. 998, 999 under the brilliant sun. A muscular young boy was performing an extreme workout, holding a one-handed handstand, while his legs steadily balanced a massive boulder. Looking at his hands, he smiled confidently. His physique was still absolutely incredible. Now, the former head of the L. Dragon clan, Jack L. Dragon, had officially begun a new journey under the name Jack L. Dragon. He clenched his fist, silently affirming that it was all thanks to the ancient dragon blood. Every living creature possesses a source of power, and the ancient dragon blood that I and the other children were forced to drink was the key to unlocking that infinite source. The children who consumed it all possessed a physique far superior to the average person. Combined with the power of the divine dragon I defeated in my previous life, Jack L. Dragon was the only child who fully absorbed the essence of the ancient dragon. However, I couldn't hide my disappointment as I looked at my hand. I had only achieved a 1-star rank. This is pathetic. By now, I should have reached at least 4 stars. But hey, what can you do? Stars are the manifestation of one's own power, only achieved when a person is pushed to a certain limit. The human body is considered a miniature universe with stars floating inside. The more stars, the greater the power attained, but creating new stars becomes exponentially more difficult. In my previous life, as Jack L. Dragon, I reached the 10-star rank, an unprecedented record, and the only person in the world to reach that realm. 7 years had passed since I was reincarnated as the illegitimate son of the current L. Dragon clan leader. Jack looked into the distance, his heart heavy when thinking of his late mother and the father he had never seen. I started doubting his fatherly character, but more than anything, I was amazed by how the world had changed over 1,000 years. Even though reincarnation was surprising enough, waking up a millennium later was an even bigger shock. Before I could even grasp the timeline, I realized this world had become a place where the survival of the fittest was tested to a brutal degree. The prime example is the Dragon's Trial, where infants are forced to drink ancient dragon blood. According to the process, only children who survive this trial receive the training to become true L. Dragon warriors. But the reality here was completely the opposite of convention. Confused, I turned to question the maid standing nearby. For the past 7 years, no instructor has come to see me. Isn't that strange? Those who pass the trial are supposed to be trained in combat, right? But here, there are only maids. Facing the maid's bewilderment, Jack clicked his tongue and let it slide. I told myself that physical training was more important for now, and I could easily teach myself how to fight. However, curiosity about the other children and information about the main clan kept gnawing at me. I looked straight at the maid, hoping for an explanation, but she only bowed her head and replied coldly, "I'm afraid I cannot answer that." I insisted, "I'm just talking about clan matters. Do you understand?" But in response to my curiosity, the maid maintained her indifferent attitude. "I'm afraid I cannot answer." Why does this woman keep repeating the same line? My gaze suddenly sharpened. I growled, "Is that all you can say?" Even though the pressure radiating from me wasn't small, she remained firm and repeated the same answer. Jack L. Dragon sighed in frustration. Isn't it a bit harsh to treat me like this? Seriously, Jack is just a little sunshine here. How could you be so cold to him? The maid bowed and explained that they were only ordered to tend to my daily needs. I quietly observed and realized this maid had already reached the 3-star level, a strength more than capable of teaching me basic combat skills. But clearly, she was intentionally keeping her distance. Not wanting to waste more breath, Jack L. Dragon turned and walked away. Whatever, I'll just head into the woods. I thought that living together for 7 years with only minimal interaction was truly abnormal. Venturing deep into the dense forest, I suddenly picked a handful of strange leaves and nonchalantly chewed them. Immediately, my face twisted in bitterness. Ugh, what kind of poison grass is this? It's not sweet at all. It was disgusting, but even though the taste was horrible, I told myself this was part of the process to increase my body's poison resistance. I tried to calm myself. Patience, keep your patience. However, I clearly felt an anonymous gaze, constantly watching me lately. The feeling of being monitored was incredibly annoying. I really wanted to do something to end this annoyance. Jack L. Dragon stopped and provoked the empty space. Well, I didn't expect you to show yourselves over something so trivial. Seriously? If you have something to say, come out and say it to my face. Just then, a dark, evil aura suddenly erupted from the bushes ahead. Jack L. Dragon cautiously observed. Something's there. Emerging before me was a massive wild boar with glowing red eyes and a body covered in strange smoke. I gasped. A frenzied boar. Seeing the black energy wrapping around the monster, I realized this was something that didn't exist 1,000 years ago, leaving me wondering what kind of power that actually was. The monster quickly caught my scent and immediately realized there was an intruder in its territory. The beast charged at terrifying speed, but I didn't feel a hint of fear. I smirked confidently, then nimbly dodged its deadly gore. Immediately, I focused my energy into my fist, making my hand glow with a powerful golden light. With just a single punch, I made the frenzied boar explode in a blinding flash. Looking at my hand, which still carried a lingering aura, I assessed the situation. Just a light touch on a 1-star level creature, and it generated this much power. The quality of the stars really is important. Jack L. Dragon nonchalantly shouldered the massive monster's carcass, walking away in boredom. Sigh, I'm starting to get bored of being left all alone like this. Maybe I should go on a little adventure? Let's see, where should I go? It's so hot this season. I should probably go to the beach and cool off. But every move I made was caught by a stranger hiding in the trees. He was shocked by the child's strength. What on earth was happening here? Even without proper training, he had used the power of a 1st star and defeated a wild boar with just a single blow. More importantly, he had actually sensed his hidden presence. That kid was not normal. The supervisor pondered Jack's fate, a child who lost his mother and was shunned by his father. But because he carried the blood of the L Dragon lineage, he had never been able to escape the family's control. Even though he was an illegitimate child, he still belonged to the clan's bloodline. Is that so? This will get quite interesting later on. Meanwhile, he returned to the wooden cabin and immediately noticed the presence of strangers. He warily observed who they were. 3 4th-star rank, 1 5th-star rank, all skilled warriors. What would people like that want here? Seeing the glorious dragon emblem on their chests, he realized they were from the main family. An old official stepped forward and respectfully placed his hand on his chest in greeting. This must be our first meeting. We are here to escort you. You are required to participate in an examination. Jack froze at this sudden request, exclaiming in surprise. An examination? The anger and absurdity of it made him shout out loud. What? You want me to take an exam when I haven't learned a single thing? Who would have thought that after 7 long years, I'd be dragged back to the main manor of the L Dragon family? He had been brought from the remote border by the messengers under orders from the main house. Seeing Jack's disheveled appearance, the maids immediately stepped in to stop him. You need to change. You can't enter the manor looking like that. Jack stared blankly and asked back, Can't enter? He understood that this return wasn't for living a life of luxury, but for an entirely different purpose. It turned out that over the past 1,000 years, the L Dragon family had established a specialized educational academy called the Dragon's Den. Every child born into the clan yearned to join this place, and was homeschooled until the age of 7. Today was the entrance exam, but Jack L. Dragon just let out a sarcastic smile. Well, I'm the one who hasn't been taught a thing. Even without any basic knowledge, participating in the exam was still mandatory for him. Jack sat down on the ground with a gloomy expression, silently lamenting. So I've been hauled here from the border. Why did this have to happen just when I was about to leave? Thinking of all the effort he had put into preparing to run away, only to have it all go down the drain, He could only hold his head and sigh in regret. Right at that moment, a blue-haired teenager with a gentle appearance approached him worriedly. Are you okay? Is something wrong? Jack L. Dragon looked up at the stranger and coldly asked, Who are you? The boy scratched his head in confusion and introduced himself as Rengus from OG Village. Jack narrowed his eyes and observed him, silently assessing, This kid looks timid, but he's actually quite sharp. After Jack introduced himself, he frankly admitted that he had no idea what they were supposed to do in this exam. Rengus looked incredibly surprised to hear that. He stammered that the exam requirements had never changed for many years. Jack casually admitted that he didn't even know what the test consisted of, leaving Rengus gaping in shock. What? You really don't know a single thing about the exam? Was he okay? Just then, someone with an arrogant expression approached. It was Ron from Oskal Village. He didn't hesitate to hurl insults. Hey Rengus, you weakling, why are you here? Are you lost? Get home before you get hurt. Ron continued to mock Rengus's intention to participate in the exam as a pipe dream. You? No way. There is no way you'll ever get in. He even brought up Rengus's father to humiliate him. Hey, your dad is a false dragon, right? What kind of joke can a false dragon's kid pull off? Let me just watch. Hearing those words, he clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately didn't dare to fight back. In the Eldragon clan, a strict hierarchy had been established by an absolute monarch, clearly divided from the seed dragon, the regular soldiers, the young dragon, the successor dragon team leaders, and finally, the high dragon. And at the very bottom of that society were the false dragons, a title for those who couldn't join or couldn't graduate from the dragon's den. Rengus bowed his head in frustration, but deep down, his spirit was still burning. But I want to prove that we aren't fakes. Jack looked at his new friend and suddenly spoke up. Why? How can you be so sure without even trying? Seeing someone meddling in his business, Ron roared aggressively. Huh? Who the hell are you? Jack remained calm and faced him. He asked back, Why? Is there a problem? No, just asking. Why can't Rengus do it? Ron bellowed with contempt. Obviously, because he's weak. Seeing Rengus's dazed expression, Jack suddenly emitted an incredible pressure. His eyes burned like fire, making his opponent flinch in fear. He coldly declared, Weak? He's much stronger than all of you. This statement was like adding fuel to the fire, making Ron go crazy and scream. You're saying all of us are weaker than that idiot? Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of tension, a loudspeaker announcement rang out sharply. Attention, the entrance exam for the Dragon's Den will begin right now. Candidates are required to register in order, then quickly move along with their number tags. Ron stomped off, but didn't forget to leave behind a bitter threat. I've got my eyes on you, you bastard. Watching his back, Jack could only sigh in frustration, wondering why young people nowadays were so quick to get angry. He completely forgot that he was also in the body of a child of the same age. When he heard Rengus talking about how the exam was mandatory, Jack naively asked if he could withdraw or quit halfway through, leaving his new friend stunned by his unbelievable ignorance. Rengus gave a bitter smile and advised Jack that if he could, he should withdraw to avoid injury, because even people with his level of skill couldn't turn back once they had started. Jack clicked his tongue and dismissed it, then urged the two to hurry toward the training grounds to be on time for the ceremony. Are you still dawdling when it's such an important moment? At the competition area, the judge with a stern face announced the rules clearly. The test was actually very simple. Candidates only needed to cause a scratch on a giant stone with their bare hands or the provided weapon to pass. However, each person only had exactly 3 attempts to prove their strength. While other children were bewildered and afraid, Jack felt deeply disappointed. He thought to himself, after surviving the terrifying dragon trials of the past, this mediocre test really made him lose all interest. The first candidate stepped forward with a pale face and trembling hands due to the pressure. The boy let out a loud shout and gathered all his strength to swing his sword hard against the stone, but a massive shockwave suddenly rebounded, forcing Rengus to cover his ears in pain. The terrible recoil shattered his sword and left the boy's hands severely injured. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Jack L. Dragon and those around him were stunned by the target's hardness. The boy collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, but the examiner coldly took notes, announced the failure of the first attempt, and asked if he wanted to try a second time. The cold-hearted examiner ordered the soldiers to clear the area after the first contestant collapsed and effectively gave up. Talk about stone cold. Some people sure have it easy being so cruel. As the injured contestant was dragged away and the next candidate, Rengus, was called, he couldn't stop trembling with fear. Meanwhile, he contemplated the stone and asked, What on earth is that thing? Rengus explained it was a rebirth stone, a material capable of instantly healing any scratches. Even scarier, If attacked with raw power, it would reflect the blowback with hundreds of times more force. Z couldn't help but marvel at how harsh this was. Wasn't that an absurd material? However, Rengus noted that if you knew how to circulate your power through your body and attack properly, the stone could still be scratched. Jack quickly grasped the core of the test. I see. From what I've heard, martial arts skills matter less than learning to control one's power. That's my guy, strong, decisive, and smart. Looking at the struggling crowd ahead, he noticed very few could pass the test. Even the arrogant guys from earlier were having a hard time. The atmosphere at the test site turned incredibly tense as failed announcements rang out one after another, accompanied by the screams of severely injured contestants. Number 51. Fail. Number 202. Fail. When the examiner loudly called number 315, Jack L. Dragon looked at the tag in his hand. My turn. Rengus worriedly asked if he wanted to quit to stay safe, but Jack confidently walked toward the stone and whispered, Don't sweat this small fry stuff. This is a piece of cake. Z stood alone before the giant stone, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. The examiner began to take notes. As Jack focused on the stone, his eyes suddenly glowed with power. A golden aura, burning like fire, suddenly engulfed his body, emitting the overwhelming presence of a grandmaster. Seeing him step up empty-handed, the examiner asked in surprise, No weapons? He calmly replied, I don't think it's necessary. My bare hands are more than enough. These arrogant words made the crowd in the stands buzz with gossip. They figured that even if he was good at power control, he couldn't scratch the stone with his bare hands. Some even cruelly whispered that his fists or his whole arm would be crushed. Rengus sat below, drenched in sweat, regretting not stopping him more firmly. The examiner nodded. I see. Then begin. Z stepped closer, observing the strange stone intently. He thought to himself, This is definitely a new type of mineral formed over 1,000 years that I've never seen before. Even with many unknowns, Z decided to brush his thoughts aside. Whatever. It doesn't matter. A burning flow of energy began to gather in his arm. Witnessing this reckless scene, Rengus jumped up in a panic and shouted, This is bad. I have to stop him. Ignoring his friend's calls, Jack wore an excited smile. With this, I can finally unleash all of my power. He concentrated all his essence into one point and shouted, Dragon's Ruin, martial technique, first form, critical strike. A thunderous explosion accompanied by swirling dust covered the entire arena, leaving Rengus gasping in shock. Even the examiner froze, his hand holding the pen trembling at the impossible power of a child. As the dust settled, the stone, once considered indestructible, now showed a deep crack. Jack L. Dragon looked at his own injured hand and judged, This technique is still a bit too much for my current body. I still need to practice more, but no matter the situation, you've got to keep that confident smile. The whole stadium fell into a suffocating silence before whispers began to spread. One person exclaimed in shock, He smashed the stone. Amidst the crowd, a blonde girl with sharp eyes gave an excited smile. My, oh my, this guy is really interesting. Meanwhile, Rengus was completely stunned, his face twisted in shock. Hey, what just happened? Jack L. Dragon stood calmly in the middle of the arena, smiling confidently at everyone's astonishment. The examiner stood frozen, his mind a mess. No way the kid punched through half of the rebirth stone. This should only be possible for someone at the 4-star level or higher. How can a child do that? He looked at him with suspicion, wondering if the blood of the clan head in an illegitimate child could really be this strong? Or was the technique he just saw something he had seen somewhere before? Seeing the examiner stay silent for so long, Jack spoke up. Mr. Examiner, may I ask how I did on the test? He startled and loudly declared, Number 315, pass, before handing him a small blue potion. Here, take this. Z asked blankly. What is this? The examiner just smiled slightly, urging him to leave quickly so they could clear the scene. Jack L. Dragon muttered annoyedly as he walked away. Why is everyone in this era so rushed? What's everyone panicking for? Just take it easy, will you? Immediately, Rengus rushed over, grabbed his shoulder, and cheered in admiration. That was awesome, you smashed it. He just calmly replied. It was easy. He held up the blue potion and asked his friend, Oh, by the way, Rengus, what is this? Rengus explained it was a standard recovery potion given to those who passed the test. Z stared at the potion, feeling the energy inside. It didn't seem like poison. Don't tell me this is a spirit elixir. He realized this was the Cloud River Clear Elixir, a rare medicinal item made from herbs in secret realms and cores filled with the pure energy of mythical beasts. This stuff didn't just heal all wounds and old scars instantly. It also significantly boosted one's power. Even knowing it was incredibly rare and hard to refine, he didn't hesitate to tip the bottle back and drink every drop of that pure liquid. As soon as he downed it, a cool blue light immediately covered his injured arm. "Is this really a spirit elixir?" Z exclaimed in surprise as he saw his serious injuries from the recoil heal instantly. Rengus stood beside him and explained that even though he wasn't an expert on elixirs, the items prepared by the Dragon family were always far better than anything sold in stores. Jack was surprised by the incredible efficiency of the potion, thinking to himself that while it wasn't a true legendary elixir, its restorative power was still truly impressive. Rengus looked at Z with admiration. He thought Z himself was even more astonishing than the medicine, which left him speechless. "Why are you staring like that? Is it that strange?" Looking at the vial in his hand, Jack realized humanity's intellect had made massive strides over the past 1,000 years. Rengus showered him with praise. "You're truly amazing. Jack L. Dragon is incredibly strong, though his dialogue lines are super stiff." The exam continued with announcements of success for candidates number 373, 395, and 405. Jack observed and noted that it was entirely expected for these individuals to pass. Then, the atmosphere turned tense as the judge clearly called out number 414. Rengus stepped onto the field, trembling. Seeing this, Jack L. Dragon reassured him, "Hey, why are you so worried, man? This stuff is easy, don't worry about it. Just stay calm and take it easy." Rengus felt discouraged. Did he really think everyone could smash rocks with one punch like him? He told himself not to set his standards too high to avoid disappointment. Facing the rebirth stone, Rengus took a deep breath, drew his sword, and focused on channeling his energy. Rengus shouted and swung his sword hard at the target. However, a powerful shockwave recoiled, causing him to fail his first attempt. Not discouraged, Rengus forced himself up, determined to pour all his strength into the next try, hoping he would definitely make it. A painful thud echoed as Rengus was once again thrown back, sprawling onto the ground. Seeing the stone still completely unscathed, he gasped in shock. "No way." Immediately, the mocking laughter of Ron and his cohorts erupted bitterly. Just as expected, the son of a fake dragon is still just a fake dragon. "Give it up." Ron approached Z with an arrogant demeanor, smirking. "What did you say earlier? Didn't you claim that Rengus, who's lying there, was stronger than us?" Ignoring the jeers and the crowd's demand to stop the nonsense, the judge coldly looked at Rengus, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked, "You have one more attempt. Do you want to try again?" While Rengus was still stammering, I unexpectedly walked over and asked, "Man, what are you doing? Why aren't you using a spear? Why are you holding that sword while shaking like that? You're unbelievable. Seriously," Rengus asked, confused by Z's strange question. "What spear? What do you mean?" "Like I said, why use an unsuitable weapon without any plan?" You emphasized that in his current state, no matter how hard Rengus tried, he couldn't even scratch the stone with that sword. Hearing this, Ron and his cohorts burst into mocking laughter. "Hey, look at that guy. Is he stupid? His old man probably didn't know how to use a spear. That's why he taught this brat swordplay instead." They chimed in, mocking that changing weapons now wouldn't help at all. Ignoring the pests, Jack L. Dragon turned to the judge. "Excuse me, Judge, is changing weapons during the exam against the rules?" Upon receiving a no-problem answer, Jack winked at his friend. "You heard him, Rengus. You're in luck." Z's gaze suddenly turned incredibly intense. Was he going to leave it like this? As memories of past training surfaced, he gritted his teeth, his determination flaring up and erasing his fear. "No, I will." Rengus decided to bet on Jack L. Dragon's suggestion. He clearly declared he would try using a spear. In Rengus's mind, a moving image of his late father appeared. His father hadn't been able to enter the dragon cave, was called a fake dragon by society, and was mocked, yet he had still calmly raised him. Standing before the stone, Rengus told himself, "The person I am, raised by my father, is not a fake. Today, here, I will prove it." He understood that if he tried again with the sword, the result wouldn't change, so he decided to put his trust in the spear, though he was still hesitant since he had never used one. Jack pointed and commanded, "Rengus, just thrust straight, and don't think about anything else. If he said so, just go for it, and it's a sure win." Z continued to urge, "Just thrust straight, straight ahead." Normally, using such an unfamiliar weapon would be unthinkable, but faced with the trust of a new friend, Rengus resolved, "I understand. I'll try." Since Jack L. Dragon believed in him, he would try to believe in himself. From the moment he had held the sword, never had the flow within him been this intense. Rengus shouted with determination and poured all his strength into a wind-piercing thrust. Ron's group was still laughing. I don't know what he's doing. Just changing weapons won't help him do anything. But immediately, their smiles vanished when Rengus felt the spear as part of his body, creating a terrifying blast of power that left everyone gasping in shock. What? The judges couldn't help but be stunned by the unprecedented scene. They exclaimed in amazement, "My God, he didn't just smash it, he pierced right through it." Standing in the middle of the arena, Rengus was still dazed, not understanding what had just happened until Z's applause rang out. Amazing. Well done, Rengus. The judge quickly noted it in his notebook and clearly announced the result. Number 414, pass. Holding the spear, Rengus stood frozen with emotion. He stammered, I passed? Z rushed over and put his arm around his friend's shoulder, excited. That's right, you did it. Just as I thought. Rengus burst into happiness. He hugged him and shouted, I did it. I really passed. Z replied with a confident smile. I told you so. Witnessing this, Ron and his cohorts could only grit their teeth in frustration, trying to claim it was just a coincidence and not real skill. Just then, a resounding announcement echoed across the school grounds. The entrance exam has concluded. The opening ceremony will begin now. Z asked, confused, if the ceremony was really that simple, and Rengus explained that there might be even harsher tests waiting for them after officially starting school. While he was still wondering about what to do next, the thunderous footsteps of the guards signaled the arrival of a high-ranking figure. The leader of the El Dragon family will give a congratulatory speech for you all. A man with fiery red hair and an overwhelming presence stepped onto the stage with a very cold expression. Seeing that sullen-looking man, Jack El Dragon casually asked, Who's that red-haired old geezer? He looks so stuck up. Rengus was terrified to the point of turning pale, trembling as he replied, That's the clan leader. Ignoring his friend's panic, Jack continued to criticize his grumpy face, even joking that an iceberg might be warmer than this clan leader. Terrified, Rengus hurriedly clamped his hand over Jack's mouth, begging him to keep quiet to save his life. Hey, keep it down, will you? I thought I'd found a pro to carry the team, but it turns out you're just dead weight. But beneath his careless exterior, Jack's eyes began to sharpen as he quietly assessed the true power of the El Dragon clan in this era. He might look calm, but he can judge a dozen people in a single minute. He noticed that among the guards, there were several 7-star level warriors and a large number of 6-star fighters, a truly formidable force. Jack's gaze landed on the clan leader standing high above, radiating a suffocating pressure. The current clan leader, Banjia El Dragon. I'd bet he's an 8-star level. Jack El Dragon mused, remembering how, 1,000 years ago, the 8-star level was a peak that fewer than 12 people in the entire world had reached. He silently evaluated how unexpectedly the world had changed, all while keeping his eyes locked on the immense power present before him. Staring at Banjia, Jack couldn't hide his disgust. I don't like him. A clear, booming voice echoed over the loudspeaker, calling everyone to gather and listen to the powerful clan leader's speech. Banjia El Dragon stepped out, surrounded by a scorching crimson aura. He spoke coldly. Strive to become the flesh and blood of the El Dragon clan. The pressure from an 8-star master made the very air turn thick, leaving the children around him unable to breathe, collapsing in fear. Witnessing that scene, Jack gritted his teeth in resentment. Even without knowing the reason, he felt an intense hatred for this man. As soon as Banjia left, a cheerful official stepped up, clapping his hands in applause. Yes, those were truly valuable words of encouragement. He enthusiastically declared that Lord Banjia had very high expectations for the new batch of students. Jack watched the stranger talking loudly, wondering to himself who this guy was and how he could spout such empty nonsense. The official kept on encouraging them. You must do your best, the young people of our nation. Jack El Dragon clicked his tongue in contempt at this shallow performance. Seriously? He says it like he actually means it. Still, he noticed that the tense atmosphere from earlier had somewhat faded. Another judge with a stern face stepped out to announce the dormitory assignments, instructing those whose names were called to move immediately. Seeing everyone start to disperse, Jack turned to Rengus. Wait, what's going on? Aren't we all supposed to go to the same place? Rengus explained that there are actually 4 different Dragon Lair sectors, corresponding to the east, west, south, and north, to train the students. Soon after, a name was called. Number 315. Jack realized it was his turn. That's me. Take care, Rengus. Jack El Dragon was assigned to the Eastern Dragon Lair. A magnificent and majestic mansion appeared before his eyes. Walking through the vast hallway, Jack observed thoughtfully. After 1,000 years, so much has changed. Turn here. Because he wasn't familiar with the layout of the massive estate, it took him a while to finally find his room. Jack El Dragon let out a sigh of relief. Finally. Oh man, I'm late because I got lost. My roommate must have arrived already. He happily pushed the door open, intending to give an impressive greeting. Sorry to keep you waiting. From today on, we're roommates. But the smile on his face suddenly froze. Jack L. Dragon stood there, stunned, looking at the person in the room, stammering, "You are?" As it turned out, the roommate was none other than Rengus. "I guess it's fate, huh?" Rengus also let out a sigh of relief. He happily replied, "Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried I'd have to stay here all alone. How lucky." When night fell, both of them sat resting in the room after a long day. Rengus reminded him, "Right. The training session starts tomorrow." Seeing Jack L. Dragon looking blank, he asked anxiously, "Are you even listening? The instructor already told us that." Jack nonchalantly gave a thumbs up and declared clearly, "I didn't hear a word." Jack's confident answer left Rengus speechless. "Hey, are you kidding me? That's not something to brag about." He urged Jack L. Dragon to go to sleep early because tomorrow's training would be very tough. Jack L. Dragon looked out the window, quietly calculating his future plans. Originally, he intended to escape this boring house to go on an adventure, but the interesting things that appeared during the exam, like the revival stones and that type of elixir, made him change his mind. To understand what had changed after 1,000 years, staying with the L Dragon clan for a while longer wouldn't be a bad idea. A month passed quickly since the day school started. At the Dragon Lair's training ground, the atmosphere became extremely intense under the supervision of a stern instructor. He shouted, "Listen up! The dragon breath I taught you is a brilliant breathing technique created by the 15th clan leader of the L Dragon family." Below, the students were straining, drenched in sweat to perform the extreme physical training exercises. You must master this ultimate technique in every situation. While Rengus and the others were groaning in pain under the weight of the iron blocks, the instructor silently observed and evaluated the class's progress. He noticed that many had mastered the dragon breath. Some children were even close to reaching the 2-star level as energy began to overflow from them. But then his eyes landed on Jack, and he completely froze. What on earth is that kid doing? Before his eyes was an unimaginable scene. Jack wasn't just lifting weights, but he had increased the game's difficulty by carrying 3 giant boulders as well. What terrified the instructor was that with that amount of weight, he could still stand firmly with ease. He was so shocked he might pass out. The instructor couldn't believe that a child without professional guidance possessed such monstrous strength. Jack L. Dragon silently sneered inwardly. To think that the Dragon King breathing technique I created has been widely passed down by these guys under the name Dragon Breath. He understood clearly that the essence of the breathing technique was to absorb energy from the air to upgrade physical strength, and the deciding factor for effectiveness was the user's skill. This was also why clans always considered these complete techniques to be ultimate secrets that must be kept hidden. Although Dragon Breath was relatively safe and easy to learn, for Jack, if the goal was just to calm the mind, he didn't need it at all. He really liked how he could just cast aside the unnecessary stuff. After all, he was the very person who created the Dragon King breathing secret technique, the only breathing method that allowed energy control without interrupting one's breath, even while moving. However, because the difficulty was too high for most to inherit, later generations had intentionally simplified it into Dragon Breath to raise the overall strength of the clan. Seeing his own technique transformed like that, he felt both moved and curious about whether other martial arts had also changed after 1,000 years. He carried the giant rock while training, silently looking forward to the interesting things to come. In the academy cafeteria, Jack was devouring a massive pile of food while everyone around him watched in amazement. Seeing Rengus sitting there looking dazed, he asked between bites, "What's with the long face? You look like you've just been dumped." Rengus reminded his friend that if he didn't eat, he wouldn't get any stronger. Rengus looked on, wondering why his stamina and energy levels were so bizarrely high. Jack replied casually with a cold splash of reality. It was because he was just too weak. He urged Rengus to eat more and train harder, because there was no other way for someone as weak as him. While eating, Jack quietly assessed that among the trainees, there were a few who were very well trained. Just then, a blonde girl with a unique aura approached their table and spoke up. "Hey, you're pretty good, aren't you?" While Jack was still wondering who she was, Rengus beside him turned pale, trembling so much he couldn't speak. Rengus whispered to his friend in a panic, "Jack, don't you know who she is? That's Lady Laika, Tipona L. Dragon, the clan leader's daughter." He explained that Laika Tipona L. Dragon was one of the top candidates for the position of successor, and people like them usually had no right to speak to her. Jack kept a straight face, and unknowingly, he added quite calmly, "If that's the case, then I'm also the clan leader's son, even if it's just as an illegitimate child. This shocking revelation left both Rengus and Laika stunned in disbelief. Laika Tipona El Dragon stared intensely, questioning how an illegitimate child with no backing could have performed the extraordinary feat of crushing a rebirth stone with his bare hands. Jack just calmly cut his steak and replied, "Well, that's just who I am. Rengus, stop staring and eat." Laika Tipona El Dragon wore an excited smile, her eyes clearly showing admiration. "Oh my, you seem quite interesting. How about it? Become my subordinate." Seeing that Jack El Dragon was still eating casually, she continued to persuade him. "I'm asking you, do you want to be under my command? I will be your support. An illegitimate child would want an ally, right?" Laika Tipona El Dragon painted a promising picture, asking him to use his strength to help her win the clan leader position. In return, she would treat him very well. However, Jack coldly dropped one sentence. "No thanks." "What? That's so embarrassing." Her cold rejection left Laika stunned, her gaze suddenly becoming sharp and suspicious. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you also have intentions of winning the clan leader position." Jack El Dragon silently assessed the aura radiating around Laika Tipona El Dragon, realizing she had reached the 2-star level, quite an impressive achievement for her age. However, he maintained an indifferent expression. "Do whatever you want. I have no interest in becoming the clan leader or anything like that. I'm not interested in clan politics." Her indifferent answer left Laika shocked. Immediately, Jack radiated a burning golden pressure, covering his entire body with overwhelming power. His eyes became wild and full of pride as he declared, "I have no obligation to submit to anyone, because I am the strongest." The terrifying pressure from Jack left Laika completely shaken. She stumbled back, trembling, thinking to herself, "Am I losing my edge?" It took a moment for her to regain her composure, while Jack calmly returned to his meal, ignoring the fact that Rengus next to him was so scared he couldn't even breathe. Feeling insulted and wanting to save face, Laika shouted angrily, "Then I will force you to submit. Fight me!" Jack sat still, with his mouth full of food, his face looking blank as he watched the young lady throwing a tantrum. News of the match between the rookie and Lady Laika spread quickly throughout the academy. "Where are you guys going?" "To the training ground. There's a duel between the rookies and Lady Laika." Curious students flocked toward the arena. No one could believe that a nobody would dare challenge a genius of the Typhona clan. At the vast training ground, Laika Tipona El Dragon stood waiting with fiery intensity. Meanwhile, Jack and Rengus just arrived under the suspicious gazes of the crowd. "Who is that guy?" Facing the upcoming match, Rengus couldn't help but exclaim anxiously, "Oh man, this is bad. Are you okay? Your opponent is Lady Laika Tipona El Dragon." Jack blankly replied that even if he said that, he didn't know who she was, while wondering why Rengus had suddenly switched to such a formal tone. The blue-haired friend shouted, "Of course, you are the clan leader's son." Rengus desperately asked Jack El Dragon to reconsider because Laika Tipona El Dragon was not only the daughter of the clan leader, but also carried the bloodline of the Typhona family, one of the 4 main pillars of the El Dragon house. He emphasized that she was a genius, who had mastered the Great Lightning Sword technique at the age of 7, rivaling the other outstanding children of the Bond family. Jack maintained his calm expression. "Sorry, I only understood the part about her being the clan leader's daughter." The answer left Rengus shocked. "Why?" Jack explained that everything here was too new to him and told his friend not to ask anymore. Seeing Jack laugh loudly, thinking that not knowing who his opponent was made it even more interesting, Rengus grew even more impatient. "No matter how strong you are, Jack, facing Lady Laika Tipona El Dragon is too disadvantageous. Why did you accept the challenge?" "Well, when someone challenges me, I don't retreat." He noticed his opponent had appeared, and she seemed to be ready. Laika entered the arena with an overwhelming aura, her hand gripping the sword hilt with authority. All idle chatter officially ended here, as Laika was ready for the duel. Laika Tipona El Dragon impatiently interrupted the conversation, snapping, "It's getting too noisy. Are you done chatting so we can fight?" Seeing his opponent was ready, Jack just smirked confidently. While Rengus still couldn't hide his anxiety, the blue-haired friend ran away while shouting, "Please be careful." Responding to the warning, Jack calmly declared that his own safety depended on the abilities of the lady in front of him. He curiously asked why Laika was so insistent on challenging him. With a determined look, Laika admitted her goal was to become the clan leader, and to achieve that, she needed to force him to submit and join her faction. Seeing Jack still looking blank, she asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Laika was surprised to realize he was completely clueless about the clan situation. Perhaps it was because of his status as an illegitimate child. Jack El Dragon silently mocked himself for being an ancestor who knew nothing. He suggested she explain it more directly. Leica began to analyze that there were currently 5 candidates for the position of the next clan leader, including her and Jack, in which everyone except him was already linked to one of the 4 main branches of the Dragon clan. She emphasized that the background of the future clan leader would determine the status of the clan branches. Therefore, the competition was raging fiercely in the Dragon's Den. To deal with the other siblings, Leica craved Jack's strength to consolidate resources for her faction. Jack Dragon pondered the tangled mess of information. What a chaotic mess. I'm not even sure if I get all this nonsense. But then, he gave a slight nod. Got it. Not letting Jack think for another second, lie. Kay immediately drew her sword, declaring this was exactly why she had to strike right now. She shouted, "I'll defeat you," and charged in like a whirlwind. A powerful slash crashed down, creating a terrifying shockwave that shattered the ground. Lee swung her massive greatsword in relentless pursuit. She yelled, "Don't even think about running away. I won't let you escape me." The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in amazement. She's so fast, and she wields that giant greatsword with such ease. Jack, while dodging, mentally assessed his opponent's precise control over her power and her increasing attack speed. He realized this was the true formidable strength of the children from the main family, and thought to himself that it was only a matter of time before the match concluded. Jack casually dodged every blow, leaving Lee frustrated because she couldn't land a single hit. Watching the scene, Rengis could only exclaim, "Incredible." Jack Dragon observed the strange martial technique and speed that far exceeded the typical first-star level of illegitimate Dragon. Provoked, illegitimate Dragon screamed, "Shut your mouth and focus on the fight already." Responding to her impatience, Jack Dragon just calmly thought, "I am focusing." Immediately, he closed the distance and unleashed a decisive move. A powerful punch landed straight in her stomach, forcing illegitimate Dragon to recoil in pain. The crowd around them began to buzz with shock. Unable to believe that all of Lady illegitimate Dragon's attacks were missing, they looked on in horror, wondering, who is that guy? Lee, refusing to accept it, questioned why her attacks couldn't land, when she should be much faster than someone at his first-star level. Jack calmly explained, "You're certainly faster than the first-star fighters I've met. But at the end of the day, you're still just at the first-star level." Ignoring illegitimate Dragon's rebuttal about them both being the same rank, Jack pointed out, breathing, muscle tension. "Just by observing those things, I can read most of your movements, and the rest is just experience." He shrugged nonchalantly at the sight of the arrogant young lady unraveling. "Are you not even going to leave yourself a path to get married?" Illegitimate Dragon roared, "How ridiculous," and swung her sword in a frenzy. But he dodged it all calmly. He coldly repeated, "I told you, I can read you." He immediately unleashed a powerful punch that sent illegitimate Dragon flying, slamming hard into the stone wall. The crowd was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. No way. Did she actually lose? Lady illegitimate Dragon lost, Rengis exclaimed in shock. He defeated Lady illegitimate Dragon, but wait, not necessarily. He realized she had focused all her power into her core to block that last hit, so the attack wasn't enough to end the match. Lai struggled to get up from the rubble, her breath ragged. Seeing the tension, Rengis tried to intervene, but Jack coldly commanded, "Hey, step back. I won't take responsibility if you get hit, you know." Jack noticed a strange change in his opponent. Has she reached the second-star level? A brilliant white aura enveloped illegitimate Dragon's body, causing the students to stir. That was the mark of the second star, a white aura. It was the state of projecting energy outside the body to unleash martial techniques. Power, known as aura. With blood on her face, she smiled slightly. "Thanks. Thanks to you, I've reached the second star." Not letting Jack react, she lunged at a terrifying speed. Bolts of lightning began to surround illegitimate Dragon as she unleashed lightning-fast slashes. Jack was surprised to find he had been hit. "I could have sworn I dodged that." He touched the small cut on his face, watching her defensively. Illegitimate Dragon stood tall, declaring proudly, "See, this is my true ability." Illegitimate Dragon focused all her electrical energy into her sword, her eyes blazing. "Now that I have a second-star aura, I'll show you the true lightning sword technique." Instead of fear, Jack looked incredibly excited. He flashed a cocky smile and pointed a finger in defiance. "Oh, is that so? So I'll get to see martial techniques I've never laid eyes on before? So awesome." Illegitimate Dragon unleashed a lightning strike, causing bolts to crash down repeatedly around the arena. Jack dodged nimbly while exclaiming in surprise, "Wait, what is this? You mean you can control actual lightning?" The boy wasn't scared at all. Instead, he grinned with excitement, thinking this ability was absolutely absurd. Laika, Tipona El Dragon, seeing this, gritted her teeth. You seem to be enjoying this quite a bit. Immediately, she unleashed a lightning web, creating a massive explosion that shattered the ground. Jack clearly felt the difference compared to before. He secretly estimated that these bolts would be incredibly tough to deal with, even for his current self. He couldn't help but wonder how everything could change so much just by going up one level. Jack calmly analyzed that even though Leica Tipona El Dragon's movements were simple, the moment she attained the second star aura, the power of her lightning greatsword technique erupted violently. Her speed was now beyond imagination, all while she was shrouded in a mysterious layer of electricity. Although he could counterattack immediately, his curiosity about the true essence of this power urged him to keep observing a little longer. Seeing his calm expression, Leica Tipona El Dragon yelled in fury, "How can you still be smiling in a situation like this? You seem like such a relaxed guy. If that's the case, I'll personally wipe that foolish grin off your face." She charged at terrifying speed, dragging her electrified sword across the ground, creating a glowing arc. A violent explosion occurred, sending stone shards flying and filling the arena with dust. Witnessing the horrific scene, Rengus and those around them could only scream in despair. Jack stood firm amidst the rubble, but Leica didn't let him catch his breath, continuing to unleash her powerful lightning light technique. Seeing that, Rengus frantically lunged forward to stop them. "Lady Leica, please stop. If you continue like this." Then, however, Leica kept her cold eyes on her opponent, who was still standing steady in the distance. She believed that stopping now would be an insult to Jack's spirit. Rengus cried out in desperation, "Master Jack, please, just surrender. Why would I surrender when I haven't seen the end of the show yet?" Leica also noticed Jack was in bad shape. She made one final offer. "If you surrender and submit to me, I'll stop here." All she got in response was a cryptic smile from Jack. Leica inwardly understood that, even as an illegitimate child, he still carried the pride of a dragon. She decided to respect her opponent by using the full power of her greatsword martial art, the first secret technique, Heavenly Lightning. A massive pillar of lightning crashed down from the sky, completely engulfing Jack amidst Rengus's defiant scream. As the dust settles, Z is left motionless amidst the rubble, his body severely injured. Leica thrusts her sword into the ground, sighing with regret. What a shame, but the match ends here. She quietly turns to walk away, convinced it's all over. But then, a calm voice calls out from behind. "I get it now." Leica Tipona El Dragon turns around, shocked to see a brilliant surge of energy erupting from his body. She can't believe her eyes as she sees him surrounded by crackling sparks of electricity. "What the hell? Why do you have lightning aura?" Jack El Dragon brushes off the dust, curiously observing his new power. "Oh, so this is what they call lightning aura?" When Leica demands to know how he pulled that off, Jack El Dragon just shrugs nonchalantly. "I don't even know myself." Leaving Leica completely frozen in shock, Jack El Dragon excitedly shouts, "Look at this! I intentionally took your attacks to understand this power, but somehow, I managed to use it myself." Leica Tipona El Dragon is stunned, unable to believe what she's seeing. She stammers, "You can actually use it? Doesn't that explain that while taking those mysterious lightning attacks, he was constantly applying the Dragon King's breathing technique?" It was the reaction between this breathing technique and Leica's lightning aura that caused electricity to start building up inside his body. Before he even realized it, Jack found he could manipulate that lightning. Though the exact principles were unclear, he began to suspect he possessed a special constitution. Or perhaps the entire El Dragon clan carries this unique bloodline, which is the only way to execute their ancestral martial arts. He theorizes that he might be able to develop his power based on the properties of lightning. Jack El Dragon laughs heartily. "That's right, this is an amazing training session." Crackling lightning begins to envelop his hands. He declares loudly, "This feels incredible. Thanks to you, I've reached the second star level." A terrifying wave of pressure erupts from his body, making him look like a true god of thunder amidst the wreckage. His eyes burn with fighting spirit as he asserts that the fight isn't over yet. Jack El Dragon's amber eyes flash with a dangerous, sharp glint. Just as Leica swings her greatsword, he vanishes in a streak of golden lightning and closes the distance with an arrogant grin. "It's not over yet. I'm having too much fun to stop now." A massive energy explosion occurs as Jack unleashes a lightning-fast counterattack, creating a blinding flash of light that shakes the entire arena violently. Landing on the ground gracefully, Jack looks at his body, silently marveling at this new speed and power. He notices that as his power increases, it directly affects his nerves and strengthens his entire body. All of Z's senses are enhanced to an incredible degree, allowing him to move at speeds far beyond normal limits. He takes a deep breath to regulate his rhythm. I need to get used to this for a bit. Watching from afar, Rengus is completely overwhelmed by the battle between the two candidates for clan leader. The blue-haired boy just stands there in panic, feeling like he can't keep up with the action, and wondering if everything happening before his eyes is just a dream. Jack easily dodges the lightning-like slashes from Lady Laika. Realizing her opponent no longer has any effective attacks, Laika Typona El Dragon shouts in frustration, "Damn it, who are you laughing at?" Z smiles and replies sincerely, "I'm not mocking you. I truly see you as a formidable opponent." Jack excitedly says to himself, "It's been a while now, hasn't it? How about I create a new move?" Laika asks. Bewildered? A move? Jack ponders for a moment and decides, that's right. Or should I call it a secret technique? Witnessing his confidence, Laika can't help but be shocked, wondering if he actually received secret training, given how simply he could create a new technique. Taking advantage of Laika's distraction, Jack lunges forward. Distracted, the lady only realizes the situation is dire before Jack launches his decisive attack. Dragon's Ruin. Secret technique. Extreme Lightning Claw. The dramatic match is officially over. Jack L. Dragon stands tall, wearing a radiant smile. That was truly an interesting fight. Lying on the ground, physically exhausted, Laika is too shocked to accept the truth. No way I lost. It seems she isn't quite ready to admit defeat. The pressure of having to become the clan leader and defeat her brothers suddenly rushes back into her mind. She bitterly realizes that she absolutely cannot afford to lose. Yet, Jack approaches with an appreciative expression. Wow, that was amazing. You are truly very strong. Seeing her still dazed, he sincerely shares that he learned many interesting things and that this was an incredibly meaningful time. Jack reaches out his hand with a sunny smile. It would be so boring if this were the only time we sparred. Let's spar again, shall we? Did he just win and then immediately ask for another round? Faced with Jack's enthusiasm, the arrogant lady suddenly blushes, quietly looking at him with eyes that have completely changed. Jack smiles radiantly, reaching out to pull the fallen lady to her feet, and excitedly suggests, let's spar again, Laika Typona El Dragon. I'm really looking forward to the next time. Looking at Jack's sincerity and overwhelming charisma, Laika realizes the massive gap in their strength. She gently takes his hand and bows her head, acknowledging her defeat with total respect. How could I ever compare to you? I lost so miserably. A few hours later, in a dark space inside a rift, clan leader Banja El Dragon is facing a horde of monsters alone. With a cold, authoritative gaze, he releases a wave of crimson dragon aura, filled with pressure, engulfing the entire battlefield and making the monsters tremble in fear. Immediately, Banja executes his martial art, Dragon Breath Destruction, the first stage called Origin, creating a terrifying explosion of power that wipes out all enemies in a single strike. Amidst the devastation after the battle, a close soldier approaches and respectfully reports, Lord Banja El Dragon, I have a report. Upon receiving a cold look and a brief question from the clan leader, the soldier excitedly announces news he considers major. Lady Laika Typona El Dragon has reached the 2nd star level. Contrary to his subordinate's joy, Banja remains indifferent. He coldly turns his back to walk away and says with disdain, so what? Talent is unimportant. Report to me only when she becomes useful. If you came just to tell me about something so trivial, get lost. Even though the soldier tries to explain that reaching the 2nd star level at this age is a significant feat, and Laika could completely reach the 5th star level upon graduating from the Dragon Den, Banja remains uninterested. Trembling under his master's pressure, the soldier is forced to reveal the final shocking truth. But Lady Laika Typona El Dragon has been defeated. Banja arched a brow, skeptical upon hearing the news of Laika Typona El Dragon's defeat. He asked thoughtfully, what's this? Did the girl go and challenge one of the older kids? But the soldier quickly denied it, insisting that the one who took down the lady was a boy her own age. Upon hearing that name, Banja El Dragon's gaze darkened, and he muttered in a distant tone, Jack, the son of that woman. The image of the frail woman returned to the patriarch's mind. He admitted she had been gifted in martial arts, though she had paid for it with her life. Banja coldly repeated the fact that she had died the moment he was born. He wondered who had been training the boy to give him enough skill to defeat a 2-star warrior. When told that Jack had reached that level on his own without any instruction, Banja decided firmly, I see. Then, let the first training session begin. Although his subordinate worried that it was too soon, as the children had only enrolled a month ago and most had yet to reach even 1-star rank, Banjia maintained his ruthless philosophy. He asserted that death treats everyone equally and only the strong have the right to survive. With a stern face, Banjia growled that those who could not pass the first trial were not worthy of becoming dragons. He ordered his subordinate to report this to Freya, assigning her the task of overseeing the content and the entire trial process. Banjia El Dragon wanted Freya to follow the journey closely to see how the boy would perform. Looking into the distance, the patriarch gave a knowing smirk. His name is Jack, right? That sounds quite interesting. The next day, at the training grounds, the atmosphere among the students was incredibly vibrant. While Rengis and the other children were diligently practicing the dragon seal tactics, a technique for body enhancement created by the 15th patriarch, so that even children could master it, Jack was performing an extreme physical conditioning routine. Seeing Jack struggling with a pile of rocks, Rengis, covered in sweat, asked, "Aren't you going to practice, Jack?" Jack replied blankly, "Huh? What are you saying? Can't you see I'm training?" Rengis quickly corrected him, explaining he meant practicing the dragon seal tactics, not just simple physical training. Jack replied nonchalantly, "I've already learned it." The statement left Rengis so shocked he started stammering. "Oh my god, that's insane. You just learned it, and you've already mastered it?" Jack nodded, confirming it as a matter of course. More importantly, he noted, "Rengis, the flow of your power is heading in the wrong direction." Turning around, a brilliant golden light began to flow from his hand into Rengis's body, causing the blue-haired boy to ask in confusion, "Huh? Did I just float?" "Yeah, exactly." Jack adjusted the flow of energy. "This is the correct path." Feeling a distinct change within his body, Rengis spoke with awe. "Thank you so much. You really have mastered it," Jack grumbled teasingly. "Are you doubting me? What kind of person are you?" Rengis panicked and apologized. He confided that this was the first time someone had taught him, so he had always felt desperate. He confessed he used to think the dragon seal tactics were too simple and boring for someone as strong as the person who defeated Lady Laika. But Jack immediately dismissed that. "That's not true at all. I am genuinely impressed by the stability of the dragon seal tactics." In his heart, he recalled his own dragon destruction technique, which had been so complex that the descendants of his past life couldn't keep up. The dragon destruction tactics were complex and difficult, but possessed overwhelming power as a true combat art. This system started from the first form through to the fourth, not to mention the secret technique just created from the battle with Laika, and above all, the final form that held the destructive power that once defeated the divine dragon of old. Jack thought excitedly, "I'm very curious about the other dragon techniques. Perhaps those arts have been modified too." "How exciting," he said casually to Rengis. "Anyway, since I've finished learning the dragon seal tactics, I'm just training my body as usual. Everyone learns at their own pace." Suddenly, Rengis bowed his head and shouted with determination, "Please train me. I want you to guide me like you did just now." Before a surprised Jack, the blue-haired boy begged earnestly to become stronger, even if just by a little. Jack replied calmly, "I don't mind," seeing Rengis still stunned and asking, "Really?" Jack affirmed he wasn't lying and believed he was worthy of it. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. "Hey, in that case, count me in too. I want to join the training." It was Lady Laika, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stood waiting. "Huh? Even Lady Laika, Tipona El Dragon?" Laika Tipona El Dragon asked sharply, "Is there a problem?" She frankly admitted that the pride of a clan successor candidate had been completely shattered when Jack El Dragon overpowered her with his lightning aura. Laika shouted with great energy, "I want to become stronger. Strong enough to defeat my brothers and you, too." Jack thoughtfully watched the lady, who was brimming with determination, silently assessing this new situation. Laika hesitated and asked, "Is it not allowed?" "I understand." She lowered her head, explaining that since Jack was also a potential candidate for the succession, training with a rival might not be appropriate. Rengis, standing nearby, silently agreed, because even as an illegitimate child, Jack still carried the blood of the patriarch, so he was naturally on the list of competitors. However, Jack replied nonchalantly, "I don't mind." But then he narrowed his eyes at Laika's injuries, wondering if she was truly okay. "That strike should have left you unable to move for a month." "Oh, I used a recovery potion, so there's no problem," Jack marveled to himself. "So the bizarre medicine of this era is as effective as a miracle drug," Rengis quickly added, explaining that this potion was much better than the ones handed out at the entrance exam, fitting for a lady like Laika, smiling triumphantly. "What a wonderful era, isn't it?" Teased, Laika Tipona El Dragon snapped that, if not for the potion, she would have indeed been immobile for a month, then anxiously asked if he truly agreed to train her, as he also needed time for his own training. Jack gave a radiant smile. Oh, of course. I could never refuse such a young and ambitious person. Rengis heard this and broke into a cold sweat, muttering in confusion. A young person? You're young too, aren't you? We're the same age. Jack just laughed it off, then turned to look straight into Leica Tipona El Dragon's eyes to ask for confirmation. Are you sure, Leica? I'm the one who defeated you, remember? With eyes burning with determination, Leica affirmed she had no right to be picky. She clenched her fist and declared firmly, if becoming stronger means becoming the clan leader, I will do anything, Jack asked with curiosity. Yeah, and before you challenged me, you mentioned that position of clan head too. Remember? Why are you so obsessed with becoming the clan head? Her voice dropped low as she revealed the bitter truth. Well, that's obvious. If I don't become the clan head, marriage is the only future left for me. A political marriage, she thought bitterly about the prospect. If she was lucky, she'd end up the wife of some obnoxious cousin, or worse, forced to be the concubine of a total stranger. What? Jack exclaimed, shocked by the clan's archaic views. Leica explained nonchalantly that preserving the dragon bloodline was paramount, especially for the four great clans, since their true essence energy was unique and could be utilized in countless ways. Hearing this, he wanted to run away immediately, feeling sickened by the way these bastards thought. He shouted in anger. What do you people think humans even are? You idiots and your twisted, backward traditions. I'm going to destroy all of it, just to feel satisfied. As his determination to shatter the entire clan boiled over, a sharp, commanding voice rang out. Focused and Rengis were so startled they nearly jumped out of their skins, rushing to look toward the source of the sound. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a radiant figure with long red hair appeared, leaving the group of students stunned and wondering what was happening. The instructor announced clearly, starting today, a new instructor will be joining us. Despite her busy schedule, she has come personally to guide you all. Be grateful. The woman glided forward as light as a breeze. Are you Lady Leica? Her sharp gaze made Leica Tipona El Dragon freeze, unable to utter a single word. The woman's speed was so fast it left everyone in awe. She flashed a mesmerizing smile and winked, praising her. What a marvelous reflex, and your aura isn't bad at all. While the guards around them broke into a cold sweat at her sudden arrival, Jack narrowed his eyes in caution. He was shocked to realize that he hadn't sensed any presence from her at all until she revealed herself. Rengis, trembling in fear, clung to him and asked who this powerful woman was. It was Lady Freya Windkick, a member of the Black Dragon Guard with the title Goddess of Wind, Freya Windkick. She waved at everyone happily. Hi, I'm very pleased to meet you all. Her gaze then landed on Jack. And you must be Jack, right? Seeing that Jack remained calm, Freya Windkick seemed intrigued. You don't seem surprised at all, do you? Jack L. Dragon smirked, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he noticed something unusual. Nothing to be surprised about. But it seems you, my lady, possess quite an interesting martial technique. Freya Windkick thought to herself, so that's how it is. No wonder the clan head pays attention to this guy. Meanwhile, Jack was also observing her closely, silently assessing that her stealth technique was truly impressive, but more importantly, it was the martial arts technique she had mastered. Jack noticed the flow of her true essence energy was mostly concentrated in her lower body, a type of flow he had never seen before. He silently decoded the mystery behind Freya's silent footsteps. So, that's why her footsteps make no sound, even while wearing shoes like that. What kind of martial art is this? How fascinating. Freya Windkick smiled and declared, now, as you've just been told, from today on, I will be your instructor. Let's do our best. Her appearance had the students buzzing with excitement. Wait, isn't that the goddess of wind? Freya Windkick? Oh my god, it's her in the flesh. This is amazing. The previous instructor also introduced that Lady Freya Windkick had reached the 6-star level and was a key member of the Black Dragon Guard. He urged the kids to learn everything they could from her. The students couldn't help but feel bewildered. The Black Dragon Guard is the elite unit that serves the clan head directly, right? But why would someone of that stature suddenly show up here? Are you really going to train us, Lady Freya Windkick? Freya Windkick confirmed happily. Of course. However, she immediately set a condition. Only if you pass my test. The news made the students panic. A test? Freya reassured them. Don't worry, it's quite easy. She pulled out a glowing spirit stone and announced the challenge clearly. You just need to keep this spirit stone intact and manage to survive in the venomous dragon mountain for 1 month. Jack thought to himself, oh ho, a familiar name. That's a land filled with extremely toxic creatures, a place where even touching a normal-looking blade of grass can be lethal. It's truly a death trap. In his past life, Jack had trained there, and the memory of its horror still made his skin crawl. He felt secretly worried for these kids. Isn't this a bit too early for them? Freya Windkick coldly continued the rules. If your spirit stone breaks or is lost during the challenge, you will be immediately eliminated. A student asked shakily about the consequences of failure. Freya Windkick smiled enigmatically. Naturally, you'll be expelled if you survive. What kind of answer is that? Are we getting expelled either way? Freya Windkick explained that being poisoned could be handled easily if they used their dragon breath correctly to expel the toxins through their breathing. She reassured them that as long as the stone remained intact, they would be fine. However, when a student nervously asked about the presence of monsters, Freya Windkick's expression suddenly turned dark and terrifying. She stated coldly that they just needed to defeat them. Otherwise, they would have nothing to eat and would perish before the test ended. This direct threat left the students pale and trembling at the sheer harshness beyond their imagination. Seeing the atmosphere grow too tense, Freya Windkick flashed a bright smile again, telling them not to worry too much because they still had 5 days to prepare. During that time, each person would be allowed to choose a weapon and begin practicing the secret martial arts of the Dragon clan. She believed that if they found a way to deal with the monsters, surviving would become much easier, but her eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light once again. Freya Windkick warned that if they couldn't master the martial techniques in these 5 short days, she would take absolutely no responsibility for whatever happened afterward. To a student's naive question about whether she would step in to save them if the situation turned dire, Freya Windkick just laughed mockingly. She pointed to their burning crest, declaring firmly that the Dragon clan was a place where the weak were culled and only the strong had the right to survive. To her, not being able to fight off monsters and meeting a tragic end was just a natural outcome. Freya Windkick coldly dropped the harsh remark that if they couldn't pass such a simple test, they were better off just sleeping on a bed of toxins and monsters. The pressure from the female instructor left the students speechless, only able to break into a cold sweat out of fear. Witnessing such ruthlessness, Jack fell into deep thought, noting that this place was vastly different from the Dragon he once knew. He suddenly recalled the past, when his son, Gilliam, had once happily carried his little grandchild to show off to his father. It was a warm image, a complete contrast to the coldness of the current family. Freya Windkick clapped her hands, cutting through his thoughts. She announced that it was time to distribute martial arts manuals for each weapon type. The students began to stir, busy making their choices. Meanwhile, Rengis was still frozen in confusion, not knowing which one to pick. Seeing his friend struggling, Jack walked over and advised Rengis to choose the spear, since that was the very weapon he had used successfully during the entrance exam. Listen to him, and you're bound to succeed. So just trust him and follow his lead. At the same time, Leica was still hesitating about choosing the Thunder Spirit sword technique, even though she was only at the beginner level. Seeing her indecision, Jack spoke up to interrupt. Hey, hold on, Leica. I think you should go for the sword technique. Before her bewildered look asking why, he calmly explained that this was the perfect thing to compensate for what she was currently lacking. Seeing the logic in his words, Leica immediately agreed to take that manual. Standing up high and looking down at the students who had received their materials, Freya Windkick coldly warned, over the next 5 days, practice as if your lives depend on it. Otherwise, you'll only face death. Her smile turned somewhat sinister as she dropped another shocking piece of news. The seniors from 10 years ago would also be participating in this challenge, with the sole mission of stealing the spirit crystals from the recruits. Those seniors were true warriors, their eyes glowing with intense killing intent. Freya Windkick waved goodbye, not forgetting to remind them that although Venom Dragon Mountain was vast, they would certainly be hunted down relentlessly, so they should give it their all. Rengis was so terrified he clutched his head and screamed, knowing he had to face both monsters and seniors who were all at least 2-star rank. Even Leica was worried, because if they were ambushed by multiple people at once, the chances of survival were almost zero for most people. Contrary to his friend's panic, Jack Dragon casually read his book and dropped a short, simple comment. Seeing both of them staring at him, he slowly suggested, well, if you find it hard to manage alone, then just form a small group of 2 or 3 people. He analyzed that cooperating to hunt monsters wasn't forbidden, and the more people there were, the more effective it would be. Finding his advice reasonable, Leica and Rengis nodded in agreement, but then they wondered what Jack intended to do. With a radiant face and a confident smile, he declared, Me? Do you even have to ask? Naturally, I'll be enjoying this challenge all by myself. His answer left his 2 friends stunned at his recklessness. Jack laughed loudly and urged the group to find something to eat before starting their training, leaving Leica Tipona Dragon to sigh and admit that he was indeed the strangest person she had ever met. 5 days of preparation passed quickly at the foot of the majestic, mist-covered Venom Dragon Mountain. The students gathered, dressed in uniform and weapons ready in hand. Freya Windkick appeared looking radiant. She looked around at the energetic students and clearly declared, "Everyone's here, right? Let's begin." Even though Jack had suggested forming teams, Rengus couldn't help but worry about being with the noblewoman Leica. He hesitantly wondered if a commoner who hadn't earned a single star yet would truly be okay standing beside highborn nobles. Just then, Celine and Raymond, other promising members of the East Hall, suddenly appeared, leaving Rengus incredibly surprised. Celine cheerfully reassured him, "We're all the same." Rengus gently explained that whether one was a noble or a commoner didn't matter, and his agreement to join them was based on his high regard for everyone's abilities. Hearing those words of encouragement, Rengus gripped his spear tightly. He was determined to do his best so as not to become a burden to his teammates. Seeing the group ready, Leica turned to ask Jack one last time, "But are you really going alone?" He calmly replied, "Of course I am." Witnessing that confidence, Raymond secretly admired him. "That's amazing. I've been worried this whole time. So this is what the royal bloodline feels like." Immediately, Leica snapped at him, demanding he not lump her in with a weirdo like Jack, since she was also trembling with worry. Jack looked confused and asked, "Are you scared? What's there to be worried about?" He calmly believed that when the most excellent students like Leica were gathered here, there was nothing to fear. Seeing that Jack seemed too complacent, Rengus sighed. "Actually, there are many reasons why everyone is worried." Jack asked back, "Do you really think those seniors are that capable?" Leica decisively affirmed, "Of course." From the perspective of a top-tier expert, Jack assessed that Leica had been very wise to gather the most promising students in the class together. He noticed that their defensive and offensive capabilities were excellent, so this test would surely be a breeze. Rengus just clicked his tongue. Right, Jack L. Dragon has always been this confident. Just then, Freya Windkick appeared with a bright smile. She clearly asked, "Now, is everyone here?" Seeing that the students had split into groups, she nodded in approval, noting that it was not a bad choice for those not yet truly proficient in martial arts. Freya Windkick held up a glowing blue spirit crystal, clearly announcing that the official test had begun. She emphasized that their mission was to survive for 1 month on Venom Dragon Mountain while keeping this spirit crystal intact. As long as they held on to the crystal by the end of the time limit, they would pass the exam. However, a cruel rule was introduced. All spirit crystals were identical, so if they lost theirs, the students could just go and steal one from others. It didn't stop there. As soon as the kids found a place to hide, the seniors would begin their hunt to seize the crystals from their hands. Standing from afar, the seniors wore sneering smiles, thinking that dealing with these recruits, who hadn't even reached the first star rank, would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jack kept a contemplative face, silently observing everything around him. People who are that quiet are usually dangerous. Freya Windkick shouted, "Now that the rules have been explained, the test begins." Immediately, the students rushed off like arrows, creating thundering footsteps all over the school grounds. Before disappearing into the deep forest, Leica Tipona L. Dragon turned back and shouted, "Jack L. Dragon, you must survive." Jack silently watched the young lady's back and softly replied, "Yeah, you guys too. I guess he's just keeping that cold, icy attitude from start to finish, huh?" Freya Windkick found it strange and reminded him, "Be careful, aren't you supposed to go too?" When questioned by Freya Windkick about whether he was worried about anything, he simply turned his back and walked away, leaving behind a haughty, arrogant answer. "I have nothing to worry about. Now, if you'll excuse me, Supervisor." Watching the boy's retreating figure, Freya Windkick muttered, "What a strange kid." As night fell, the fire from the supervisor's tents flickered in the silence. A guard approached Freya Windkick, expressing concern that this test might be too early for the new students. He worried about the kids' lack of combat experience and wondered how many would actually survive the challenge. Freya Windkick calmly reassured him not to worry. Even though Poison Dragon Mountain had countless venomous creatures, the quantity and quality of the monsters weren't actually that alarming. She pointed out that most of them were only between 1 and 2 stars. Levels the students should be able to handle on their own. The guard bowed and took his leave, while Freya Windkick kept her eyes on the dark mountain. As the brutal survival test began, her expression suddenly grew deep and mysterious. She thought to herself, "Still, I'll release that at the very end." When the guard beside her asked what she said, not having heard clearly, Freya Windkick immediately regained her usual cheerful look and waved it off. "It's nothing." Right after, she clearly ordered the upperclassmen who were brimming with killing intent, Alright, it's time. You guys head out too. Watching the hunters' backs fade into the mist, Freya Windkick wore an expectant smile, wondering how many poor kids would survive this test. She's really something else. This lady probably never steps foot in a temple, does she? The upperclassmen quickly dashed through the dense forest with great excitement. Hey, look at that guy, one of them shouted upon spotting Jack L. Dragon, who was walking slowly with his backpack on. He mocked the boy's naivety. We found one already. After all this time, he's still just hanging around in the same spot. Is that guy asleep? He signaled his accomplices to attack immediately. An arrow whistled through the air, flying straight from the thicket. But unexpectedly, Jack turned and caught the arrow with his bare hand just before it could touch him. He shouted with excitement, "I've been waiting for you guys." This insane move and incredible strength stunned the upperclassmen. Oh my god, what kind of cringy dialogue is he spewing? One of them realized a terrifying truth. Wait, didn't he block that arrow with his bare hand? Ignoring the opponent's shock, Jack L. Dragon jumped down from his spot, his amber eyes glowing with arrogance. He wore a radiant smile and declared, "Now, shall we start the game?" On Poison Dragon Mountain, the fight for survival grew intense when a giant frog monster suddenly lunged out. Celine shouted and swung her sword in response. But just as she took down the target, another danger lurked right behind her. Raymond spotted it in time and shouted a warning to Celine. He rushed behind her, using his sturdy shield to block the monster's pounce. Finally, Rengus thrust his spear with precision, finishing off the beast. Ron sighed in relief and asked his teammates, "All right, is everyone okay?" Looking toward Laika, the group was stunned to see she had already cleared out the monsters around them all by herself. Celine marveled. Just like the rumors said, while the rest of the team was in chaos, Lady Laika took down countless monsters on her own. Laika Tipona L. Dragon confidently flashed her glowing 2-star mark. She winked playfully. "Hey now, don't forget that I've reached 2 stars too, okay?" However, she didn't forget to praise the group's progress after a week of grueling training, especially Celine and Raymond, who had both officially reached the 1-star level. Before the lady's humility, both thanked her, admitting that without her help and guidance, they wouldn't have advanced so quickly. Seeing his friends make progress, Rengus couldn't help but feel a bit down since he was still stuck at the same level. Seeing this, Raymond and Celine approached to comfort him, advising him not to be too impatient, as Rengus had actually grown much stronger. Laika also encouraged him, saying that taking down a tree monster alone was a very impressive achievement. She reminded him that Rengus had been personally trained by Jack in spear techniques, so reaching 1 star was only a matter of time. The sky gradually turned a brilliant red at sunset, signaling the end of a long day. Laika ordered the group, "All right, it's getting dark. Let's head back home for Mom's cooking." As the team returned to their hideout, they suddenly discovered a stranger standing there. Laika's gaze turned cold. She growled, questioning the person standing in the shadows. "What are you doing at our base?" A dry footstep echoed in the silence, startling the group. From the darkness, an upperclassman stepped out with a smug smile. "So, you finally found me, huh?" Laika Tipona, L. Dragon, Rengus, and Raymond were shocked to realize this stranger was a senior student. "You're from the 10th grade class, right? Did you come to steal the Pia crystal?" The guy admitted it nonchalantly. He was smug about being a 2-star expert and hadn't expected to find Lady Laika's base so easily. "Wow, stealing and being so proud about it, that's something." Laika Tipona L. Dragon growled fiercely. "So why don't you get lost? You can't take us down by yourself." But the senior just sneered, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. "Who said I was alone?" Immediately, 3 other upperclassmen, all of whom had reached the 2-star level, suddenly appeared, surrounding Laika's group. The leader laughed mockingly. "Even for the great Lady Laika, carrying 3 dead weights makes it pretty tough, huh? So, just surrender already." He drew his sword from its sheath and launched a lightning-fast attack. The battle erupted violently. Laika swung her sword, blocking the leader's slash. She shouted to her teammates, "Try to hold on a bit longer until I get back." While Laika Tipona L. Dragon was tied up, Raymond had to use his shield to withstand crushing blows. Celine and Rengus were also struggling against the suffocating pressure of the hunters. The senior attacked frantically, shouting, "Come on, hand over the crystal." Seeing his teammates gradually falling into a disadvantage, Rengus was in complete panic, not knowing what to do to escape this dire situation. Faced with the suffocating pressure of the 4 hunters, memories of his conversation with Jack suddenly flooded Rengus's mind. When he had anxiously asked how to defeat an opponent stronger than him, while he hadn't even earned a single star, Jack L. Dragon had casually poured cold water on him by saying, "Give up." The blunt answer left Rengus stunned. What are you saying?" "I'm shocked to my core," Jack calmly explained, "that it was obvious because a starless person trying to fight a 3 or 4-star opponent was completely impossible. However, he also reassured him that if dealing with a 1st or 2nd-star opponent is still manageable, sensing your anxiety about the upcoming exam at Poison Dragon Mountain, where both the monsters and the upperclassmen are mostly 2nd-star level, Z asserted firmly that there's still a way, nothing groundbreaking. The only strategy he teaches is to exploit the enemy's openings. He insisted that even someone without a star rank like Rengis can turn the tide if they spot a 2nd-star opponent's weakness. When Rengis nervously asked how to spot an opening, Jack coldly proposed a brutal strategy. Take the hits, endure them, and keep taking them until you see the enemy's opening. Facing Rengis's shock, Jack sternly reminded him that an underdog doesn't have the luxury of choosing another way when facing a stronger opponent. Z emphasized that this isn't about whether Rengis can handle the pain. It's about the fact that he must. Otherwise, defeating the enemy is just a pipe dream. He used a special opponent like Leica, who possesses electric powers, as an example to confirm that with his current strength, Rengis can absolutely hold his own against a 2nd-star opponent. Seeing his friend still lacking confidence, Jack advised him to believe in himself if he wants to get stronger. He gave his final, sharp piece of advice: don't overthink things. You don't need to worry about hunting for openings or different power types. Seeing Rengis still looking dazed, he explained further that you just need to patiently wait for the enemy to reveal an opening and then thrust your spear right into it. Jack pointed, insisting that this is the ultimate secret to taking down a stronger enemy. Returning to reality, the senior roared in frustration. Damn it all! This guy is stubborn as a mule. The senior unleashed powerful slashes while Rengis gritted his teeth, silently telling himself, that's right, I'm weaker than him right now, so I have to endure and wait at any cost. As the opening finally appeared, losing patience, the senior screamed, damn you! Then he leaped up for a massive overhead blow. Is this guy losing his mind? What the hell is he doing? Just then, Rengis's eyes lit up. The moment had arrived. He poured all his strength into a precise spear thrust, striking the opponent's gut before he could react. In the dead of night, Rengis stood tall with a 1st star shining brightly on his chest, marking his own spectacular breakthrough. On the other side of the battlefield, Laika Tipona El Dragon had also finished her fight. She remarked, looks like it's over on that side. Her opponent yelled in hopeless despair, that's impossible. I'm a 2nd star too, so why is the gap between us this huge? He was completely overwhelmed by the terrifying power of Laika's greatsword. She understood that because she learned axe-wielding skills, she had to put more strength into her greatsword, all thanks to that axe skill hint earlier. Targeting us was your bad luck. Laika Tipona El Dragon growled as she unleashed a decisive lightning strike. The senior could only gasp in despair before being swallowed whole by the electric current. A bright energy explosion signaled the end of the battle, causing the attacker to collapse and pass out immediately. Laika quickly sheathed her sword and turned to ask her teammates anxiously, is everyone okay? Seeing them safe, she smiled in relief and declared, we won. The group burst into joy. The cheers echoed through the forest as they had just overcome a life-or-death challenge. Laika excitedly congratulated Rengis on his spectacular breakthrough to the 2nd star level. The blue-haired boy blushed, moved. He thanked Celine and Raymond for always trusting and standing by him. Looking at the sword in her hand, Laika Tipona El Dragon was secretly pleased to see that everyone had earned their stars and could now fight steadily against opponents of the same rank. However, amidst the joy of victory, she couldn't help but worry about one person. I wonder how Jack is doing. While Laika's group was temporarily safe, in another area of Poison Dragon Mountain, a real nightmare was unfolding. An upperclassman was running for his life, his face twisted in absolute terror. He screamed in despair while running, don't come any closer! Stay away! Tears and sweat streamed down his face as he realized he was being hunted by something far beyond his understanding. Damn it, what kind of monster is that? Through the dark, misty night, a horrific scene emerged with countless students lying motionless on the ground. Standing tall in the center of a swirling, burning blue aura was a lone figure, radiating such terrifying pressure that anyone watching could only gasp in horror. What is that monster? The upperclassmen were running frantically in complete panic. Their faces were twisted with fear. They screamed in despair as they fled. Don't come near me! Standing amidst the burning blue aura, he offered a sinister smile, watching the backs of those trembling as they called him a monster. What's wrong? Why doesn't anyone want to play with me anymore? That's so sad. The arrogant laughter of the master echoed through the night, chilling everyone to the bone. The pride of the hunters had completely collapsed as they faced the grim truth. That guy is insane. Why is a freshman hunting seniors like this? Weren't we supposed to be the ones doing the hunting? In the chaos, a senior tripped, his leg caught in a tangle of tree roots. He gasped, then fell silent as he saw Jack slowly approaching with blood-red, murderous eyes. Jack Dragon held out his hand and coldly declared, "This is pointless. I'm sick of this boring game of tag. Hurry up, get up, and come fight me properly for a bit of fun." The amber glint in his eyes flashed so sharply that his opponent could only let out a terrified scream before passing out from sheer fear. Jack Dragon sighed in disappointment. Looking at the defeated pile of people around him, he muttered to himself, "Oh man, seriously? Why are you all so cowardly and lacking in spirit? You were all fighting so hard at the start." Watching the backs of those fleeing, he shouted, "Don't leave me all alone." However, Jack suddenly froze, his eyes shifting toward the dark bushes with a knowing look. "Right, maybe you should watch more closely." Just standing there watching. I guess my path is fine, isn't it?" He smiled with amusement and vanished into the night. "Then I'll just keep playing." At that moment, a small sound from behind made the hidden observer gasp in shock. Hiding behind the bushes, an observer soldier was drenched in sweat from astonishment. "What is this?" He was able to sense my presence, detecting me from there. "He's pretty sharp for a freshman. I have to report this." He quickly retreated to base to meet Freya Windkick. Seeing her subordinate return, Freya Windkick calmly commanded, "You've returned. Give me your report." The soldier bowed respectfully and replied, "After 1 week since the test began, about 30% of the 7-year-old trainees have been eliminated. However, the remaining students are gradually adapting. I believe this number won't drop much further from where it is now." Freya Windkick pondered, observing the map, and asked, "Is that so? What about the upperclassmen?" The soldier hesitated, his face showing clear confusion. "As for the upperclassmen, they're running away." Freya Windkick asked in astonishment, "Running away? The upperclassmen? What kind of monster on Venom Dragon Mountain could possibly make them run?" The soldier trembled as he revealed the shocking truth. "It's Jack Dragon. He's currently actively hunting the upperclassmen. At first, they tried to fight back, but now they're all scattering in a panic." The faces of the supervising soldiers showed utter shock at this reversed situation. Who on earth is that Jack Dragon guy? He even started excitedly sending the upperclassmen off one by one. It's truly unheard of. One soldier thought to himself that even as the clan leader's son, Jack was an anomaly that defied all rules. He had far surpassed the definition of an ordinary genius. In reality, he's like a true monster. Freya Windkick watched thoughtfully. "I also find him very strange. He deliberately chose to act alone and keeps appearing so unexpectedly. Could it be that from the very start, he wasn't the one being hunted, but the hunter himself?" Suddenly, a deep, heavy sound echoed, accompanied by the clanking of iron chains, causing the soldiers to jump in alarm. "That sound is Freya Windkick," exclaimed excitedly. "Oh my, has it arrived? I've been waiting for so long." A brawny man carrying a giant, heavily chained iron cage on his shoulder stepped forward and asked, "Lady Freya Windkick, where should I put it?" Freya Windkick casually ordered him to set it down right there. The soldiers screamed in panic as they realized the danger. "What is this? Lady Freya Windkick? What is this thing? Don't tell me you intend to release this onto Venom Dragon Mountain." They were terrified because the power of the creature inside was 3-star level, something the children currently could not handle. Freya Windkick smiled, reassuring them that everything had been specially calibrated. This monster will only attack those who have reached the 2-star level. Freya Windkick explained that the average children wouldn't be significantly affected by this creature. When the guard asked why they had to perform such a dangerous act, she coldly revealed, "This is an order from the clan leader." This information left him completely shaken, only able to stammer in astonishment. "From the clan leader?" Looking at the shaking wooden cage with the fierce, glowing red eyes inside, Freya Windkick plotted, "Let's see how he handles this." She knew he was strong enough that even veterans called him a monster, so she was very curious if he could deal with this. Freya Windkick ordered her subordinate, "Release it at dawn." When the morning sun began to peek over Venom Dragon Mountain, Rengis's group was moving when they suddenly stopped. Rengis asked in confusion, "Did the ground just shake?" Leica Typona Dragon and Raymond also felt something unusual, their faces becoming extremely tense. Leica worriedly wondered if this was another attack from the upperclassmen. While Raymond speculated it might just be some large, aggressive wild boar, Rengis couldn't shake a strange, uneasy feeling surrounding the group. Suddenly, Leica shouted in panic, warning them, "Hey, look at those trees. Oh my god. Everyone, run somewhere else quickly." The group quickly leaped to dodge just as an ancient tree collapsed to the ground. From the rubble, a giant stone creature slowly emerged. Raymond and Rengis trembled in horror as they saw the glowing red eyes of the entity looming toward them. A golem. At the same time, elsewhere, Jack was sitting bored on a pile of monsters he had just defeated. He sighed in frustration, starting to feel bored. To him, the fact that no one could face him anymore was truly disappointing. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the entire forest, causing Jack to raise an eyebrow in interest. Sensing a strange presence, he realized it had been a long time since a monster of this level appeared. Jack wondered to himself if this was the examiner's hidden intention when they deliberately released it into this area. With the mind of a Grand Master, he worried that a 3-star level opponent would be too much for the current children's abilities. These dangerous things should have been handled before the exam started. But then, Jack realized another truth. He understood that they had deliberately released it to test the trainees, making him curious about what exactly they were planning. However, instead of worrying for himself, his eyes flared with extreme excitement. "Do you think I'm scared? Not a chance, you guys. If anything, this is even more fun." Jack L. Dragon smirked arrogantly, telling himself that this was even better because he would get a bit more entertainment. Unable to sit still while looking at such a tasty morsel, he immediately sprang up and bolted off to find that 3-star monster. Jack ran, while secretly regretting that it would have been more fun if it had appeared near him instead of somewhere so far away. At another corner of Venom Dragon Mountain, Leica's group was struggling to face the giant stone golem. Celine screamed and unleashed a powerful slash, but the sword only created sparks without leaving a single scratch on the monster's body. She gasped in shock, unable to believe it was that hard. Raymond immediately lunged in to support, using his shield to deliver a heavy blow accompanied by a powerful roar. Yet, the golem remained unmoved, forcing the group to admit that even their all-out attacks weren't doing anything to it. Realizing the situation was becoming critical, Leica Typona L. Dragon immediately unleashed her aura, a thunder-infused strike that finally created a small crack on the golem's stone shell. Leica quickly realized the crux of the problem. She understood that only by using internal energy could they break the outer shell, meaning only those who had reached the 2-star level had the ability to take this thing down. Seeing the monster still looming toward them, Rengus anxiously asked, "What do we do now? Why is this guy acting so slow, just waiting for us to figure out where to hit?" Leica decisively made a risky decision. "I will distract it. Meanwhile, you all run away." The suggestion made Rengus gasp in shock. "What? You're insisting on not leaving your teammates behind? No way! We can't leave you." Leica Typona L. Dragon. Even though she knew her words would be hurtful, Leica coldly poured a bucket of cold water on them. "I know this will hurt, but you all are just in my way." She pointed to the small crack on the golem's arm and explained that she had to use all of her internal energy just to make it crack a little. With their current abilities, the others couldn't even make a scratch on that stone shell. Those blunt words left Celine hanging her head in frustration. But suddenly, Ron stepped forward with a determined look in his eyes. "That's right, we can't scratch it, but we can still provide cover for you so the lady can land a more accurate hit. With teammates like this, it's no wonder they fight so fiercely." Raymond's courage boosted the whole group's morale. Celine also regained her spirit and promised to do her best. Rengus excitedly added, "That's right. If we all fight together under your lead, we might actually have a chance." Seeing her teammates so united, Leica Typona L. Dragon smiled faintly. "All right, everyone." As golden lightning began to surge around the lady's body, Raymond immediately raised his shield and rushed to the front, shouting, "Cover me." Leica also leapt into action, declaring clearly, "I'm coming. Let's show them some real teamwork." The battle exploded as Raymond bravely used his shield to block the golem's massive blow. Despite the immense pressure shaking his body and making him cough violently, Raymond stood his ground firmly. Seizing the opportunity, Celine and Rengus attacked simultaneously from below to distract the monster. High above, Leica Typona L. Dragon closed in on the target with a sword crackling with thunderous energy. She poured all her strength into the final strike and shouted, "Dragon Soul Sword Technique, Heavenly Thunder." A massive pillar of light, carrying heaven-shaking lightning power, struck down, creating a blinding explosion that shook the entire land. As the dust settled, Leica stood there, panting, forced to use her sword as a crutch to keep her exhausted body upright. Seeing this, Rengus rushed over anxiously. "Are you all right?" She replied softly that the last attack had drained all her internal energy, then turned to ask Han if Raymond was hurt. Just as Raymond replied that he was fine, and Leica Typona L. Dragon was about to order the group to retreat to base, a massive, dark shadow suddenly loomed behind them. The golem's glowing red eyes shone with a menacing light, leaving everyone frozen in terror. Rengus was flung away when the golem suddenly reached out and grabbed Leica in its giant stone hand. Squeezed tight, Leica Typona L. Dragon gritted her teeth in pain. She bitterly realized she had been too careless, never expecting it to still be able to move after that lethal blow. Witnessing their comrade in danger, Celine and Raymond could only scream in desperation. Rengis struggled to his feet, gripped his spear, and charged at the monster, yelling, "Let her go!" But the golem simply swung its massive fist, intending to crush the green-haired boy instantly. Yet, just at that critical moment, reinforcements arrived. A large tree trunk was slammed into the golem, knocking it crashing to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Rengis immediately rushed over to help her up. "Are you okay?" Leica was still in shock, responding weakly while wondering who had come to their rescue. Just as the group stood confused, a casual voice rang out from behind. "Man, seriously? Why is it so noisy and headache-inducing over here?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Rengis and Leica exclaimed in surprise. It was Jack. The black-haired boy appeared with a radiant smile, nonchalantly waving at his teammates as if nothing had happened. "Oh, what's going on here?" A few minutes earlier, when he saw the golden lightning streaking across the sky, he instantly recognized it as Leica's power, and realized her group had encountered the target first. Jack raced forward like a cyclone, regretting his prime days when such a distance would have been nothing to him. Seeing the figures of promising friends like Rengis, Raymond, and Celine in his mind, Jack couldn't help but worry. Facing a 3-star opponent, how long could they hold out? To arrive in time, Jack decided, "All right, let's try that new technique I learned the other day." He stopped in front of an ancient tree, drove his small hands deep into the wood, and used incredible strength to uproot it. With a roar, Jack L. Dragon launched the tree like a giant spear toward the monster. Watching the power of the strike, he felt smug. "This is pretty good, isn't it?" Jack L. Dragon silently congratulated himself for taking the time to study the basic dragon martial arts and dragon cultivation manual handed out before the exam. Even though they were just basic energy circulation guides, they perfectly suited his current physique. Jack smiled, remembering his past life 1,000 years ago when he was a master of long-range attacks. Putting those nostalgic memories aside, Jack continued to dash toward his teammates. "I need to do something now." His sudden appearance left Rengis and Leica stunned. "It's Jack!" Seeing everyone's astonishment, Jack waved casually. "Sup, guys? You all still in one piece?" While Rengis was frantically pointing at the looming golem, Jack just grunted with interest upon hearing the name of this giant stone creature for the first time. Jack closed in on the golem, noticing it had an aura but absolutely no life force. What a strange creature. A sudden attack struck down, making his teammates scream in concern. "Jack L. Dragon, watch out." He casually blocked the golem's punch with one hand effortlessly, silently evaluating that its shell was quite hard. If he didn't coat his strike in internal energy, he couldn't break it. But defeating it the normal way, wouldn't that be too boring? From afar, Rengis and Leica watched in worry, silently marveling at Jack's recklessness. Leica Typona L. Dragon couldn't help but wonder why he found it boring in such a life-or-death situation. The golem kept throwing massive punches, but Jack dodged them with incredible speed. He shouted orders to the group. "It's dangerous. You guys should step back." Following his order, the kids hurriedly retreated to leave the stage to Jack. He channeled power into his fist and charged at the target. Jack L. Dragon thought to himself, "If the outer shell is that hard, let's see if the inside is just as sturdy." He excitedly declared, "Let me test this out." Then immediately unleashed the first form of the dragon extermination technique. Right after, Jack added the second form called explosion, creating a terrifying blast from inside the golem's body. Instead of attacking the shell, he had pumped internal energy inside to make it explode completely. Standing amidst the ruins, Jack asked smugly, "How's that? Nailed it, right?" He wore a satisfied smile, feeling that this era was starting to get more interesting. After the test ended, Freya Windkick couldn't help but blow a fuse when facing Jack. She yelled in fury. It was clear the upperclassman's test was to attack the lowerclassmen to steal crystals, but he had attacked them back, something no one had ever done before. Because of Jack's crazy actions, no upperclassmen collected any crystals, and they all had to retake the exam. Wow, he really is a walking disaster. Facing the scolding, Jack just clicked his tongue with an innocent shrug, thinking he hadn't done anything against the rules. Freya Windkick sighed in frustration. She warned him to change that casual attitude immediately when standing before the clan head. Seeing him naively ask why, she coldly cautioned that he could be erased, even if he was just a child. Even so, Freya Windkick insisted she wouldn't let that happen, causing Jack L. Dragon to silently marvel at how ruthless this place was. Standing before the majestic, guarded doors, Freya Windkick announced clearly, "Black Dragon Guard member, Freya Windkick, I have arrived as summoned." After a commanding enter from within, the two stepped into the luxurious office of clan head Banjia L. Dragon. Freya Windkick respectfully asked for permission and introduced that she was accompanied by Jack. Ban stared intensely at his illegitimate child, demanding to know why he had attacked the upperclassmen. Jack L. Dragon sighed wearily, annoyed that everyone kept asking the same question. He retorted, "Wait, am I not even allowed to attack them?" Jack casually reasoned that the only conditions were to survive for 1 month and keep the crystal. He hadn't heard of any rule forbidding attacks on upperclassmen, so he had used his time as he pleased. He added a challenging remark, saying that if there were forbidden actions, they should have made it clear before the start. His arrogant response made Freya Windkick go pale with fear. Immediately, a wave of wicked, crimson dragon aura erupted from Banjia L. Dragon, creating a terrifying pressure that blanketed the room. Freya Windkick collapsed, unable to withstand the weight, and yelled in panic, "This pressure, you're going to die." But Jack still stood firm as a rock amidst the waves of destructive energy. He frowned in annoyance. "Shut your trap for a second. Stop trying to threaten me." How annoying. Jack looked the clan head straight in the eyes and questioned him clearly. "So, you called me here just to ask about these trivial matters?" Faced with the child's unimaginable stubbornness, Bond narrowed his eyes sternly and asked in a low voice, "Exactly how did you do it? Do what? According to the report, you didn't just defeat the upperclassmen, you took down a golem." He sensed something abnormal about how a child could stand before him with such strange composure and demanded, "How does an illegitimate child like you have such power?" Jack L. Dragon smirked, his amber eyes glowing with confidence as he replied, "Why look for a reason for my strength? It's simple, isn't it? There's no other reason than the fact that it's my natural-born talent." The clan head's eyes lowered. He admitted that Jack's attitude was as arrogant as the rumors suggested, but he would reward him for defeating the golem. The clan head offered 2 valuable choices, a treasure from the Dragon Vault or access to the 2nd floor of the Dragon Archive. Freya Windkick, standing nearby, couldn't help but be shocked by this overly generous reward. She knew that the Dragon Archive and the Dragon Vault were places housing rare treasures and secret techniques of Academy heads for over 1,000 years since the time of the progenitor Jack L. Dragon. These were secret treasures managed strictly, storing everything from legendary weapons, medicinal herbs, and artifacts, to books that were now forbidden. Specifically, to reach the 2nd floor of the Dragon Archive, one had to possess an extremely outstanding record. Freya Windkick was secretly astonished that Jack L. Dragon's disrespectful attitude was still considered outstanding. Meanwhile, the boy was secretly complaining that the clan head was stingy for not giving him both rewards. When Bon ordered him to leave, Jack still wouldn't stop. "What the heck? We're done already?" I still had plenty to say. Seeing the situation turn unstable, Freya Windkick panicked, covered his mouth, and dragged him away, not forgetting to bow respectfully. "We are deeply honored to receive this reward directly from you." "Yes, clan head. Let's go." But as soon as they reached the door, Jack suddenly stopped and dropped a provocative remark, aimed directly at the clan head. "I'll say just one more thing. As long as you suppress your emotions like this, no matter how hard you try, you will never become stronger." The remark hit a sore spot, causing the clan head's dragon aura to erupt violently in suppressed rage. Freya Windkick was so scared she turned pale and hurriedly dragged Jack L. Dragon out of the room. "Keep quiet." "My apologies, Lord Clanhead. We shall take our leave." The clanhead sat alone in the main hall, sinking into a terrifying silence after the declaration from his illegitimate son. The moment they were outside, Freya Windkick shrieked in anger. "What the hell were you thinking? How dare you speak with that attitude in front of the clan head?" "Didn't you hear what I told you before we went in?" Jack maintained his calm expression as he replied. "What is wrong with you?" "I was restraining myself as much as I could." That answer almost made Freya pass out from shock. Was that what he called restraint? "You can speak politely to me and the instructors, so why not do the same with the clan head?" Jack calmly explained that, after all, Ban was his biological father, so there was nothing to fear. Freya Windkick stared at the boy, her heart in turmoil. Truly, with that ability and attitude, he was no normal child. "Who on earth are you?" Facing Freya Windkick's question, Jack just smirked. "Why are you getting so worked up? I'm just me. Why worry about it so much?" The boy's mystery left Freya Windkick, reflecting on the clan's harsh order. She understood that all of them had drunk the blood of ancient dragons, and absolutely no one could defy the clan head. He held the power of the Dragon King, a species superior to even the ancient dragons. Yet, she still couldn't understand why this child could be so strangely calm in the face of such an imposing existence. Deep down, she resolved to thoroughly research Jack's birth records to uncover the truth. She quickly changed the subject to the reward. "So, which reward will you choose? The 2nd floor of the Dragon Archive, or a treasure from the Dragon Vault?" Jack immediately held up 2 fingers. "Both." When Freya Windkick firmly refused, He just pouted in disappointment. You can't help me? He looked toward the clan's magnificent architecture, silently affirming his goal. Knowledge was key. Jack realized he was lacking far too much knowledge about this era. After 8 years of being neglected in the annex, he was incredibly curious about the new medicinal herbs and tools humanity had created over the last 1,000 years. Walking beside him, Rengus was going crazy with excitement because he couldn't believe he had the chance to step into the prestigious Dragon Archive. The blue-haired friend excitedly shared that the techniques they had just learned were already great, but this was an opportunity to access even higher-level skills. Seeing Rengus talking to himself about putting in his best effort during the limited time to acquire knowledge, Jack asked blankly, "There's a time limit?" Just then, Leica appeared and confirmed, "That's right, we are only allowed on the first floor, but the basic rules are likely the same." Leica quickly explained the rules of the Dragon Archive. Each person was only allowed to borrow 1 book at a time, but you can read as much as you want within the limited time, so time management is crucial. Jack silently took note. Got it. Leica suddenly turned to ask with a suspicious look, "By the way, I heard you chose the Dragon Script Pavilion instead of the Dragon Treasury for your reward?" She thought that with Jack's personality, he should have chosen a practical treasure from the vault instead. Jack replied calmly, "I thought about that too, but knowledge seems more important to me right now. Whatever happens, for me, knowledge is the #1 priority." Hearing her, he pointed at the towering structure, reminding him that the second floor contained extremely rare martial arts books, far superior to the first floor. Leica proudly asserted that nothing could be better than her soul-rending swordsmanship, but Jack seemed too busy observing the building to pay her any mind. "Hey, you dummy. Are you even listening to me?" His ears were completely closed to her calls. As soon as they reached the entrance, a stern guard clearly announced the rules. The time he could stay in the building was 5 hours, so he must use it quietly and strictly follow the time limit. Jack wondered if 5 hours was a long or short time, while Rengus replied that it was probably a fairly long time. The group began discussing their strategy, deciding which book to borrow first, and then using the remaining time to read others. Jack nodded in confirmation. Understood. Rengus excitedly told stories about talented people who could read multiple books at once. But Jack's only goal right now was to find a martial art that truly suited him within that short time. Stepping inside, everyone was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the Dragon Script Pavilion. Looking at the towering rows of bookshelves and the vast space, Jack L. Dragon secretly judged that this place was much more impressive than he had expected. A bookworm's paradise. I could practically move in and sleep here. Standing before the massive knowledge treasure of the L. Dragon family, spanning 1,000 years, Jack wore an excited smile. He whispered to himself, "All right, let's see if there's any knowledge here that actually interests me." The great master confidently strode into the middle of the endless rows of shelves, beginning his journey to find the power that could bring him back to his peak. "What the hell is this?" Jack shouted in terror as he flipped through the first pages of the books in the Dragon Script Pavilion. He couldn't believe his eyes at the shocking concepts regarding rifts, chaos, and especially the presence of magic. Over the past 1,000 years, the world had changed to such an extent. There was so much important information he knew nothing about. Sitting flat on the floor among piles of towering books, Jack L. Dragon pondered the terrifying 1,000 years that had passed. It turned out that, about 900 years ago, a spatial tear called a rift had suddenly appeared, connecting this world to a chaotic place called the Chaos Realm. Monsters poured out from there, running rampant everywhere, forcing humans to cultivate a special energy within themselves to fight for survival. The L. Dragon family had stood side by side with powerful warriors from that other world, forming the 4 great branches, Typona, Filnus, Levius, and Bahamut, which still exist to this day. Jack suddenly recalled the black aura surrounding the boar and Leica's lightning aura. He realized everything originated from that chaotic world. Although he blamed himself for his lack of knowledge, what intrigued Jack the most now was magic, a completely new technology brought from another world. He frantically searched around but couldn't find any books teaching how to use it, causing him to shout in frustration because they weren't placed next to the history books as one would expect. As he was losing his composure, a voice echoed throughout the building, demanding silence. Jack was startled to realize this voice had no breath or aura. It was simply sound transmitted in a strange way. He suspected this was a type of magic that transmitted sound without using external energy. Suddenly, a golden light erupted, pulling a series of glowing books into the air, spinning them around his body. He could only gasp in horror. "What is this?" as he was pulled into the mysterious vortex of energy right in the middle of the library. Witnessing the golden energy threads controlling the floating books, His slanted eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, using energy like strings to move objects? This looks like a really interesting technique. Just as he was absorbed in observing, a majestic voice spoke, reminding him, "Please, keep quiet." Not showing any fear at all, Jack L. Dragon immediately retorted, "How can I be quiet in front of something this interesting? Come out here right now and teach me directly." Instantly, those energy threads wrapped tightly around his body. Closing time, the mysterious voice finished, and Jack was tossed out of the dragon script pavilion like an arrow. He tumbled through the air and landed clumsily on the ground. Ouch. Take it easy, will you? Looking at the tower gate slamming shut before his eyes, Jack shouted angrily, "Another thing I don't know about. Show that to me properly." Seeing his disheveled state, Rengus and Leica rushed over to ask, "Master Jack, what happened? Why were you thrown out so forcefully?" Jack could only laugh it off. Hey, I just got a little too excited. What about you guys? Did you find anything you liked?" Rengus excitedly showed off the book in his hand. "Yes, I borrowed a martial arts technique called the Cloud Water Spear technique, and I think I've learned a simple movement technique from it." Following his friend, Celine happily introduced, "I also learned a movement technique from this. I borrowed this Windflower Sword technique. Even the guards couldn't hide their smugness. I learned the L-Dragon-style defensive sword technique from this. The book I borrowed is also an L-Dragon-style defensive shield technique." Watching his friends excitedly showing off their results, Jack could only smile bitterly to himself. All of those martial arts were things he had created to kill time in his past life. Jack L. Dragon turned to ask the young lady, "Leica, Tipona, L. Dragon, what did you choose?" Leica held up an old book and explained, "This is the Heavy Wave Great Sword technique, said to have been created by the first family head, with modifications made by the 15th family head." Jack's eyes suddenly became pensive as he realized a strange coincidence. The 15th family head again? The Dragon Breath and Dragon Strike tactics were also created by the 15th family head. He silently observed the records in the tower and realized that many of the martial arts he had created had modified versions by this family head placed right next to them. Jack L. Dragon smiled slightly, feeling intrigued. Interesting. Striding along the path leading out of the estate, Jack L. Dragon whispered to himself, "Honestly, when I first came here, I thought it would be boring, but now I can't wait to see what comes next." Time slipped away, 5 years later, at L Academy. Dragon Leica is now a beautiful, charismatic, 12-year-old girl, pacing down the hallway as she looks for her teammates. Jack L. Dragon? Where is everyone? Seeing a trainee walk by, she quickly asks, and he replies, "Oh, Lady Leica Tipona L. Dragon. He and the others are already at the training grounds." At the training field, the atmosphere is incredibly intense as Jack L. Dragon's group trains with all their might. Rengus, Selene, and Raymond have all grown up and are equipped with gear far more professional than before. Standing in the center of the arena, 12-year-old Jack L. Dragon exudes a dignified and mysterious aura. His amber eyes still shine with a razor-sharp gaze, showing a profound, unfathomable strength after years of dedicated training. Back in the office, the L. Dragon Patriarch is intently reviewing a crucial report about the appearance of a special rift. He, the commander of the Black Dragon Legion, stands solemnly and reports that, according to their investigation, there is an 80% chance that magic water exists within this rift. The Patriarch asks about the certainty of the intel, receiving a resolute nod from his subordinate. However, he also expresses concern, as the rift has appeared in a very troublesome location, causing the clan head to furrow his brow in thought. "Looks like this is going to be a real headache," he thinks. Magic water is that miraculous liquid capable of turning anyone who drinks it into a true mage. Those who possess magic water gain the ability to convert internal energy into magic power, unlocking new techniques that could completely shift the world's power balance. Because of its value, fierce territorial disputes over magic springs have broken out everywhere. In this magical era, the number of mages is the key factor that directly determines a clan's military strength. Yet, ironically, the entire Eldragon territory doesn't possess a single natural magic spring. For clans without magic springs, the only way to obtain magic water is to risk everything by conquering these special rifts. Currently, the Eldragon clan has only a few elite mages, including the Patriarch, who are hardened veterans of the battlefield and have won magic water through grueling conquests. However, they are gradually being overwhelmed by other clans that possess a superior number of mages thanks to their natural magic springs. Seizing new rifts has become a matter of survival, but the Patriarch worries that this location in the lush dragon forest is extremely complicated, as small-scale border conflicts frequently occur in this area. This vast, lush dragon forest stretches beyond the Eldragon borders, encroaching into the territory of the Cerberus clan, those who arrogantly call this place the lush hound forest. Even though the rift itself lies within Dragon Land, its scale and position suggest its influence will likely spill over into the rival's territory. He asserts that with their hound-like sense of smell, the Cerberus clan will surely realize the rift exists and move to provoke them soon. The Dragon Patriarch decides that they need to prepare a force strong enough to control the situation in case of a direct confrontation with the Cerberus clan. Since this is a special rift, the options for both sides are limited, but he asserts, "We absolutely must compete. We have to take action and block them before they even realize what's happening." Immediately, the Patriarch orders his commander to notify all dragon squads to organize a rigorous selection process. The commander bows his head, accepting the order with a stern, "Understood." At the same time, elsewhere, Leica watches with her arms crossed, marveling, they're really going all out. Jack has now become a teenager with a sharp, piercing gaze, taking on all three of his close friends at once. Celine unleashes her windflower sword technique, a dazzling display of petal-like strikes, while Raymond uses his Dragon Guard shield technique, his punches hitting with the force of a stone wall. Rengus doesn't fall behind, deploying his Cloudwater Spear technique, incredibly tricky and fluid. Amidst the flurry of attacks, Jack Dragon dodges calmly, even flashing a smug smile when Rengus's spear tip is just an inch from his throat. That move wasn't bad. However, Jack Dragon immediately offers harsh critiques to help his teammates improve. He frankly points out that Rengus is putting too much raw power into his strikes. This unintentionally kills the flexibility that is supposed to be the hallmark of his spear technique. Turning to Celine, Jack criticizes her for focusing too much on speed while neglecting her balance, demanding she learn how to shift her center of gravity correctly. Finally, he praises Raymond for doing a decent job, but reminds his friend to get used to attacking more instead of just being stuck in a defensive stance. Jack Dragon claps his hands. "All right, one more time." He dives right back into the insane training session, leaving Leica Tipona Dragon just sighing in frustration at the bizarre sight. Leica immediately criticizes him for daring to block, attacks head-on without bothering to use his internal energy to protect his body. Jack dismisses her. "Don't be so dramatic. This is serious, proper training." He proudly flexes his toned muscles, asserting that this is the result of harsh training. His body has become unimaginably tough, even without using any energy. Watching Jack Dragon casually argue with her while ignoring his friends, who are still frantically launching attacks, Leica Tipona Dragon can only hold her head in helplessness, realizing that everything happening around this boy goes far beyond common sense. Seeing him defend, without using even a drop of internal energy, she looks at his friends and confirms, "He isn't normal, so don't ever compare him to the rest of you." Leica reveals that the upperclassmen have even given him the terrifying nickname, the Monster Child of the East. When asked if she wants to join the training, Leica nods in agreement. But before that, she says she has important information that needs to be clarified. Based on the maps of the North, West, South, and East regions, Leica predicts that the group will soon have to face kids from other dragon squads. This news shocks Rengus and Raymond, leaving their jaws dropped, while Celine falls, deep into thought, realizing the next test has finally arrived. Jack asks, baffled, how she could know about such major events. Leica replies nonchalantly that she just needs to observe the attitudes and conversations of the instructors to figure it all out. Jack admits he has never paid attention to such small details, causing Leica Tipona Dragon to sigh and tease him for being an heir so carefree it's hard to believe. However, she suddenly becomes serious and warns Jack Dragon to be extra careful. Leica reveals that in the West region, there is someone extremely formidable, a top contender for the position of future clan head, just like them. Instead of worrying, Jack flashes an excited grin, thinking to himself that this is definitely going to be interesting. Damn, this guy really knows no fear, taking them all on by himself. A few days later, the atmosphere at the academy turned unusually rowdy as students from every grade were gathered in one place. Rengus noticed something was off because of the massive scale of the gathering, while Jack silently confirmed that this was the very event Leica had predicted. The group stood in the middle of the schoolyard, nervously awaiting the official announcement from the family. Just then, Freya Windkick appeared, radiating an overwhelming aura. She coldly ordered everyone to be silent immediately. Once the crowd had gone completely quiet, she clearly announced that starting today, and for the next 3 days, a grand battle would officially take place. All current students would have to directly confront and fight against the children from other dragon nests to determine who is strongest. Facing this tough new challenge, ZK didn't flinch. Instead, he flashed a defiant smile, ready for the upcoming fight. For the next 3 days, all students must enter a direct confrontation with the children from other dragon nests. This shocking news from Freya Windkick made the crowd buzz with excitement. Because inter-regional matches like this usually only happen during graduation exams, Freya Windkick emphasized that although there were many reasons that couldn't be disclosed, the winners of this tournament would be entrusted with an extremely special mission. Hearing this, Jack's eyes lit up with intrigue, curious about a special mission that required such a high price to enter. The match would follow a single elimination format to select the 7 most elite representatives from each region: East, West, North, and South. Freya Windkick ordered everyone to finalize the list of representatives before the end of the day. When a student named Rick asked if all 7 representatives had to be chosen from their year, Freya Windkick immediately confirmed that the selection would be open to all grades. Rick and the upperclassmen couldn't hide their contempt. They thought the lower grade kids were just trash and that no one besides them had the strength to fight. Rick immediately shouted arrogantly, forcing everyone to give the 7 representative spots to his group of upperclassmen. Just as he was gloating that no one dared to object, Laika Ka suddenly stepped out to firmly oppose him. She argued that choosing only upperclassmen was completely unfair and that she herself was fully qualified for one of the spots. Rick mocked Laika Tipona El Dragon, saying she misunderstood the reality of strength, but he was immediately silenced when she released a terrifying aura from beneath her feet, leaving him stunned and realizing he'd messed with the wrong person. The group of upperclassmen was horrified to realize that Laika had reached the 3-star rank, far exceeding the rumors that she was only at the peak of the 2-star level. Laika clearly challenged them, asking if there were really 7 upperclassmen stronger than her, leaving Rick stammering for excuses, claiming she was just an exception. While Rick was trying to belittle the lower-grade students as useless, Jack suddenly spoke up, cutting him off coldly. "You guys are giving me a headache. You're all too noisy." Angered, Rick shouted, trying to assert his dominance, but Jack remained calm. He stepped closer with sharp eyes, proposing that they all settle this once and for all. Jack wore an excited smile and made a shocking proposal. "How about we fight until only 7 people are left standing?" Before his excessive violence, Laika Tipona El Dragon immediately yelled to stop him, then quickly eased the situation with a more reasonable plan. She clearly proposed organizing a preliminary round that was fair for everyone who wanted to participate in the match in 3 days, regardless of grade. Laika smirked and challenged the upperclassmen. "What do you guys think? If you're so confident in your strength, then bring it on. Sound good?" Although they felt this was a complete waste of time, under the eyes of the crowd, Rick and the upperclassmen were forced to accept. Fine. As soon as everything was settled, Laika turned to ask Jack if he was participating. Jack calmly nodded, but he unexpectedly called out Rengis, Raymond, and Selene, requiring all 3 of them to participate in the preliminary round as well. His close friends were so shocked their jaws dropped. They tremblingly asked back, "What? Us? You want us to fight the upperclassmen?" Jack didn't compromise. He coldly reminded them that the whole group had been training with him this whole time, and if they couldn't show results now, the training would be meaningless. Under Jack's overwhelming pressure, Rengis and his friends could only grit their teeth and resolve to do their best. Laika stepped up and called out to see if anyone else wanted to try, but the lower-grade students only whispered fearfully about the skill gap, as their opponents were upperclassmen who had at least reached the 3-star rank. Jack stood with his arms crossed, watching, silently criticizing their lack of spirit, because he understood that one gains the most when fighting someone stronger than themselves. He decided to take this opportunity to test what the strength the upperclassmen claimed to have was actually like. One upperclassman looked at the lower-grade students with contempt, clicking his tongue and asserting that no matter how hard they tried, they had no chance of winning. The guy next to him laughed and reminded his cronies to take it easy, because, except for Lady Laika, the rest were just pathetic, 2-star kids in their eyes. Seeing Rengis and his teammates trembling under the pressure, Jack spoke up to reassure them. "Hey, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried?" Rengis stammered about his concerns since their opponents were top-tier 3rd-year students who had all reached the 3-star rank. Jack pointed a finger encouragingly. "You've been training non-stop for 5 years, right? Everyone has done well. Just believe in yourselves a little more." Jack's words of encouragement boosted their spirits, and the whole group voiced their determination. Seeing that scene, the upperclassman got hot-headed and shouted, "Hey, stop that jabbering. Top-tier students aren't that free." He swung his sword and charged with a fierce expression, clearly declaring that he would teach the rookies their place. Gasps of astonishment rang out across the stands when the match results appeared before their eyes. The students watching couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were shocked and wondered what the hell was happening. And if the high-ranking students of this year were just too weak, Rengis stood tall with a spear in his hand, while beneath his feet, an upperclassman lay flat on the ground. The upperclassman cried out in shock, unable to believe it. Jack witnessed the growth of his teammates, crossing his arms and smiling with satisfaction. Well fought. You guys are great. He silently judged that Rengis had become much sharper in parrying blows and spotting the opponent's openings. On the other side, Celine was also unleashing marvelous sword techniques, making excellent use of the serial strike move from the Windflower sword style. Even Raymond showed remarkable progress by switching smoothly between shield techniques and swordsmanship to overwhelm the enemy. Jack silently affirmed that all of them had shown the results of 5 years of excellent training. Not only Rengis's group, even Leica had become visibly stronger. Witnessing that scene, the upperclassmen could only stand frozen and mutter, "This is impossible." Leica Tipona El Dragon casually sheathed her sword, muttering that that was probably enough. The leader still refused to accept reality, pointing his finger and shouting bitterly, "No way. There's no way we, the 3-star, would lose to you 2-star brats." Jack El Dragon stepped forward and delivered a scornful remark. How naive. The results are staring you right in the face, yet you're still spouting nonsense. He walked away calmly, leaving behind a harsh truth that age, stats, or ranks no longer mean anything. Jack looked straight at his opponent, coldly asserting that those are just numbers. Strength in battle is decided by the victor. If you're weak, you lose. That's it. The words sent the senior into a rage. Are you stupid? Star rank is power. Don't tell me a brat like you doesn't even know that. Jack El Dragon curled his lip, his eyes gleaming with a menacing light. Star or no star, if your heart is destroyed, anyone will die. Don't turn away from the true nature of strength. Power in battle is simply whether you can win or not. Cornered, the senior screamed in desperation. Shut your mouth! I'm a high-ranking student. Don't think some sophistry from a snot-nosed brat like, you can intimidate me. I was going to go easy on you since you're just kids. But don't blame me if you end up crying later. I won't show any mercy. Jack El Dragon sighed in boredom. I'm tired of this trash talk. Kids should use their fists before their mouths. Now it's just you and me. He assumed a fighting stance, his eyes burning with combat intent. Show me what kind of martial arts you've mastered and how far you've trained. The senior gritted his teeth and lunged. Don't look down on me. He poured all his strength into a powerful strike. In the blink of an eye, Jack launched a lightning-fast counterattack, leaving his opponent to let out a cry of pain before collapsing to the ground. Jack smiled brightly and remarked, You're a pretty decent fighter. Witnessing the scene, Leica could only freeze. She sighed and muttered, You dare say that after knocking him out without even checking if he's okay? The match ended quickly, leaving the other students stunned by Jack's true power. At the same time, at the West training grounds, a similarly horrific scene was unfolding as a series of students lay groaning on the ground. In the midst of the defeated, a youth with silver hair and cold, sharp eyes sat calmly on the back of someone he had just taken down. He looked at the shattered weapons around him with contempt and scoffed. Damn it, you guys are all as useless as each other. That was Vinian Fabnar El Dragon, one of the strongest candidates for the position of the next family head. Just then, Alan, Vinian's trusted assistant, approached to report that the selection list here was complete. Among the few still standing, Vinian unexpectedly noticed Ron. The boy was now 12 years old and possessed a glowing 3-star on his chest. Vinian narrowed his eyes with interest and spoke in a deep voice. You're just a junior, yet you've reached 3-star? Under the senior's gaze, Ron quickly bowed respectfully. Yes. Seeing the potential in his subordinate, Vinian declared loudly, Not bad at all. I like capable people. If you're useful, I'll take you on as a subordinate. Ron was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly to show his gratitude for finally being recognized by a big shot like Vanian. He wore a sinister smile, secretly planning to make a big contribution in the upcoming special mission to become a direct subordinate to the future family head. Meanwhile, Alan leaned into Vanian's ear and whispered an important piece of news. It seems Lady Leica will be joining the selection team for the East Wing. Hearing that name, Vanian's face suddenly became dark and murderous. He was infuriated by the appearance of such an annoying obstacle. Ugh, that brat always interferes with other people's business, always getting in the way. However, Vanian quickly regained his usual arrogant demeanor. He walked away, asserting that no matter how much of a genius Leica was, the West Wing would be the final winner. With eyes burning with ambition, he confidently declared that he would clear the special mission easily, and also to show his brothers who the true master of the successor's seat was. The next day, everyone gathered at the arena. Rengis noticed that even though many had been eliminated after the brutal tests, The number of remaining students was still vast. Rengis's eyes dimmed with sadness, thinking about those who were eliminated, those called the pseudo-dragons, the derogatory title that his own father had to bear. Leica immediately patted Rengis on the shoulder to reassure him, urging him to cast aside those negative thoughts. She reminded him that the group had been excellently chosen as representatives for the East Wing, so instead of worrying, they should be proud of themselves. Faced with the lady's enthusiastic encouragement, Rengis resolved to give it his all in the coming battle. However, they suddenly realized Jack was still standing there silently, looking lost in thought. When Leica asked him about it, Jack calmly replied that he was just busy evaluating the strength of the surrounding students. "Stay quiet and let me judge them." Suddenly, Rick, the senior whom Jack had defeated earlier, rushed over with a completely different attitude. He loudly declared that he and the other upperclassmen of the East Wing had completely changed their minds. With a face full of enthusiasm, Rick shouted that even as a member of the Dragon family, he truly respected the strong and considered Jack a real idol. Rick's excessive enthusiasm made Jack just smile it off. While Rengis was still stunned by this shocking change in attitude, Jack quickly returned to his main goal. He narrowed his eyes to observe the representatives from other areas. As expected, except for the East Wing, the chosen students had all reached 3-star, and there was no sign of anyone reaching 4-star. However, Jack's eyes suddenly became sharp when he realized that quite a few people had reached the threshold of a breakthrough. He secretly hoped to see some top-tier martial arts techniques from his opponents in this grand battle. While everyone was focusing, a beautiful blonde girl suddenly rushed over and hugged Leica. The girl was stunned to realize it was Sandy Typhona, the daughter of the illustrious Typhona family head. The appearance of someone from the 4 great families left Rengis's group stunned and feeling immense pressure. When they heard Leica introduce them as teammates, she showed clear disdain, thinking these people were completely unworthy of standing next to a successor candidate, always acting like they own the place. Huh. Thinking she's the queen of the world. Huh. Z calmly spoke up, asserting that a single match would be enough to reveal everyone's true strength. Sandy was stunned to realize that this was the rumored illegitimate child. She didn't hold back her insults, calling the whole group trash for not yet reaching the 3-star rank. Jack coldly warned her that if she kept looking down on others, she would eventually be outplayed and face a bitter end. Sandy flew into a rage, repeatedly belittling his lowly status and lack of support. "Say another word and I might just swallow you whole, so don't act so tough," he retorted. Jack maintained his arrogant smile, insisting it was just a sincere warning for her. Just as tensions reached their peak, Edge, the representative of the North Hall, suddenly intervened and demanded everyone stop causing trouble for the other teams. He reminded them that the selection battle was about to start, so they shouldn't waste time on pointless arguments. The atmosphere turned solemn as a powerful golden aura enveloped the arena. The captain of the Golden Dragon Legion, Techman Sheik, officially appeared with an imposing gaze. He loudly declared that the moment for the fierce selection battle had arrived. This competition would be a tournament-style elimination match between the 4 halls, divided into 2 brackets to determine the top contenders for the finals. The competition format was confirmed as one-on-one duels. Each hall would take turns sending someone to the arena in a predetermined order. Out of the 7 participants from each hall, the one that managed to defeat 4 opponents first would be declared the winner. The instructor emphasized that once the match began, the team order could not be changed under any circumstances. Therefore, deciding who goes first was a crucial part of the strategy. The winners would be entrusted with a special mission of vital importance to the future of the Dragon family. Z flashed an excited smile upon hearing about this massive reward, because anyone who completed the mission would take a giant leap forward on the path to becoming the next family head. To determine the pairings, the instructor asked the representatives of each hall to step up and draw a stone from the wooden box. The West Hall representative, Venian, walked up with a cold, arrogant expression. He nonchalantly grabbed a stone and turned to leave without saying a word. Witnessing that attitude, Leica couldn't help but change expression. She whispered, "Who the hell is that? What's his deal?" Seeing her friend looking uneasy, Jack curiously asked, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Leica nodded, confirming that this was the formidable successor candidate from the West Hall she had mentioned before, Venian Fabnar Dragon. Jack silently assessed that the West Hall didn't just have him, they possessed many other strong warriors as well. Although the other halls had trained very hard, everyone could feel a terrifying difference in strength radiating from the West Hall representatives. His eyes suddenly locked onto a familiar face. Still, it had been a long time since he last saw him. It was Ron, the guy who faced him during the entrance exam back then. Jack silently mused that the guy had some skill back during the entrance exam, but he didn't expect him to have reached the 3-star rank at his age. Looking at his opponent, the master couldn't help but praise his efforts. He seems quite hardworking. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, Rengus's appearance caused a stir among the older students. Hey, look over there, isn't that Rengus? Huh? Why is that dropout standing there? Faced with the mockery, Rengus looked quite flustered and broke into a cold sweat. Seeing her friend looking tense, Selene worriedly asked, Rengus, are you okay? The blue-haired boy could only stammer that he was fine, even though his heart was racing under the prying eyes. The loudspeaker announcement rang out clearly. Next, the North Hall representative, Aegis van Bred, stepped out majestically, followed immediately by the South Hall representative, Vinian. Finally, when the East Hall was called, Leica urged him on. Hey Z, they're calling you, Jack asked blankly. Me? Forcing Leica to confirm firmly. Of course, because you're the strongest one. Jack? Jack L. Dragon kept his lazy expression, thinking these events should be left for the youngsters to show off. But Leica brushed it off since they were actually the same age. Sometimes when I act like an adult too much, I forget I'm still so young. Watching Jack L. Dragon step up instead of her sister, Sandy flew into a rage. Wait, why is that bastard child going instead of Leica? Leica calmly explained that Jack was the strongest in the group, but Sandy still couldn't accept the fact that someone who hadn't even reached 3-star rank was representing the hall. She was worried because this was an important succession battle between her and Vinayan. Despite her sister's harshness, Leica still smiled confidently. It's okay, sister. We're very strong. The instructor ordered each representative to channel their true power into the stones they had drawn to determine the brackets. Immediately, the 4 representatives released their spiritual energy, causing the crystals to shine brilliantly in various colors. The draw results were quickly announced. The first match was East Hall versus North Hall, and West Hall versus South Hall. The atmosphere grew heavy with killing intent as the North Hall stepped onto the arena. Rengus and his teammates were shocked to see a student with a mature and terrifying appearance. Hey, is that person also a student? Leica worriedly realized their first opponent was her own sister, Sandy. Sandy was now covered in a burning lightning aura. She coldly declared, Leica, Tipona, L. Dragon. This is a good chance for you to wake up. I will crush you thoroughly, and then you'll remember your place and your purpose again. Responding to the threat, Leica Tipona L. Dragon also erupted with lightning, smiling defiantly. Come and get me. On the other side, Edge also approached Z with a friendly gesture. Hey, looks like we're fighting each other in the first match. I'm really looking forward to it. Z excitedly replied, Let's have a great match. Both opponents exuded an overwhelming aura. Edge himself was also eagerly anticipating this fight. Rick walked out to the arena, full of energy. He shouted loudly, Sir Jack, I will definitely win. However, behind that determined exterior, Leica still noticed the clear anxiety on his face. I don't know if Rick will be okay. He looks so stressed. The referee loudly declared, Are both sides ready? Then begin. Immediately, Rick lunged toward his opponent with a glowing fist. Watching from the sidelines, Jack mused to himself, Now, let's see how this goes. Leica worriedly remarked that the opponent's gaze showed this would be an incredibly tough battle. Z coldly replied that in a fight, there are no guarantees. He added arrogantly, Except for me, of course. My victory is absolute. I like the way you arrogant people talk, Leica Tipona L. Dragon snapped back. I wasn't even talking about you. Z turned back to focus on the arena. He judged that the skills of the North Area fighter were really not much different from Rick's. As long as Rick kept his cool and fought like he did in practice, victory was well within reach. However, Leica still seemed worried because this was the first time. They had to fight in front of such a large crowd, with the pressure of the entire team on their shoulders. Rick was struggling to endure the brutal blows from his opponent, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Rick narrowed his eyes at the remaining representatives from the North Hall. Aside from the average opponents, the two standing at the top were the real exceptions. Those were Sandy and Aegis, individuals who were already very close to the 4-star threshold. Jack squinted as he watched the arena, silently assessing that the North Hall opponents wouldn't be easily shaken. He realized that Sandy, Leica's cousin, likely used techniques related to bloodline, and this would be a good experience for Leica to gain some real-world exposure. Just then, the loudspeaker announcement rang out sharply. That was it. The North Area won the first match, and Rick collapsed right there on the arena floor. Witnessing the defeat of her teammate, Marine, another female student from the East Hall, trembled under the pressure. She told herself she had to win, even though her friends around her tried their best to comfort her. She felt like she might as well just walk away instead of going to the chopping block, especially after seeing that scene. But the reality was incredibly harsh when the referee continued to clearly declare that the North area won the second match. Marine and her teammates returned to the Seven Gods. They hung their heads in apology to Z for being overwhelmed by the atmosphere of the arena. Z wasn't angry at all. He even gave a bright smile to reassure them. It's all right. If this were a real battlefield, lives would be on the line. But here is a place to learn by testing your own strength, not a place to kill each other. He asserted that safe lessons like today would become the nourishment they needed to sharpen their skills for the real battlefield in the future, causing both of them to regain their resolve and reply clearly. I didn't really understand all that, but fine, let's just do it. Understood. Jack turned to look at Rengus, reminding him that the East Hall had lost 2 matches in a row, so his next match would be extremely important. Hearing this, Rengus completely lost his cool. Oh man, stop putting more pressure on me. I've been worried sick since this morning. He looked toward his opponent, a senior in a higher grade with fierce momentum and a giant sword. Rengus was so scared he started tearing up, thinking this guy was more terrifying than anyone he had ever met in the East area. Jack patted his underling's head to reassure him, reminding Rengus that he already had experience facing seniors back when he formed his team at Iron Dragon Mountain. Rengus, look at your opponent. What kind of weapon is he using? After hearing Rengus confirm that it was a swordsman, Jack smiled confidently and began to teach him counter-tactics. Exactly. You're fighting a swordsman. Don't think about anything else. If he punches, parry. If he slashes upward, step back. If he strikes downward, step forward and thrust. Jack patted Rengus on the shoulder, reassuring him with a tone full of trust. Just focus on handling the weapon right in front of you, like you always do. Looking into his friend's steady eyes, Jack silently assessed that Rengus's ability to concentrate was truly impressive, but he still needed a bit of guidance at this moment to keep his composure. He was curious to see how much this fight would help Rengus improve, especially since he could naturally enter that state of intense focus. Below the stands, mocking whispers echoed incessantly. Good grief, look at that giant frame against that shrimp. How could that scrawny kid ever hope to match up against that water buffalo? Ignoring the jeers, Rengus gripped his spear tightly, his eyes blazing as he entered his combat state. The referee shouted loudly, "Start!" Immediately, the North Area fighter lunged like a whirlwind, unleashing the tri-leaf sword style, a powerful and fast slash. He roared ferociously, "Don't even think about running." The lightning-fast slashes forced Rengus to continuously retreat in defense. Observing from behind, Z concluded that the opponent was deliberately closing the distance to cut off the spear's effective reach, forcing Rengus into a passive position. Seeing his friend struggling, Raymond worriedly asked, "Master Z, is Rengus okay?" Z kept a calm smile on his lips. "Don't worry. Look into Rengus's eyes. He's more focused than ever." Indeed, Rengus's eyes were now glowing with a deep blue aura, completely controlling the rhythm of the match. When his opponent unleashed his strongest technique, the Leaf Storm Dance, Rengus immediately countered with the Cloud Water Spear style. The floating cloud, flowing water technique, the graceful, fluid spear movements completely neutralized the enemy's stormy assault. The senior gasped in shock. What? Realizing his technique had been broken so easily, and before he could recover, Rengus pivoted to unleash the finishing move of the Cloud Water Spear style, Raging Current. The spear, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, thrust straight into the opponent's chest, creating a massive shockwave that sent him flying backward, and he collapsed instantly. The referee clearly announced the result. The match is over. Third match, East Area wins. Rengus breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped his sweat and silently told himself he was lucky to have overcome the pressure. Seeing his teammate's first victory, Jack gave a sinister yet confident smile. His eyes burned with fighting spirit as he declared, "That's more like it. Time to pull off a flashy comeback." Starting with Rengus's brilliant victory, the East Wing kept the momentum going, wiping out the next opponents to set up an impressive winning streak. Rounds 4 and 5 quickly went to the Warriors of the East Wing, as they completely dominated their opponents in the arena. Just one more win, and the East Wing would officially claim overall glory. And then, the dramatic 6th round began between the two Dragon Sisters. Facing her sister, Leica smiled faintly. "It's been a while since we crossed blades like this," Sandy coldly remarked. "You shouldn't have even been able to touch our level. I didn't expect that my elite North Wing fighters would lose." She admitted she had underestimated her sister's teammates, but that wasn't the main issue here. "Leica Tipona El Dragon," Sandy asserted firmly. "Teammates are secondary. Because to become a leader, one must possess absolute power." She angrily questioned her sister. "And yet, you're only the second in command of the East Academy?" Sandy shouted in dissatisfaction. Do you even realize how dangerous that situation is? Standing before her sister's imposition and concern, Leica remained calm. Of course I understand. But Leica looked toward her teammates, standing firmly behind her, her eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit. She clearly declared that she still hadn't given up on her ambition to become a leader. Even if I have to face you, Sandy, now I can beat you. Witnessing her sister's remarkable growth and determination, Sandy narrowed her eyes. Then, Sandy suddenly accelerated, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement. She vanished. Instantly, she reappeared from above with a sword crackling with lightning. She roared, "If you're so good, show me what you've got." They both lunged at each other, resulting in a terrifying explosion of lightning. Watching from afar, Jack L. Dragon silently concluded that, just as expected, Sandy had the upper hand. It's hard to say how long Leica will hold out against an opponent who has mastered the same technique, but is even more skilled than her. Sandy continued to unleash her lightning-pierce greatsword technique with the lightning needle move, striking with a bolt of lightning that sent Leica Tipona El Dragon flying, making her scream, "Oh, no!" Witnessing that scene, Selene and her friends could only scream her name in fear. Leica struggled to stand up, trying to regulate her breathing. "It's okay, the wound isn't deep. I need to regain my breath. She's too strong." Below in the stands, Rengus and Raymond were shocked to realize that Leica was being pushed to an unimaginable extent. They whispered to each other that Sandy was the very person who had personally trained Leica since she was a child. Leica gritted her teeth and lunged forward to attack, but Sandy easily dodged and mocked her. "It seems you still haven't broken the habit of swinging your sword recklessly whenever you're backed into a corner." Just as Leica shouted to unleash her lightning flash move, Sandy immediately countered with her powerful lightning dispersion technique. Leica was swallowed by a massive surge of lightning. She screamed in extreme pain. "Gah!" Sandy stood watching her younger sister with cold eyes. "It's useless. Your bad habits haven't improved at all. You couldn't even win the Eastern District title." She regretfully thought that, if Leica Tipona El Dragon had moved to the Northern District back then, she wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. Even with her body exhausted, Leica Tipona El Dragon still struggled to stand, clinging to her sword. "I'm not done yet," Sandy firmly demanded. "With that level of skill, you can't possibly beat me, so why try so hard?" She even regretted not asking their father to force her sister to move to the Northern Hall from the very beginning. Seeing Leica still being stubborn, Sandy sighed. "You really are headstrong. Fine. If that's the case, take this opportunity to reflect on yourself." Sandy lunged forward, attacking repeatedly, the strikes carrying lightning that made Leica Tipona El Dragon struggle to defend herself in pain. Leica was knocked back, the ground beneath her cracking from the immense pressure of her sister's attacks. Sandy jumped into the air, preparing for the finishing blow. Below in the stands, Selene anxiously called out her friend's name. Jack narrowed his eyes, observing, he silently sensed that Leica seemed about to break through another layer of her own limits. Sandy shouted from above, "Just give up already, lightning pierce greatsword." Sandy unleashed her second secret technique, Heaven's Thunder. A massive explosion of lightning engulfed the arena, leaving the crowd terrified and wondering if the match was already over. Sandy stood heroically with her sword glowing brightly, certain she had won a total victory, but when the dust cleared, Leica was still standing firm, despite her body being covered in wounds and her clothes in tatters. She whispered, "So this is the lightning-pierce greatsword technique of yours, Sister Sandy." Sandy was shocked, unable to believe her eyes. What? That should have been the finishing blow. She realized that if it were the Leica Tipona El Dragon of the past, she would have collapsed long ago. But over the last year, things had changed. Leica flashed a radiant smile, even though her face was covered in blood. "I've been training, too." Her eyes burned with intense fighting spirit as she clearly declared, "The real fight only starts now." Flashing back to before the match, Jack noticed Leica's unusual tension and asked, "What's up with you? Why are you acting so strange today? You're not like your usual self, Leica Tipona El Dragon. Are you worried about something?" Leica sighed and admitted, "Yeah, well, it's to be expected. My opponent is Sister Sandy, after all." She revealed that Sister Sandy was the one who had taught her the first foundations of the lightning-pierce greatsword technique. To Leica, Sandy was like a mentor who had guided her since her very first steps. Jack listened thoughtfully. Leica bitterly admitted that was the reason she had never managed to beat her sister even once. Even though she had grown much stronger over the past year, Sandy had also been improving constantly. Seeing his friend losing confidence, Jack reminded her, "Remember our training sessions." Thinking back to all the days of training over the past year, images of extreme hardship flooded back from carrying giant boulders to being knocked away without mercy on the training field. Seeing the annoyed look on Leica's face at the memories, Jack laughed and asked, "Oh man, I was just teasing you a little. Why are you so grumpy?" He seriously pointed out that her bad habit was that whenever she got emotional, her field of vision would narrow. That was the reason he had made her train for 5 years to stay calm during combat. When Jack joked that his lack of restraint during their spars was part of his charm, Leica could only stay silent. Charm? What kind of charm is that? Jack asserted that the training had helped her observe her opponents more calmly during fights, but Leica was still skeptical whether all of that would actually help when she had to face her own sister. Jack was firm. "Just get into the match, and you'll see for yourself." He insisted that with Leica's talent, once she could see her opponent's movements, everything would change completely. Jack L. Dragon didn't forget to add a proud remark. "Besides, you're being trained by me, the strongest one here. So, there's no need to worry about past wins or losses, right?" Leica Typona L. Dragon smiled faintly at his confidence, but deep down, she still had lingering worries. "Hey, thanks. Believe it or not, I feel a lot better." Jack nodded, satisfied. He asked to confirm. "Good. Also, you said your sister taught you the lightning pierce greatsword, right?" After Leica nodded, Jack pointed excitedly. "Perfect. Then this is a great opportunity. Just like when we train, observe her lightning pierce greatsword technique very carefully. If you can do that, you will get even stronger." Leica stood in the middle of the arena, her face covered in blood, but her eyes were glowing with confidence. "I've observed it very carefully. Your lightning pierce greatsword, Sister Sandy," Leica Typona L. Dragon clearly declared. "I took the hit, I observed it, and now, I finally see it." Sandy gasped in shock. "What?" Instantly, Leica lunged forward with a speed and rhythm completely different from before. Sandy swung her sword to defend, but suddenly froze in surprise. What on earth? Is she slowing down? No way. Why is she so slow? She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the trajectory of Leica's attack change in such a bizarre way. A bright surge of electricity covered her younger sister's sword as she closed in. Sandy could only gasp in absolute shock. Leica Typona L. Dragon roared, unleashing her lightning needle move so quickly that her opponent couldn't react in time. Sandy struggled to defend, but it didn't stop there. Leica Typona L. Dragon suddenly jumped into the air and changed her attack direction, making Sandy wonder, how did her movements change so suddenly? Leica Typona L. Dragon struck with a world-shaking bolt of lightning called Lightning Flash. Leica Typona L. Dragon smiled proudly and revealed the secret. "It's the rhythm, the one thing you have, but I lacked." She clearly asserted, "I've finally mastered it. Now I get it. I just have to put it into practice." Sandy froze in shock. She couldn't believe that someone could master a theory and replicate it instantly just like that. Below the stands, Rengus and his teammates were stunned with their mouths agape. "That's insane," Leica Typona L. Dragon. Her moves changed in the blink of an eye. Jack stood among his friends, wearing a smug smile. "Exactly. You really do learn a lot from fighting someone who uses the same martial arts." He explained to his bewildered disciples that Leica had grasped her sister's technique right in the middle of the match, thanks to the results of her training in calm observation and facing the opponent's techniques head-on. Leica used to be too hot-headed in battle. She couldn't stay calm, and all she could see was her own sword. But now, Leica is completely different. She is calm enough to observe her opponent steadily during the match. By observing the same sword style her sister uses, Leica has officially reached a new level. Sandy gritted her teeth and shouted, "Don't get ahead of yourself, honey. How do you expect to win with those amateur moves?" She lunged to attack, but Leica instantly countered with a powerful lightning speed strike. Reeling back in shock, Sandy couldn't believe she was being overwhelmed. Leica attacked and declared, "When it comes to physical conditioning, I've trained until I was half dead with someone." Leica Typona L. Dragon poured all her strength into the final blow, and she yelled, "Sister Sandy, this is the great sword art, Heaven's Lightning Strike." A massive column of lightning crashed down on Sandy's position, leaving her barely enough time to scream in agony before being engulfed by the energy. As the dust settled, Leica Typona L. Dragon stood there, panting from exhaustion, after unleashing everything she had. Sandy, despite being exhausted, smiled proudly at her younger sister. "You've grown so much stronger, Leica Typona L. Dragon." Immediately after, Sandy completely passed out and collapsed. The announcer's voice rang out clearly. The match was over, marking a convincing victory for Leica over her genius sister. Leica stood in the middle of the arena. Even though her body was covered in injuries and fatigue, her spirit remained fierce after defeating her sister. Up in the stands, seeing his master deep in thought, a subordinate quietly called out to Lord Venon. He remained silent, his sharp gaze never leaving the young lady who had just performed a miracle. Leica Typona L. Dragon walked toward her teammates, whispering with a touch of regret. Whew, that was a wild one. That last exchange was top tier, even though I didn't really get to show off. She gave a bright smile, despite her blood-stained face. I'm just glad I handled it within my own power. If I had lost, my opponent would have been that guy. Aegis. Z asked, confused. What? You know him? Leica explained seriously. Not exactly close, but he's very famous. Word is, in the martial arts world, Aegis Van Bred is known as the greatest genius since the founding of the Van Bred family. Jack L. Dragon narrowed his eyes, observing his opponent standing in the distance. Oh, from what I can see, he's definitely on a completely different level than everyone else here. Leica warned him anxiously. No matter how strong you are, Z, if you face a guy like that, no one knows what might happen. The instructor stepped out onto the arena and clearly announced that the Eastern Hall's victory had been decided. However, the matches would continue until the very end. This unexpected news shocked Rengus and Jack. What's that supposed to mean? Are you serious? That's mind-blowing. Man, this is strange. They said it would end once 4 members of the opposing team were defeated. Jack looked thoughtfully at the instructor's back, a sense of suspicion rising in his heart. What is the goal here, anyway? On the other side, Aegis smiled cryptically as he looked over. Whatever. As long as I get to fight, that's enough. Jack wore an arrogant smile, his fighting spirit erupting intensely as he faced the genius of the Van Bred house. That's more than enough for me. Aegis looked straight at Jack, admitting that although his Northern Hall team might have lost, he felt incredibly excited to face Jack like this. Aegis clearly stated, of course. I mean, you're the representative for the Eastern Hall, right? Even with someone like Leica on the list, you were the one who earned the spot. He pointed at him with a suspicious look. Why so mysterious? Just who exactly are you? Aegis couldn't understand how someone who claimed to carry the head of the family's bloodline, but was only a 2-star rank, could represent the team instead of a 3-star like Leica. Z smirked and replied, I guess so. Looks like we're the same type. I've been looking forward to crossing blades with you for a long time. Seeing Aegis look surprised, Jack continued to affirm that there were many high-level fighters in this arena, but Aegis was truly special. He complimented the genius of the century title that Aegis held at such a young age. Z's eyes suddenly glowed with a crazed look. He declared, Of course I want to test my strength against you. Aegis drew his katana from its sheath, excited. Perfect. Now I'm even more pumped up. Jack quietly assessed that it had been a long time since he faced a blade that meant business. The call for the 7th match to begin rang out. Aegis lunged forward like a cyclone. Z realized, stunned, that the opponent had closed that much distance in a single step. That footwork was truly terrifying. Instantly, Aegis Van Bred unleashed the heavenly sword. First strike style. A dazzling burst of light erupted, forcing Jack L. Dragon to gasp in amazement. Whoa, oh. He was shocked to realize the pressure of the sword had completely vanished in that instant. But with keen reflexes, Jack managed to dodge the lightning-fast strike just in time, causing Aegis to gasp in astonishment. Aegis was stunned to see Z had dodged that attack. He whispered to himself. He twisted his body at just the right moment. I thought that hit was a guaranteed connection. Contrary to his opponent's surprise, Jack was incredibly excited. Haha, that's top-notch. That was an absolutely killer move. Come on, show me a few more like that. Aegis smirked. Huh, I see. You're the real deal then. He immediately stomped his foot and lunged forward. He unleashed the heavenly sword, first strike style with a dazzling sword wave technique. Jack L. Dragon was shocked to realize the trajectory of Aegis's blade was impossibly erratic, making it impossible to read. Instantly, a massive wave of energy called Wild Torrent swept through, forcing Z to leap to dodge at the very last second as columns of energy water exploded all around. Even though he was pressured, Z didn't hold back his praise. That's actually pretty good. I didn't think I'd let you slip past me that easily. But don't get too happy just yet. Immediately, Aegis followed up with another lightning-fast, glowing light sword strike. He was secretly amazed at his opponent's erratic yet powerful sword path. Z's gaze became more serious than ever as he admitted, a genius, indeed. Aegis's blade was completely unpredictable, yet he maintained terrifying speed and power. Jack noticed the flow of his energy moving flawlessly. Every movement he made was precise, without a single wasted motion. His strikes were sharp, perfectly reading his opponent's breathing and rhythm. Jack silently acknowledged that this kind of skill was impossible without constant, grueling training. He let out an excited shout. This is incredible. I didn't expect it to be this hard to land a clean hit. Aegis narrowed his eyes at Jack L. Dragon and asked in a low voice, "You're really something else. Just how have you been training?" Jack L. Dragon winked mischievously. "What's that? So curious, are we? Then train with me to get stronger." Jack lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed straight at his opponent. Even though he had closed the distance with terrifying speed, Aegis managed to block, but the sheer force of the blow forced him to admit it was truly monstrous. Aegis wore an excited grin, convinced that with this kind of strength, Jack couldn't possibly be limited to just the second grade. Jack stepped back, observing his bleeding hand, and silently judged Aegis to be a much more formidable warrior than he had imagined, especially since he could instantly adapt to the changes in his breathing. Aegis noticed Jack was finally counterattacking and asked if he had finished analyzing him. Jack replied nonchalantly that he had seen enough, which made Aegis laugh with genuine amusement. Not giving Jack a moment to rest, Aegis lunged again with incredible speed. Jack L. Dragon was startled to see his opponent using the same move again, but he was instantly shocked to realize it was just a brilliant afterimage passing before his eyes. By the time he regained his composure, Jack realized his chest had been struck by a sword slash. Jack reached up to his chest, his eyes burning with a wild intensity as he felt the thrill surging through his veins. He flashed an arrogant smile and loudly declared that this was when the real fun would begin. The two stood facing each other in the windy arena, preparing to clash again in the next explosive round of their fight. Outside the arena, Sandy regained consciousness after her loss to Laika. Her bloodied hands trembled as she dizzily asked where she was. Immediately, her subordinates rushed over, surrounding her with concern. "Lady Sandy, are you all right?" She replied softly, "Yes." Then, she suddenly remembered the bitter moment of her defeat. Looking toward the arena, Sandy stared blankly and admitted, "That's right. I lost, didn't I? I lost and even got amnesia, huh? Why do I look so dazed and confused?" Sandy offered a sad smile and apologized to her teammates. "I'm sorry. If only I could have won." Seeing this, her disciples quickly bowed their heads in shame, blaming themselves for being the ones who held her back and caused her trouble. Sandy reassured them that it was simply because the opponent was stronger. She encouraged her team with a warm gaze. "Next time, let's give it our all, so we don't lose again." Hearing their resounding, "Yes, my lady," filled with passion, Sandy suddenly wondered if the match between the West and South Halls had started yet. Her junior pointed toward the arena, stuttering as he reported that, for some reason, the terrifying battle between Jack and Aegis was still raging on. Sandy stared in the direction he pointed, her face twisted in shock. How can that be? Before her eyes was a staggering scene where Aegis's sword, aura, and thick, sharp energy enveloped the entire space. Sandy realized with a tremble that Aegis was truly planning to use his full power to overwhelm his opponent instantly. Deep down, she secretly affirmed that among all the candidates, Aegis van Bred was the strongest. He roared, unleashing the heaven-severing sword technique with his powerful five-shadow strike. He rained down intense heavy blows that created terrifying shockwaves, yet Jack still stood firm. Despite his face being covered in scratches, his breathing remained steady. Aegis exclaimed in shock, "Even that didn't work? And you're still going? I can't believe you aren't even panting after fighting for so long. Are you even human?" Jack replied nonchalantly, "What are you talking about? This stuff is totally normal. I just put a lot of effort into training my physical foundation. Martial arts are great, but the basics are just as important, you know?" Aegis looked down at his feet, lost in thought, and admitted, "I suppose you're right." With his fighting spirit ignited, Aegis declared, "From now on, I will definitely train my body even harder." Meanwhile, Jack L. Dragon was busy observing and evaluating his opponent's strength through every sword swing. He thought, the sharpness of the blade, its durability, the speed of manifestation, the range all in all, the efficiency of the sword is still low tier. But considering his age, things will surely get interesting later on. This match helped Jack L. Dragon confirm a shocking truth about the difference between the martial arts of 1,000 years ago and the modern era. If, 1,000 years ago, the physical movement of a strike was the most important thing, and the essence of combat was using one's techniques to manifest everything while E was seen as merely an auxiliary tool, then in the modern era, people manifest everything by directly utilizing E. In other words, mastering E is the core essence of modern martial arts. Jack lunged forward with an excited grin. He silently mocked himself for being so obsessed with martial techniques that it took him this long to realize how the times had changed. He excitedly wondered, 1,000 years, is it really this interesting? He parried Aegis's attacks perfectly, making Aegis shiver in fear, thinking to himself that his opponent was truly a monster in human skin. The sparring session had dragged on for 2 hours, leaving Rengus and the others stunned as there was no sign the fight would end. Leica, despite being covered in injuries, watched intently. She commented softly that neither of them was normal, but perhaps the fight was nearing its end. Aegis looked at Jack and noted that it seemed he had carefully observed all his movements. That was great. Truly a peak moment of glory, Jack agreed. Yeah, I think so too. To show respect for his opponent, Jack decided to use the lessons learned from this very battle to bring things to an end. Jack raised his bloodied fist and flashed an arrogant smile. I'll give you this right now as a new technique. Aegis was stunned to realize the gap in their strength. So, that's why I couldn't win. However, with the will of a genius, he refused to give up. I will still fight to the end. Aegis poured all his spiritual energy into unleashing the heaven-severing sword technique, the ultimate five-sword secret art. Confronting Aegis's secret art, Jack immediately unleashed a shocking counterattack called the Dragon Lair combat technique, the second variation, Essence Fist. Countless fiery fists rained down from the sky like a meteor shower, sweeping away everything in their path and creating an earth-shattering explosion that left the entire arena in ruins, covered in thick dust. Witnessing that terrifying power, Rengus's group could only stand frozen in horror. Sandy gasped in the chaos. Good heavens, that's ridiculously strong. Which one of them won? The referee stepped into the arena and loudly announced, "Enough! The match is over." Aegis lay sprawled on the ground, his body drained of all strength, silently admitting that he couldn't even lift a finger against an opponent who was unfairly strong. Aegis realized he still had a long way to go in his training. Meanwhile, Z stood tall amidst the debris, smiling as he heard the referee clearly announce the outcome. The winner was the East Hall. Shouts of horror erupted throughout the North Hall stands as they watched their genius fall. You've got to be kidding. Sir Aegis lost? What the hell was that last match? Who on earth is that guy from the East Hall? As the organizing committee announced a temporary break to prepare for the next match between the West and South Halls after leveling the arena, Z returned to a warm welcome from his teammates, Rengus and Raymond, who couldn't hide their admiration. Oh my god, that was incredible. I never expected you to take down Sir Aegis. Leica looked at the ruined arena and teased him with a smile. You destroyed it again, didn't you? You really are a monster, Jack L. Dragon replied, his face pouting with frustration. What is that tone for? I just went through a tough fight. Shifting his focus from the past, he looked toward the arena with curiosity. Well, forget it. What's next? Leica reminded him that this would be the performance of the remaining candidate for the Vanian household position coming up next. Jack silently assessed that the West Hall possessed the highest overall quality of fighters, but he also noticed that the South Hall had someone who looked very strong, carrying a long staff. Z excitedly wondered how this confrontation would unfold. However, contrary to his prediction of a dramatic battle, the progress between the West and South Halls was completely one-sided. In the blink of an eye, Vanian had secured an easy victory with his glowing iron staff. While the opponent from the South Hall lay defeated on the ground, covered in wounds, Vanian's eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless glint, asserting the overwhelming power of the West Hall in this tournament. After his match with Aegis, Jack looked at the ruined arena and couldn't help but worry. I think I overdid it. With this level of damage, it won't be fixed anytime soon. But Rengus immediately showed him a miracle. It's fine, look at this, see? Jack shouted in surprise as he saw the shattered stones automatically flying back to their original positions and reconnecting as if nothing had happened. Hey, what the heck? What is this? It's fixing itself. Rengus explained that the entire arena was made of earite, a rare stone capable of restoring its original form when infused with energy. Z could only stand frozen before such an absurd and impressively unbelievable material being used for a structure of this scale. Watching the match that just took place, the referee couldn't help but narrow his eyes in suspicion. He secretly felt that something was extremely strange. With his experience, he noticed that the progression of the match had become suspiciously one-sided, and wondered if Vanian truly possessed enough power to completely overwhelm Layla Sona. On the stage, Vanian, with his arrogant silver hair, holding a pair of sharp blades in his hands, coldly looked at his fallen opponent and asked if she still intended to continue. There was no reply. The referee clearly announced, "It's over. The winner is the West Hall." And so, the dream final has been set. It will be a fierce confrontation between the East Hall and the West Hall. The announcement echoed throughout the arena. We will begin in 1 hour. While Layla Sona was being helped away by her teammates in a state of exhaustion, the crowd around was still in shock. They couldn't believe it. Even a genius like Layla had failed miserably. Observing from a distance, Jack pondered and realized something was wrong. He silently analyzed that there shouldn't have been such a large difference in strength between the two sides, but for some mysterious reason, that girl's flow of E became terribly sluggish throughout the match. Z's gaze turned sharp as he confirmed that something unusual had definitely happened right on this stage. Winning so naturally it was impossible to accept. Looking at Layla's wounds, Z understood that was the reason the battle ended with such a fast, one-sided result. He noticed the referee also seemed to have vaguely realized something, but remained silent. The students around, like Selene, started whispering with fear. They didn't expect that Lady Lila of the prestigious Sona family could be so helpless against Vanian's power. Raymond clicked his tongue and admitted, as expected, the legitimate heir is on a different level. Although Celine still felt the match was too one-sided, her friend argued that perhaps it was the harsh reality of witnessing the power of top fighters from other halls for the first time. Rick, with a bandage on his nose, also agreed. He believed that Vanian was a legitimate heir, just like Leica, so he surely had to possess incredible power. Listening to the chatter, Jack remained silent and observed the West Hall's lineup. He noticed that not only was Vanian formidable, but it seemed all the members of the West Hall were emitting an overwhelming and mysterious aura. Z wondered if everyone among them was as absurdly strong as that. Rick opened up with self-deprecation. I couldn't even beat you guys. Even if your star levels are lower, it's still the same. But immediately after, he clenched his fists, his eyes burning with strong determination. But that doesn't mean I intend to lose. Rick asserted that he and his teammates could also win, just like how they had taken down high-ranked opponents before. Observing from afar, Jack smiled with satisfaction at the rising fighting spirit of Rick and Aaron. However, his gaze quickly shifted to concern when he looked toward Leica Tipona El Dragon. Jack secretly realized that Leica still hadn't discovered the abnormality in Layla's E-flow, and if she attributed Vanian's victory solely to raw power, then her current restlessness was completely understandable. Jack contemplated, telling himself that since he didn't yet know the details of that abnormality, he couldn't give reckless advice, which left him wondering what he should do next. Seeing Leica looking dazed, Rengus approached her worriedly to ask, Lady Leica, Tipona El Dragon, are you all right? Leica softly thanked him and silently turned away, walking off with a gloomy face. I'm just going to clear my head for a bit. Watching her lonely back gradually disappear, Jack could only stand silently, filled with complex emotions. Standing alone by the magnificent fountain, Leica was immersed in negative thoughts about her opponent's strength. She couldn't believe Vanian had grown strong enough to defeat Layla Sona in such an overwhelming manner, something that even a genius like Aegis couldn't do without getting a scratch. Putting her hand into the cool water, memories of the humiliating loss to Vanian when she was 5 years old rushed back, causing her heart to ache. Since then, Leica had tried to train like crazy just to wash away the shame of that loss, and she had once been confident that she had finally caught up to him. Yet, when she realized the order of confrontation, she felt a slight sense of relief that she didn't have to fight him directly. Yet, when she realized the order of combat, she felt a slight sense of relief that she wouldn't have to face Vanian directly. Leica Tipona El Dragon gritted her teeth, clenching her fists until they shook. Her face betrayed a look of self-loathing. She hated herself for feeling such relief. She realized that feeling was nothing short of a bitter admission of defeat in her own mind. While she had always craved to defeat him personally and was lost in thought, Leica Tipona El Dragon was startled by a sarcastic voice behind her. Oh my, look at that. You look pretty serious, don't you? It was Vanian, with his subordinate Alan, approaching with a smug look. Leica Tipona El Dragon replied coldly, What do you want? I have nothing to say to you. Without a hint of respect, Vanian mocked her. Hey now, don't give me that attitude. Once I become the head of the family, you might just end up as my wife. Insulted, Leica snapped. Shut it. You will be the head? That's going to be me. Vanian smirked, drilling into the fear evident in her eyes. You don't think you can win, do you? Is that why you couldn't beat me back then? Did you watch the last match? He leaned close to her ear, whispering poisonous words as if to crush Leica's will. You already know you can't win, right? Why are you so stubborn? You couldn't do it back then, and it's obviously going to be the same now. You'll never beat me, so why try so hard? Vanian brazenly demanded, Give up, and submit to me. Unable to endure the insult any longer, Leica Tipona El Dragon gritted her teeth and shouted, Shut your mouth! Watching Leica Tipona El Dragon leave, Vanian clicked his tongue in contempt. Tisk, she's not cute at all. But with this, well, it's done. You know what to do with the rest, right? Turning to his subordinate, Vanian asked about the next step. Alan stepped closer, anxiously asking about the bastard. Rick, Vanian replied nonchalantly. Oh, him? Dealing with him during the match won't be a problem. However, Alan remained cautious, reminding him that even though he was an illegitimate child, Rick was the one who took down the genius Aegis. So, striking first was absolutely necessary. Vanian admitted that settling things before the match would be ideal, but he noticed that Rick possessed a sharp intuition that was quite annoying. He mused, remembering the previous match. It would be troublesome if he figures it out. Besides, from what I've seen, there were times he intentionally took the hits. Even during the match, I can still set a trap. Even without relying on anyone else, there is no way I'm losing to a bastard like him. Sitting by the fountain, Venian and his subordinate looked off into the distance, pleased with themselves. With excessive confidence and sinister schemes in hand, he stated firmly, "The winner of this match will be me." Back in the arena, Rick stood trembling as he faced the harsh reality. He muttered in fear, "So, it's finally time." Although he was a second-year student, Rick realized he was the weakest in the East Hall's representative team. Meanwhile, the West Hall was filled with elite pressure. His eyes flickered with hesitation, his hands clenched tightly in anxiety. Can I really win? Just as self-doubt began to engulf Rick, a solid punch from Jack landed right on his head, accompanied by a scolding. "You idiot," he asked. "What is wrong with you, man? Where did that burning spirit from earlier go?" Rick just stammered, confused. Without hesitation, Jack pointed his finger right at Rick's face and shouted, "Rick, why are you fighting? To lose." Jack sternly reminded him of a warrior's nature. When you step out there, you have to fight with the determination to win, no matter how big the power gap is. That's what matters. Jack's steely words were like a bucket of cold water, helping Rick snap out of it. He clenched his fists, his eyes igniting with determination. Seeing his friend had regained his spirit, Jack immediately changed his attitude, patting Rick hard on the shoulder for encouragement. "You've trained well. Be confident." Rick replied emotionally, "Yeah, thank you so much." To help Rick have a better chance of winning, Jack decided to give him a small tip. "Relax your shoulders a bit more." Seeing Rick looking clueless and asking, "Huh?" Jack began to explain the essence of martial arts, the great force fist technique, focusing all his power into one point before releasing it. If you tense up too much, the force that should be gathered will scatter. Jack stepped in directly, adjusting his posture, and urged, "Come on, relax. Just relax." Feeling the magical change in the flow of power, Rick shouted excitedly, "I feel like I can win now. Thank you so much." Jack smiled and pushed his friend onto the field. "Oh man, good luck. You're ready. Now go beat your opponent." Standing from afar, observing the whole scene, Leica couldn't help but squint in suspicion. "But it's strange," she mused, pointing out the anomaly. "He never learned the great force fist, did he? Yet he knows so much about it. Sometimes, he even has an unusual understanding of other martial arts. Why is that? Isn't it weird?" Responding to Leica Typona L. Dragon's seriousness, Jack L. Dragon just smirked, asking, "Why are you being so annoying?" "Well, obviously, it's because I am who I am." Witnessing his over-the-top confidence, Leica Typona L. Dragon could only sigh in frustration, silently scolding herself for being foolish enough to ask him a serious question. Rick stood before the West Hall opponent with a guarded look. He realized this was the powerhouse who had shown off his strength in the first match. But this time, Rick was determined not to let himself taste defeat ever again. The West Hall opponent looked at Rick with disdain and mocked him. "You're just a weakling who lost in the North Hall. Yet you have the nerve to stand here and act arrogant?" Insulted, Rick snapped, telling him to shut up because he was no longer the weak kid he used to be. The other guy just smirked sinisterly, wondering if someone like Rick could really change anything in such a short amount of time. The referee's booming voice echoed throughout the arena. "East Hall versus West Hall. Match 1 begins." Immediately, the West Hall opponent rushed forward with a broadsword glowing with cyan energy. He mocked Rick's naivety, believing that in just a few short hours, no one could change their strength so miraculously. He poured his power into the insect sword technique with the mantis slash move. Rick was pushed back, letting out a pained groan at the strength of the blow. The opponent laughed, seeing that he already knew how to use aura to block attacks like a pro, but he immediately followed up with an even more brutal attack, called 10,000 Insects Devour the Heart. Streams of deep green energy surrounded and relentlessly attacked Rick's body, forcing him to scream in absolute pain. The guy laughed triumphantly, repeatedly questioning Rick about where that declaration of change had gone. Even though he was struggling and bleeding, Rick gritted his teeth and endured, silently affirming that even though his opponent was truly strong, he would not let himself be one-sidedly overwhelmed ever again. Rick tried to launch a lightning-fast counterattack, but his opponent easily dodged it. He mocked Rick's attack, calling it foolish, and saying he couldn't even touch a hair on his head. Rick was constantly being wounded by his opponent's blade. He realized, with a shock, that he couldn't keep up with the enemy's speed if he kept fighting the way he was. In the depths of his desperation, Z's teachings suddenly echoed in his mind. Hey, loosen up and use it. Are you even listening to me? Pour all your strength into one point, now. Rick began to regulate his breathing, his eyes hardening with the resolve to go all in. Zeroing in, huh? The West Hall opponent gritted his teeth and lunged forward, deeming Rick as nothing more than trash. But Rick was annoyingly tenacious. The opponent poured his power into his sword, unleashing the formidable wind-pierce technique straight at his target. Suddenly, Rick didn't dodge at all. Instead, he caught the blade with his own hands, which were now glowing with a golden aura. To the enemy's utter shock, he smirked. Gotcha, you bastard. I've got you now. Ignoring the opponent's stunned expression, Rick focused all his essence into a fiery fist and shouted, "Take this!" The great force fist created an explosion of energy, causing the enemy to scream in agony before being sent flying. The announcer's voice rang out. The match was over, witnessing a spectacular comeback. The entire arena erupted in astonishment, while Laika Tipona El Dragon smiled with satisfaction. The referee loudly declared, "Winner, East Hall." The defeated opponent lay on the ground in shock. Rick still stood silently in the middle of the arena, his face full of emotion. "See? Don't be so quick to judge a book by its cover." Rick shouted with pure joy. "That was so lucky. Oh, thank God." He raised his fist toward the stands as a testament to his 5 years of hard work. On the other side, the West Hall fighter clutched his wounds in pain. He was bitter, unable to believe he had actually lost. Just then, a deep, cold voice from Vanian's side suddenly rang out. "Hey!" And even as his own subordinate knelt to apologize, he kicked him away without a second thought. His eyes turned manic as he ordered the next fighter to crush the opponent at any cost to regain honor for the West Hall. On the East Hall side, Rick cheered loudly to boost Marine's strength before she stepped out to face the enemy. The referee loudly declared the start of the second match. Marine immediately released her burning spirit energy, unleashing her Crimson Fire swordplay with a powerful spirit fire slash aimed straight at her opponent. However, the West Hall opponent agilely neutralized the attack and immediately countered with a cunning, spear-based soul technique. With a lightning-fast, furious piercing strike, he heavily wounded Marine, who could only clutch her chest in pain under the suffocating pressure of his spear. Seeing Marine being brutally toyed with on the arena floor, Rengis and his teammates were horrified. Rick and the others gritted their teeth in indignation, wanting to rush out and save their friend, but they were forced to hold back because the match hadn't been called off yet, and they didn't want to be disqualified for violating the rules. Finally, the referee loudly declared the West Hall the winner of the second match. Empty. Rick and Rengis rushed over to catch Marine, who was lying unconscious in a pool of blood, while ZC watched from afar with eyes burning with rage at the opponent's cruelty. Rick held the unconscious Marine tight in his arms. While Rengis and Selene couldn't hide their shock at their teammate's terrible condition, Rick shouted in fury at the opponent. "Hey, why did you have to go that far?" In response to that anger, the West Hall warrior just turned back with a cold expression. "Is there a problem?" The West Hall fighter argued nonchalantly. "This is a match, in other words, a real fight. I'm just doing whatever it takes to ensure I win." This cold-blooded explanation made Rick and Selene unable to contain their rage. "Even so, this is too much." "Exactly. You didn't have to go that far." The opponent laughed mockingly, calling them naive and asserting that the West Hall would never show mercy to an enemy in real combat. He loudly declared that their only goal was to crush those under Vanian's command. Facing Laika's questioning, he challenged them to forfeit if they didn't like it, then coldly stated that crushing Marine's fighting spirit was only natural. Laika gritted her teeth in fury. "You people!" Suddenly, Ron appeared with a sinister look. He sneered. "Oh, for heaven's sake, instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourselves, you little runts. Because you're all about to face an ending more bitter than gored." He arrogantly spread his arms, challenging the entire East Hall group to forfeit right there if they felt scared. When Rengis called his name, Ron immediately dismissed him with contempt, calling him a small fry and forbidding him from using his name so casually. With a twisted smile, Ron threatened to beat Rengis as badly as he did Marine, or repeat the terrible things he had done back in the village all those years ago. He pointed his finger insultingly at his face. "Right? You weakling, Rengis." Faced with the humiliation, Laika nearly lost it, intending to lunge forward, but Rengis stopped her. "Lady Laika Tipona El Dragon, I'm fine. I won't run away." He stepped forward with a determined look, shedding his usual shyness. Rengis pointed straight at his opponent, declaring loudly for everyone to hear, "Today, right here, Ron, I will surpass you." As the crowd looked on in shock, Marine was carried out of the arena in a severely wounded state, leaving a suffocating atmosphere behind. Rengis stepped onto the platform with trembling hands. The pressure from the stands made him shudder. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Rengis. He jumped, looking around in surprise. Huh? What the heck? Why am I hearing Jack L. Dragon's voice around here? From far away, Jack L. Dragon smirked, using telepathy to calm his friend. Don't mind it. I'm just recreating an experience from a few years ago. Rengis was completely confused. He stammered in his head. I don't even know where to begin reacting to that. Z continued nonchalantly. More importantly, I've used magic to give you some advice. When Rengis was still blankly asking for clarification, Jack L. Dragon began to recite a cryptic mantra. Clouds drift peacefully. Water flows freely. He repeated the advice slowly. Clouds drift peacefully. Water flows evenly. When you're in trouble, try thinking about that. Rengis became so absorbed in the advice that he stood there blankly, forcing the referee to shout loudly. Is that guy an idiot? What the hell is he doing? He snapped back to reality, hurriedly bowing. Sorry. Regaining his focus, Rengis gripped his spear, his eyes becoming colder and more determined than ever. The referee loudly declared, East Hall versus West Hall, second match starting. Immediately, Rengis got into his fighting stance, facing Ron, who was brandishing his sword opposite him. He stomped his foot for momentum and lunged toward his opponent like an arrow piercing the wind. Rengis took the initiative to strike first. He shouted, Cloud Water Spear Technique, Water Piercer. The spear carried a wave of blue energy, sharp and fierce like a rushing current, thrusting straight forward. However, Ron didn't flinch. He jeered with contempt. Stop trying so hard. Why are you acting so tough? You're as weak as a slug. In the blink of an eye, Ron unleashed a brutal counterattack, a savage, piercing sword strike. A mass of dark purple aura shaped like a giant snake head surged forward, slamming into Rengis's chest, forcing a grunt of pain from him. Ron roared with disdain. Is that all your big talk is worth? You pathetic weakling. He lunged again at a terrifying speed before Rengis could even recover. Ron executed his serpent sword technique, a sliding trajectory where the blade curled like a poisonous snake, slithering past the spear's defense. Rengis couldn't block it in time, and felt the blade graze his side. Rengis clutched his wound and stepped back, stunned. He wondered how his opponent's blade could bend in such an illogical way, even though he clearly blocked it. Seeing his opponent struggling, Ron kept taunting him. What's wrong, kid? Why aren't you fighting back? What are you waiting for? If you're so good, go ahead and try. Gritting his teeth in pain, Rengis decided to use his own technique to retaliate. Cloud Water Spear Technique. Flowing clouds and running water. However, Ron just smirked sinisterly, batted the spear away, and yelled, Get lost. Rengis was knocked far away amid the worried calls of his teammates. Rengis collapsed, his body covered in wounds and blood. He realized every move he made was being read and used against him for counterattacks. Ron approached with a smug look, mocking him. He laughed at Rengis's attempt to strike back. He gloated, revealing that his specialty was high-level counterattacks. How pitiful. Want me to tell you what my specialty is? It's counterattacking. Before Rengis could react, Ron grabbed his hair and yanked it cruelly. Ron relentlessly insulted Rengis's bloodline, claiming that the son of a false dragon could never become strong. He got right in his face, calling him a weakling just like his father, trying to crush his will. Rengis's eyes flared with immense fury when he heard his enemy insult his family. Don't you dare insult my father. But Ron just roared, You fake, and delivered a brutal kick to his stomach, sending Rengis flying. He collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood in helplessness. Rengis bitterly realized that all his efforts over the past year seemed to be for nothing. He painfully told himself he was still just a weakling, nothing more than a fake, just as his opponent had mocked. Amidst his delirium, memories of peaceful days with his father suddenly returned. On a rocky stream bank, his father softly asked if he liked fishing. Then he smiled and said Rengis was just like him, loving the sight of clouds in the sky and the clear water. His father used to gently teach him that clouds always drift aimlessly, while river water flows forever. And when looking at them, all of man's worries suddenly become very small. He hoped that one day he would understand that truth. Returning to the harsh reality, those words repeated in Rengis's mind like a guiding light. High above, the drill instructor silently observed the match, with a profound gaze. Ron grabbed Rengis by the collar and roared triumphantly, This is taking too long. End it already. He swung his fist, continuing to hurl insults. A fake is always a fake. Just crawl on the ground and live like that. But at that very moment, Rengis's eyes suddenly flew open, burning with intense resolve. The mantra from Z echoed, clouds drift peacefully, and water flows gently. A stream of deep blue energy, like a river, suddenly covered Rengus's arm, helping him block Ron's 1,000-pound punch right in front of him. This sudden turn of events left Ron stunned. I haven't finished this little brat yet. What the hell is happening? Witnessing this amazing burst of power, the captain of the Golden Dragon Legion smirked with interest. Oh? Amidst the arena, Rengus stood firm in a glowing aura. His sharp gaze showed a complete awakening of power. Ron was shocked, unable to believe his eyes as he saw the aura shining around his opponent. No way. It can't be? 3 stars? Rengus stood there with his spear in hand. Despite being covered in wounds, his will was stronger than ever. Ron gritted his teeth in resentment, screaming in extreme jealousy. I don't accept this. There's no way that Fake can stand on equal footing with me. I absolutely will not accept that. He poured all his power into his dark purple glowing sword, executing his sweeping sword technique. Ron roared, Serpent Slash, unleashing waves of energy that engulfed the arena. Rengus's eyes glowed a deep blue. He calmly observed every movement of his enemy with absolute focus. Ron panicked as he realized his attacks were completely ineffective. This brat, I clearly landed a hit on him. Has he seen through me already? No way. That's impossible. Refusing to give up, Ron frantically executed his serpent sword technique with a chaotic flurry of slashes. He roared in desperation. Block this. Try this on for size. Yet, Rengus glided lightly through the sharp sword strikes, making Ron gasp in shock. What is this? What kind of freakish thing is this? Watching this incredible performance, Leica called out to her friend in worry, but Jack Dragon just replied calmly and confidently. Yeah. Jack concluded that Rengus had taken another step forward, reaching toward the core essence of martial arts. Before Leica's bewildered expression, he whispered an explanation. Clouds drift silently. Water flows calmly. No matter what happens, it never stops. It softly changes shape, swallowing all power and letting it flow away. Jack admired it internally, seeing that in such a short time, Rengus had mastered what he had once taught him, even though it seemed he hadn't fully realized this great change himself. Rengus's focus at this moment was truly admirable. Standing before the deep blue pressure, Ron completely lost his composure. He backed away in sheer terror. What the hell is this? Oh God, stay away from me. Don't you dare come any closer. Ignoring his opponent's panic, Rengus still moved forward with eyes burning with resolve. He gently swung his spear, neutralizing all of Ron's sword strikes with ease. The sound of metal clashing loudly rang out as Rengus used his spear shaft to block Ron's slash. Witnessing his student's awakening, Rick standing below wore a sinister smile. That's right, water doesn't just flow calmly. Ron gritted his teeth, his face twisted in anger and fear. Damn it, he couldn't understand why someone he used to look down on could become so terrifying in the blink of an eye. Once the waters turn violent, no one can stop their power. Rengus poured all his essence into his spear, unleashing a decisive blow with the force of a tsunami. A beam of deep blue energy struck Ron head-on. The hit was so powerful, it sent Ron flying. He went unconscious instantly, his face deathly pale from the shock. The speaker's voice boomed throughout the arena. The match ended, and the winner was the East Hall. Ron lay slumped in the rubble, completely unable to fight back. Standing in the middle of the arena, Rengus was still in shock. He panted, staring at his own hands. Huh? What? Just then, Leica rushed over from the stands. Rengus, she shouted, full of admiration. That was an amazing fight. Bro, congrats on reaching 3-star and winning. That was incredible. Rengus stood there, dazed, watching his teammate run toward him. He muttered in disbelief. Huh? 3-star? I won? Looking at Ron lying unconscious at his feet, he still couldn't believe it. Did I really win? Leica, Tipona, Dragon, and Celine immediately rushed over with radiant smiles. Yeah, that was an incredible match. Memories of Ron's humiliation flashed through his mind, leaving Rengus stunned. He wondered, did I really beat Ron? I won. He stood frozen, his hands gripping his spear tight in overwhelming emotion. Tears of happiness rolled down Rengus's cheeks as he felt the fruits of his hard work. Raymond and Leica couldn't stop praising him. Hey, what was that cool move from earlier? It was top tier. Absolutely peak martial arts, Raymond asked excitedly. Yeah, I want to know too. That move looked just like a water dragon swimming upstream, shooting straight up. It was so cool. Faced with their enthusiastic praise about the mighty water dragon, Rengus called out in bewilderment. What are you guys talking about? I don't know any move like that. Seeing Raymond still insisting. But it really felt like that. Jack Dragon stepped up from behind, calmly explaining, that move is called the Ascending Dragon Strike. He revealed that this was one of the techniques recorded in the second volume of the Cloudwater Spear technique. Z looked at Rengus with admiration. You only read the first volume, right? Yet you reached that level on your own. Well done, Leica asked in surprise. Wait, hold on. Is that so? How do you know that? Are you a gossip or something? Z quickly made up an excuse, saying he had caught a glimpse of it on the second floor of the Dragon Archive. While secretly sweating, he thought to himself, I can't tell them I created that. Witnessing Z's humility, Leica, Tipona, and El Dragon felt a secret sense of admiration. Impressive. To reach the level of the second volume on his own, Rengus is truly talented. Z watched his teammates back, silently contemplating the martial technique he had created in his previous life. Though he couldn't remember when he had written it down, he guessed that perhaps later generations had copied and divided it into multiple volumes to preserve it, and so the inexperienced wouldn't see through it. The core had been hidden on higher levels. Yet, Rengus had excellently opened the path to that core all by himself. Z smiled in satisfaction. He was truly a remarkable young talent. Suddenly, the official's voice boomed, cutting through the atmosphere of the East Hall. How long are you people going to stand there chatting? Celine and Leica quickly apologized while Rick eagerly urged the team on. All right, let's keep this momentum going. Celine clenched her fists in determination. Yeah, I'll do my best. Ever since Rengus's glorious victory, the morale of the East Hall had reached its peak. However, the West Hall wasn't giving up easily. They quickly regained their composure, making the subsequent matches more brutal than ever. In the fourth match, even though Celine fought with all her might, she suffered a narrow, regrettable defeat. Immediately after, in the fifth match, Raymond gritted his teeth and held his ground against a storm of attacks to clinch a narrow victory. The confrontation continued into the second half in an incredibly tense atmosphere. Raymond returned, exhausted. He muttered that he didn't even understand how he had managed to win. Meanwhile, Rengus praised his teammates' persistence. On the other side, Celine bowed her head, apologizing for not being able to secure a win, but Leica quickly reassured her that everyone had done their best. Leica reminded the team that they were currently leading with 3 wins and 2 losses. They only needed 1 more point to claim overall victory. Leica declared that she would step out next to end it all. As soon as she prepared to walk into the arena, Jack suddenly approached and called her name. His sudden action left Leica, Tipona, and El Dragon surprised as she asked what was wrong. Jack El Dragon kept a stern expression, then suddenly leaned in and placed his hands on her shoulders, staring straight into Leica's eyes, and said in a low voice, "How are you? Do you really feel okay?" Faced with Z's strangely concerned and overly serious attitude, Leica, Tipona, and El Dragon felt confused for a moment before insisting that she felt perfectly normal as always. She quickly pushed his hands away, reminding him not to stand so close, and declared confidently that she certainly wouldn't lose. Hearing Rengus's enthusiastic cheers from behind, she walked onto the stage with a radiant smile. But at the same time, Z narrowed his eyes, alert, sensing a strange and sinister energy fluctuating silently in the air. The enemy from the West Hall sneered as he watched Leica's resistance. Leica Tipona El Dragon is truly a useless pawn. He couldn't do a single thing right, he scoffed, telling himself that as long as he won here, everything would return to its intended course. Facing the blade pointed straight at her, Leica, Tipona, and El Dragon replied firmly, "That's impossible, because I'm the one who will win." The sixth match between the East Hall and the West Hall officially exploded right after the start signal. Leica, Tipona, and El Dragon lunged forward with terrifying speed, leaving her opponent stunned as he gasped, "So fast!" The West Hall enemy struggled to defend against her lightning-fast slashes. He realized her lightning aura was far superior to Sandy's. Deep down, he admitted that he might lose this match. If Lord Vanian hadn't acted first, a dark purple, sinister energy from Vanian's hand suddenly engulfed the arena, causing Leica to gasp in shock. "What?" The opponent smirked maliciously. "I told you, didn't I? There's no way you can beat me, so don't try. It's a waste of energy." Leica, Tipona, and El Dragon screamed in pain as a bright red electrical current began to ravage her body violently. Her face twisted in agony. She realized in terror that not only had she lost control of her lightning, but she couldn't even use her internal energy anymore. For a warrior, the body and internal energy are deeply connected, helping to amplify power for every move. In other words, if a warrior loses their internal, the moment her energy reserves give out in the middle of this battle, it's all over. Every attack from her opponent right now could be a fatal blow for Leica. Even with her body falling apart and her face covered in blood, she tries to bear the pressure, screaming in quiet desperation, "No matter what, I have to find a way to defend myself at all costs. Watching from the stands, Sandy is shocked as she notices something strange. Wait, something's not right. Jack realizes that Leica's internal energy isn't flowing at all, and he wonders what on earth could have happened. Leica collapses onto the arena floor, coughing up blood in total helplessness. The opponent from the West Hall looks down at her with a sarcastic grin, yet he can't help but admire her sheer willpower. To hold on this long without using your internal energy, you truly deserve to be the rival candidate for family head, just like Venian. Meanwhile, sitting in the distance, Venian wears a sinister smile. His eyes glint with triumph, knowing his cowardly plan has succeeded. The opponent coldly declares, "You've held out well, but it ends here. Hurry up and get it over with. I'm exhausted and want to go eat already." He swings his sword, aiming to deliver the finishing blow to the defenseless girl. Rengus screams in a panic, tears streaming down her face. "Please, stop, Lady Leica." But Rick holds her back tightly to prevent her from doing something reckless. Watching their teammate being humiliated, Jack's eyes burn with killing intent. A surge of furious energy begins to erupt violently from his hands. At the very moment the enemy's blade is about to strike, Leica Tipona El Dragon, a bolt of golden lightning suddenly crashes down onto the arena. Sandy has arrived just in time, using her massive greatsword to block the enemy's brutal attack. She shouts furiously at the man from the West Hall. "What the hell do you think you're doing, you idiot?" The West Hall opponent is stunned, grinding his teeth in frustration at the sudden interference from the North Hall genius. Sandy yells right in his face, "Hey, this isn't a game, you hear me? What kind of twisted garbage are you thinking? How could you interfere with a match like that? Don't play dumb with me. You were trying to kill Leica on purpose, weren't you?" Faced with such a sharp accusation, Alan maintains a nonchalant attitude, calmly replying that it's a dangerous charge to make and that he would never do such a thing. Just then, Aegis steps onto the arena with a grim expression. He asserts that, no matter how you look at it, that last attack was far too dangerous. Alan irritably asks if Aegis is opposing him, but Aegis coldly reminds him to be more careful with his reckless behavior. Aegis continues to press him. Everyone can see clearly that Leica Tipona El Dragon is unable to use her internal energy. Yet you used your aura to attack someone in that state. Amidst the tension, Venian suddenly walks over, places a hand on Alan's shoulder, and mocks them. "Hey, listen, Aegis. You interfere in the match and then whine about how we do things? Isn't that hilarious? If there's a problem, it's yours, so why are you yapping so much?" He wears a wicked smile, insisting that in real combat, the opponent's condition doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is crushing the enemy completely. Venian loudly declares that the West Hall treats every match as a true life-or-death battle. Sandy shouts in indignation, "Even so, there have to be limits. This isn't a life-or-death match." Venian looks at Sandy with eyes full of contempt. He scoffs, "How naive. That's exactly why you people always lose." He emphasizes that the West Hall doesn't play games like the others. They are truly fighting in real, lethal battles. Venian releases a wave of oppressive dark purple energy, casually claiming that they are actually holding back since it isn't a death match. He curls his lip in a sinister grin, and Alan adds with a sarcastic remark that, while they didn't intend to kill her, it's only normal for things to get crushed or broken in the process. Sandy grinds her teeth in fury, lightning crackling around her body. "You!" Suddenly, a massive wave of purple pressure engulfs the entire arena, causing everyone to tremble in terror. The captain of the Golden Dragon Legion, Tekmin Sheik, appears with overwhelming presence. He coldly questions, "Is there no order or discipline here at all? Since when did I allow this useless bickering to go on?" Even though Sandy tries to explain Alan's dangerous behavior toward Leica, he just barks silence, with eyes burning with authority. Tekmen Sheik coldly declares that those without official business on the arena floor have absolutely no right to speak. Whether we stop or continue is for me to decide. Faced with the captain's wrath, Aegis and Sandy can only bow their heads in apology. The referee officially declares the West Hall the winner, and orders everyone without official duties to leave the field immediately to prepare for the final round. Aegis quickly tells Sandy to grab Leica's sword and helps her carry her out of the arena. Seeing Leica's terrible condition, Rengus and the others can't help but panic. Aegis reassures the group that he has given her recovery medicine, but since her wounds need time to heal, he will take her to the infirmary himself. Aegis smiles at Jack, silently understanding that he was also ready to step in and stop the enemy's brutal actions. Jack watches his teammates back, silently calculating his next move for this decisive battle. "Don't worry, guys. I'll handle this round." On the way, Sandy is still confused about how Leica was defeated so cleanly and one-sidedly. She realizes this pattern began back during Lila Sona's first match. It seems the West Hall is using some shady trick to rig the results. Sandy worries and warns Jack to be extra careful when facing them. Facing Venian, who is proudly holding up a magical artifact, Venian mocks him, saying his defeat is already sealed, and the East Hall never had a chance. Yet, the cold silence and calm attitude of Jack makes him feel slighted. The loudspeaker booms across the arena. The seventh match between the East Hall and the West Hall begins. But before anyone could even react, Jack lunges forward in a blur, landing a punch straight to Alan's face, sending him flying to the shock of everyone watching. The entire arena sinks into stunned silence at the lightning-fast, powerful counterattack from Jack. Even the officials look pale, unable to believe their eyes at the terrifying strength of this boy. Jack L. Dragon looks at his enemy struggling to get up, a mocking smile on his lips as he addresses the man who kept talking about real combat. "You seem a bit careless, don't you?" He reaches out a hand in challenge, his amber eyes glowing with a frenzied light. "Well, how do you like that? Isn't this what you wanted? If it's real combat you want, then I'll fight you in real combat mode." Seeing the unexpected turn of events, Venian's subordinates scream in horror. Venian clutched his bloody face, reeling in shock and agony. He couldn't believe that before he even saw what was happening, he'd been beaten like a punching bag. Observing the aura surrounding his opponent, Jack L. Dragon pondered, "Wind-style energy? I see." He realized Venian surely belonged to one of the four great houses, and this was his family's signature power. Venian could only grit his teeth in utter frustration, feeling the sting of the blow, as if to say, "Not satisfied yet? How does real combat feel?" "Huh." Jack smiled provocatively, revealing that he had even deliberately mimicked Venian's own cowardly style just to let him get a taste of it. Humiliated, Venian went berserk and lunged forward, but Jack vanished right before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jack appeared behind him, with a cold, piercing gaze. He stated coldly, "That's the second time." Then, he unleashed a strike that sent Venian flying in utter helplessness. "What the hell is this? What is going on? How is it that someone like me is being handled so easily?" While he was lost in bewilderment, Jack closed the distance, his sharp eyes filled with mockery. "Oh my God, are you seriously daydreaming in the middle of an actual fight?" Jack added a remark that sent a chill down Venian's spine. "You must feel pretty safe, right?" Suddenly, he delivered a 1,000-pound punch straight into his opponent's stomach, leaving him just enough time to scream in pain before collapsing onto the arena floor. Standing before his fallen enemy, who was coughing up blood, Jack L. Dragon casually announced, "That's the third time." Venian trembled, struggling to ask, "What the hell are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean." Jack L. Dragon pointed straight at his face, explaining coldly, "You still don't get it? I'm obviously talking about how many times you've already died." He began listing the fatal points he had touched. First, the face. Second, the throat. Third, the heart. Jack asserted that, in a real battle, Venian should have died 3 times already, and the only reason he was still alive was because he had gone easy on him. Venian stared in horror at his trembling hands, stuttering in despair. "No way." Suddenly, Jack unleashed a brutal kick to Venian's head, sending him flying again. He casually repeated, "Oh, that's right. This is real combat, isn't it?" Venian tumbled through the air and crashed onto the floor just as Jack declared that the break was officially over. Witnessing this horrifying display of dominance from the stands, Sandy and Aegis Van Bred stood frozen in shock. Sandy trembled as she realized this wasn't even a match anymore. It was a one-sided torment that defied all conventional rules. Looking at the current situation, Aegis Van Bred realized with a bitter sting that the dramatic battle between him and Jack earlier was probably nothing more than a friendly sparring session. He was stunned by the absurdity and overwhelming power of Jack as he saw him radiating a dark, oppressive aura. Standing tall before Venian, who was lying on the ground, Jack clearly asked, "So, have you started to understand what real combat is yet?" He acknowledged that his opponent's philosophy of crushing enemies on the battlefield was correct, and affirmed that the people from the West Hall would likely become excellent warriors in the future. Jack L. Dragon looked at Venian struggling to get up and casually poured more cold water on him. "But this isn't a battlefield. It's happening under the supervision of instructors, and we even have recovery potions. You could say this is a pretty soft environment for someone who keeps running their mouth about real combat." Facing his opponent's resentful silence, Jack L. Dragon curled his lip, his amber eyes flashing with a sharp light. "In short, the real combat you're talking about is nowhere near the true essence of it. All you're doing is running away from your own weakness, aren't you?" With his pride wounded, Venian roared frantically, "Shut your mouth." A violent surge of wind energy erupted, tearing apart the ground as he lost control. "A bastard like you has no right to lecture me." Facing Vinian's rage, Jack L. Dragon maintained a calm expression, even teasing him. Oh, so you're at that rebellious age, huh? Well, I guess there's no other choice. Jack L. Dragon took his stance and clearly declared, I'll take you on, so come at me and let all that frustration out. Vinian lunged like a wild beast, shouting, Why are you so damn annoying, you brat? I told you to shut your trap, don't act like you know everything. He swung his fan, unleashing his wind fan technique with the Gale Blade move, creating razor-sharp wind blades that shredded the arena. Deep down, Vinian was screaming in despair, just once, just for a single moment, as long as I can touch him, even just a little bit. He attacked madly, putting his entire life into every slash with the desperate hope of turning the tide. Below in the stands, Rengis watched the ground shattering in shock, unable to understand what was happening. Why is the ground cracking when I can't see anything at all? Another student explained that it was the power of the Fap Nu family, one of the 4 great houses. Their wind attribute energy is invisible, impossible to see with the naked eye, creating incredibly dangerous, untraceable attacks. Sandy, sitting far away, curled her lip in contempt. What a dirty power so fitting for them. Even though he admitted this was an incredibly tough opponent with invisible consecutive attacks, Rengis still watched with concern. Back in the arena, Vinian was completely broken. Why? Why isn't a single hit landing? Stings. Doesn't it? Does it sting a lot? Well, it's no surprise. If it hurts that much, just give up and go home to sleep. Jack dodged with his eyes closed, casually giving him a painful flick to the forehead. It would be so easy if you just went with the flow. Vinian clutched his head and roared in fury. What? Stop spouting that nonsense. Jack glided away like a ghost, continuously pointing out his openings. There you go again, full of openings. Ignoring Vinian, who was frantically swinging his fan and screaming, You little brat! I told you that's enough. If you know what's good for you, get out of my sight. Jack moved with expert precision with his eyes closed. He sighed in frustration. Geez, what a rebellious age. Jack L. Dragon asked casually. So, do you feel any better yet? Vinian roared in absolute frustration. Better? Like hell I do. Don't you dare mock me, I'll kill you. Jack L. Dragon sighed softly, silently acknowledging that such a tenacious will was truly admirable for a warrior. But Vinian's body had actually reached its limit long ago. Very quickly, Jack closed in and delivered another punch to Vinian's stomach, causing the poor guy immense pain. He coldly warned that if he kept going like this, Vinian would only suffer more, and suggested they end the match here. However, Vinian stubbornly clung to Jack L. Dragon's leg. His hand suddenly glowed with a sinister purple aura. Looking at his opponent, who was kneeling at his feet but refused to let go, Jack L. Dragon muttered, Oh, for heaven's sake, you're pretty tough, aren't you? So, you're really going to see this through to the end? Suddenly, Vinian let out a maniacal laugh. The crazed laughter echoed throughout the arena, leaving Jack L. Dragon wondering what kind of scheme he was cooking up. Vinian's eyes turned wild, and he looked up at Jack L. Dragon with a savage grin. You're done for. Instantly, a fierce surge of azure wind energy erupted, enveloping his body and creating a massive shockwave that left Jack L. Dragon stunned. Wondering what kind of power that was, Vinian poured every ounce of his remaining strength into his wind blade technique, unleashing a torrential gale. Intense gusts of wind roared directly at him, giving him just enough time to let out a gasp before being completely swallowed up. Witnessing the shocking scene, Rengis screamed in horror, Oh my god, did he actually hit him? Up in the stands, Aegis watched silently, with a pensive expression. A student standing nearby remarked that things looked strange, causing Aegis to squint in suspicion as he asked what she meant. As the battle reached its climax, Sandy managed to bring Leica and Marine back to the stands. Seeing their teammates safe, Rengis and Rick ran over to ask Lady Leica, Marine, are you two okay? Marine wheezed an apology for making everyone worry. Rick looked toward the smoke-filled arena, turning to Leica with concern. Lady Leica, Tipona L. Dragon, do you have any idea what's happening to him? Leica stared pensively at the arena, bitterly realizing a shocking truth. It's not so much that I know, but I realized he's just like me. She revealed that during her earlier match, she had suddenly found herself unable to use her essence energy. Rengis and Rick gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend how such an absurd thing could happen. Leica continued her analysis, noting that Layla Sona showed similar strange behavior during her match with Vinian. She worriedly confirmed that if this was some secret tactic, Jack L. Dragon was likely unable to use his power right now as well. On the stage, Vinian laughed triumphantly at his opponent's situation. Ha ha ha, that feels so good. That's the price you pay. For daring to act all high and mighty in front of me. He swore he would make sure Jack L. Dragon would never be able to get back up, pouring his full power into his wind blade technique. First secret technique, Gale of the Earth. A massive cloud of dust and sand engulfed the area as Vanian roared, "Die!" while Renjis could only scream in despair from below. But right in the heart of the storm, a steel fist suddenly shattered the violent gale. He didn't need his essence energy. He used pure physical strength to crush his opponent's secret technique, and landed a direct punch right on his face. Vanian shrieked in agony as the lightning-fast counterattack struck him square in the face, sending him flying helplessly. Vanian collapsed, coughing up blood in utter frustration. Why are you still standing? Talk trash too early, and you'll end up in a coffin, won't you?" Witnessing the scene, Leica smiled in admiration. She realized that regardless of whether his power was sealed or what tricks were used, it meant nothing to a monster like him. Amidst the ruined arena, Jack stood tall with an overwhelming aura, clenching his glowing fist as a testament to his absolute power. "Why?" Vanian gasped in despair. Jack L. Dragon looked silently at his hand, which was emitting a faint, ominous purple mist. He smirked. This is poison." Vanian screamed in shock. "Impossible! How could you know it was poison? That kind of poison shouldn't have been detectable." Jack walked calmly, offering his opponent a rare compliment. "You finally reached the passing grade. The reason everyone who fights you ends up in a swift defeat is because this poison only activates when essence energy is stirred up." Looking at the dissipating toxic mist, Jack L. Dragon mused to himself, thinking about how it had slipped past his senses until he truly used his essence energy. "You did a pretty good job." It was his hobby to offer sarcastic praise to those who failed under his hand. Vanian gritted his teeth, insisting, "With that poison, I'm certain I sealed your essence energy. So, how were you still able to unleash that final blow?" Jack casually flexed his toned muscles and declared firmly, "Those things are completely meaningless against a body trained to this extent. Having my essence energy sealed is no big deal at all. There's no way the strongest person, like me, would be shaken by that, right?" Jack's remark sent Vanian into a total frenzy. He gripped his weapon tightly, screaming in anguish. "Meaningless? You dare call my life's work, the god-slaying poison, meaningless?" Jack narrowed his eyes and asked, "Oh, so you created this poison yourself? It seems it's completely harmless to your own body, and you channel it through your essence energy into others to take effect." He admitted it was a groundbreaking type of poison, and that creating it was truly impressive. But then, his voice turned stern. "But it doesn't work on me." He immediately channeled his energy to expel all the toxins out through his nose, leaving Vanian trembling in terror. "He cured himself? Through his nose? Surprised, old man? Is this guy usually this dull?" Jack L. Dragon pointed casually at his opponent, delivering a biting lecture. "That's an interesting unnamed poison, but it only goes so far. In the end, everything always comes back to your own inner strength." He asserted that if Vanian kept relying entirely on toxins, he still had a long way to go. Vanian stood frozen in shock, his face contorted with disbelief at what had just happened. "So, are you satisfied now?" Vanian gritted his teeth in resentment. The utter humiliation made him cry out in agony against this terrible world. A cruel world flooded Vanian's memories, where he was once a child with dull, lifeless eyes. Back then, his harsh mother always haunted him with extreme words. "No matter what you have to do, you must become the one at the top. If you can't, you have no reason to exist." Vanian was once an incredibly ordinary boy, in a family full of exceptional people. While everyone praised others endlessly, and people chatted about how Leica Tipona L. Dragon had already mastered secret techniques, or that Vanian was the least likely candidate, Vanian quietly endured his own mediocrity. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, every effort only exposed his lack of talent compared to his two older brothers and his younger sister. His mother kept screaming, wielding a whip to strike him, and scolding him for why he couldn't even do the simplest things. She constantly insulted her useless child throughout those long, endless days. But it was in the darkness of that despair that Vanian found his own escape through books and vials of chemicals. He diligently studied and took notes, finally discovering his true talent: poison. Looking at the rows of dead lab mice on the table, Vanian flashed a crazed smile as he gripped a glowing purple liquid. He was drowning in the only lethal talent he possessed. Vanian believed that as long as he had his poison, he could fight his way to the top and finally earn his mother's recognition. Vanian roared in frustration. "What do you know about me anyway? I'm always being compared to geniuses. Every single day, no matter how hard I try. I'm nothing compared to their natural talent. Yet they keep comparing me to them. I'll fight and claw my way up, no matter the cost. And you, someone who knows nothing, you dare to judge me? It's actually kind of sad, honestly." It's exactly that feeling of being compared to the perfect neighbor's kid. Vinian lunged forward frantically with his glaive, but Jack effortlessly dodged every strike by a hair's breadth. In a split second, he grabbed Vinian's arm and twisted it back, causing the glaive to clatter to the ground. A fierce explosion of dark purple spiritual energy engulfed them both, leaving Rengius and his friends below watching in anxious silence. Jack L. Dragon stood observing the fight from afar. Sandy narrowed her eyes suspiciously, wondering deep down, just what kind of monster is this kid to possess such terrifying power? Surrounded by a sinister, deep purple aura, Vinian screamed in utter madness. Relying on poison, you say? That's right. As long as I win, nothing else matters. I may not have combat talent, but when it comes to poison, I'm gifted. As long as I have it, I won't lose. He pulled out a secret device, his eyes showing a desperate resolve. I really didn't want to use this, but if I want to win, I have no other choice. He intended to unleash a cloud of deadly smoke and poison-tipped needles that even he would struggle to neutralize. But just as Vinian prepared to trigger his final suicide move, Jack suddenly closed the distance and clamped a firm hand over his. Looking him straight in the eyes, he asked coldly, "That's your final move, isn't it?" Vinian gasped in complete collapse. "What?" He crumbled to the ground, trembling as he backed away, seeing Jack looming over him like a ghost. In his heart, Vinian screamed in terror. "What in the world is this guy?" Jack L. Dragon held out his hands, glowing with a blinding, oppressive light, gripping Vinian until he was frozen in sheer desperation. Jack looked directly into Vinian's eyes, growling. "Listen closely. You have a massive misunderstanding." He asserted that, to become strong, one doesn't necessarily need martial talent, and certainly doesn't need special talent to control spiritual energy. His eyes shone with power. All you need is this, the will to win. That desire is the path that leads to true strength. Seeing Vinian still stunned, Jack pointed right at him and shouted, "And from what you just said, you think you have no martial talent? That's nonsense." He exposed Vinian's real problem. He was using the wrong weapon. Jack suggested, "Right, something with a longer handle, maybe a parasol would suit you." At Vinian's confused look, Jack insisted he wasn't joking. It might seem strange, but just like iron fans, parasols were weapons with a long history. He casually declared that to him, almost everything in this world could be turned into a weapon. Vinian wondered in a daze. Something that suits me? He sank into painful memories of his lack of talent, but Jack unexpectedly reached out and patted his head kindly. "You seem to always think you lack combat talent." Ignoring Vinian's struggle, Jack patted his shoulder encouragingly. "But when you step onto the battlefield, you carry the air of a warrior more than anyone. Talk about a turn of events, a few more words, and they'd be sworn brothers." Jack looked into the distance, toward the corpse-ridden battlefield, and said in a low voice, "In a real fight, like you said, any tactic is acceptable as long as you win. If you cling too tightly to warrior's pride, you won't be able to protect anything." He affirmed that, to win and protect what's important, one must use every tool at their disposal. Jack concluded that Vinian's mindset wasn't wrong. The only mistake was where he was applying it. He stood up, flashed a bright smile, and offered his hand to Vinian. "Come with me. If you do, look me in the eye." He declared clearly, "Don't worry, I promise to make you as strong as you want to be." Vinian trembled, asking, "What do you mean?" Jack smirked. "Exactly what I said. As you can see, I'm stronger than you, right?" He offered his hand with a warm, friendly smile. "Don't worry, once I'm done with you, you won't have time to complain about talent or any of that nonsense. I'll train you until you're truly strong." Witnessing Jack's confidence and overwhelming charisma, the others froze, secretly thinking, "This guy is good with words." But right in the middle of that touching moment, Jack suddenly stopped as if he'd just remembered something. "Oh, wait, I forgot one thing." To his opponent's confusion, Jack suddenly landed a thunderous punch right in Vinian's face. "We're still in the middle of a match, remember? Come find me when you wake up, okay?" What the heck? He was acting all sweet a second ago and now he just walloped the guy. Vinian lay motionless, only managing a faint, "You bastard," before completely blacking out. The referee loudly announced the final result. "The match is over." The referee was secretly terrified, realizing the boy had even neutralized the poison in that split second. The loudspeaker blared across the arena, naming the champion. Jack stood tall with a radiant smile amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. Rengius, Celine, Raymond, and the East Hall members erupted in joy. They hugged each other to celebrate this historic victory, while Vinian was quietly helped away by his teammates in defeat. "It's a bit of a pity, but what can you do?" The loudspeaker echoed, concluding the selection matches. To celebrate the glory of the East Hall, A grand banquet had been meticulously prepared. Plates of fragrant roasted meat, hot bread, and countless attractive dishes were beautifully arranged on a long, magnificent table under the shimmering candlelight. Amidst the luxury, students from other halls arrived, full of questions. "Hey, the East Hall won, right? So why were we all gathered here?" Another responded, equally suspicious, "I have no idea what's really going on. I guess they're about to explain. Let's just wait and see." While everyone else was buzzing with gossip, Jack was nonchalantly devouring a giant chicken leg with a look of pure satisfaction. Seeing Leica staring at him with a tense expression, he mumbled while chewing, "What's the problem? You should eat up before it gets cold. How can you just sit there and eat in a situation like this? Aren't you curious about what they're about to explain? I'm honestly speechless with you." Just then, the large door swung open, and the official walked in with a calm demeanor, apologizing for making them wait. He looked around the room and continued, "Now, even though some of you have already started, everyone else should eat too. This feast is a reward for your hard work during the recent selection matches." The official stood at the head of the table, his expression turning serious. "Now, I will explain the special mission." A student timidly raised their hand to ask if they were allowed to hear this, receiving a nod of confirmation. "No problem at all. You might even be participating in this mission yourselves." He began revealing the shocking news. A few days ago, a special rift was discovered within the Dragon family territory. The whole room fell into stunned silence upon hearing about the rift. Jack kept gnawing on his chicken leg while silently recalling the knowledge he had read at the Dragon Pavilion about this mysterious phenomenon. The official continued to explain that while everyone knew about rifts, special rifts were an entirely unfamiliar concept. He emphasized that these were places that could not be conquered through conventional methods, leaving Leica wondering about the true meaning behind those words. The secret was gradually revealed when he disclosed the harsh conditions of this particular rift. Only exactly 7 people at the 3-star rank or below could enter. Anyone at the 4-star rank or higher, or anyone exceeding the permitted number, would be forcibly pushed out by a powerful, coercive force. Even the family head himself could not enter without meeting the requirements. The reason these youths were chosen was that the family's 3-star soldier force was stretched too thin due to the sudden emergence of rifts in recent times, leading to a critical shortage of personnel. The ultimate goal of the mission was magic water, the magical liquid needed to awaken magical power, which was said to exist inside that special rift. Hearing this, Rengus and the students gasped in shock. Jack was also extremely intrigued, inwardly exclaiming, That was the official confirming that consuming magic water would help convert internal energy into magical power, creating a body capable of using magic. Thinking about the prospect of getting his hands on new power, his eyes glowed with excitement. He couldn't help but shout, "Magic? Seems like you're way too excited. Calm down, brother." The official reiterated that the world was currently ruled by the 8 great families, including the Dragon family. However, while the other 7 families possessed magical springs that produced magic water, Dragon was the only family that lacked that treasure. In other words, this mission was to conquer the special rift, to collect magic water for the family. He looked straight at the students with a sharp gaze, clearly stating that this was an incredibly important mission, and failure was absolutely not an option. However, the official spoke in a low, warning tone that the location of this rift was right next to the territory of the Cerberus family, one of the 8 ruling great families. They would definitely be targeting this tasty prize too. Because of this complexity, the family organized the selection to find the best warriors at the 3-star rank or below. Sandy nodded upon hearing this. "Oh, so that's it. Does that mean the 7 members of the East Hall who won would be in charge of conquering this special rift? How lucky can they get?" But the official immediately corrected him, saying that even though the East Hall won, those 7 members did not automatically become the conquest team. Instead, under the leadership of the East Hall, a new team would be formed from everyone present here. He explained that forcing everyone to fight to the end, regardless of victory or defeat, was so the organizers could get the clearest picture of each individual's ability and fighting style. Even though some hadn't yet shown their full potential, this served as the basis for building the most optimal team for this mission. "So, Z, go ahead and choose the members for the Rift Conquest team." Z jumped in surprise, shouting in confusion. "Huh? Me?" To his surprise, the official nonchalantly reminded him that as the representative of the East Hall, this was his responsibility. Finding it a hassle, he immediately pointed at the girl next to him. "Ugh, this is so tiring. I don't have any plans for this. Hey Leica, you're letting him decide everything?" Leica Tapona Dragon was so shocked she gasped out loud. "What? Z chuckled, confirming that he would definitely participate, but the choice of members should be left to Leica. When asked if he was sure about this decision, Jack nonchalantly admitted, "If I were the one choosing, the team would probably just be me." That arrogant remark left Leica Typona L. Dragon speechless, as she realized that with Z's personality, he could actually do something that crazy. Z added that if Leica wanted to become the head of the family, learning to judge people with her own eyes would be an incredibly valuable experience. He turned to ask the official, "So, can I entrust this representative role to Leica?" Although he didn't object, the official worriedly asked to be sure, because leading this team was an important stepping stone toward the position of family head. Yet, Z nonchalantly waved his hand. "I don't intend to become the family head anyway." This shocking declaration caused everyone from Vanian to Leica to widen their eyes in astonishment. "What? You don't intend to become the family head?" Stunned by the declaration, Leica asked again. "Hey, this isn't a joke, you know? Can't you take anything seriously? Whether I value something or not is my business." "That may be, but if you become the family head, you'll hold the entire Eldragon family in your hands." Z coldly dismissed it. "Forget it, I don't need that. The only thing I'm searching for is something else." Meanwhile, in a luxurious and sinister mansion, a mysterious man with dark glasses and a cigar was lounging on a sofa, flanked by two jet-black hunting dogs with glowing red eyes. His subordinate reported respectfully, "It's highly likely that the magic water actually exists there." He smirked sinisterly. "Ah, I see. In that case, they will want to retrieve it at all costs. So, what are the conditions to enter that special rift?" The subordinate lowered his head and said, "At most, 7 people. Rank 3-star or below, sir." He figured this condition wasn't too difficult, but the real issue was that Eldragon's side had already taken the first step. He gave a sneer of contempt. "Those lizard gods will surely take all the slots, but it seems they lack the manpower to send their own soldiers, so they're planning to send the kids in training as warriors." The subordinate asked in shock, "Are they planning to conquer the rift with children who aren't even real warriors yet?" He calculated deviously, "It seems so. But if those kids go to conquer the rift, the heirs of that old lizard god will surely be there too." He suddenly asked his subordinate, "How many camouflage bracelets do we have left?" Upon hearing the report that there were about 4 left, he immediately issued a decisive order. "This is an order. Use every single one of those bracelets and wipe out all those brats for me." The subordinate asked back in a panic, fearing the value of the items, but he brushed it off. "If we just keep them in storage, they'll only rot. Using them all at once here will be worth far more. Besides, I'm very curious to see the look on that old lizard god's face when he sees his own children slaughtered. It'll surely be a delight." He let out a sinister laugh under the cigar smoke, preparing a cruel plan aimed straight at the young sprouts of the Eldragon family. Back at the party, after being given the authority to decide the lineup for the special mission, Leica said clearly, "All right, those I choose are..." Immediately, an extreme training plan was deployed under Jack's direct supervision. Standing before his teammates, he declared loudly, "From now on, all of you need to become stronger. First, Rick and Marine will perform basic exercises. Just like Rengus and the others, you must run every day and build up your muscles." Watching Rengus and the others struggling to crawl on the ground under the weight of giant rocks chained to their backs, Rick and Marine couldn't help but turn pale. Z calmly explained, "By strengthening your foundation, you will be able to use more powerful martial arts." Seeing the look of horror and the cold sweat running down his teammates' faces, he asked naively, "What's wrong? Is something else coming?" Even though he was extremely panicked, Rick still tried to suppress his fear and gritted his teeth as he replied, "This isn't good." The group began to enter the intensive training phase. Z flipped open a red cloth, revealing a jagged, rough stone, and turned to Raymond. "As for Raymond, you will use this rebirth stone prepared by the instructor." Raymond gasped in shock. "A rebirth stone?" Z insisted this was the perfect choice, based on the unique properties he just recalled. He explained that this stone would reflect any impact it received with a force 100 times stronger, and was basically indestructible without using real, true energy. To everyone's astonishment, Z clearly stated a crazy decision. "However, from now on, without using any true energy, I'm simply going to punch it." This action made Leica, Typona, Eldragon, and Rick just gape in surprise and ask, "Huh?" Every time they hang out with this guy, all people ever say when he opens his mouth is, "Huh." Z focused intensely and delivered a powerful punch with his bare hand into the stone. He punched it normally, but without using true energy, the recoil force should have been immense. However, the others quickly realized the secret behind that action when they saw Jack Eldragon use the shield on his other arm to block the rebounding energy. He gasped. Oh my god. Seriously? He completely blocked the recoil force with his shield? Z had skillfully channeled the recoil force along his body and then used the shield to dissipate it, creating a reflex and physical training exercise at a completely different level. Z held up the shield to demonstrate. Like this. The exercise I'm giving you is to practice receiving impacts head-on or deflecting them. Ro followed along in admiration, thinking to himself, so that's it. Am I the one who's going to do this? I never expected this kind of training using a rebirth stone. After Raymond's part, Jack turned to call the next person. All right, next is Celine. She replied in a rush. Yes. Z handed the sword to Celine and instructed, try using your sword to stab this rebirth stone repeatedly. Of course, you can use true energy. However, he emphasized an important point. But don't let your target be scattered. Focus only on a single point. Celine clearly answered, understood. She immediately gathered her strength, shouted, ha, and unleashed lightning-fast stabs that tore through the air toward the stone. After a while of effort, Celine stood panting, looking at the results. Jack remarked calmly, as you can see, even if you try to focus on one point, it's not that easy, right? Celine wiped away her sweat and admitted, that's true. It's quite difficult. No joke. Well, keep trying so you can succeed later, though I don't know what you'll succeed at. Z added, therefore, the exercise I'm giving you is to aim precisely at only one point. Looking at the stone that had already repaired itself as if nothing had happened, he continued, man, it's fixed itself again. No matter how many times I see it, I still can't get used to it, but it's just too perfect for training. Now, watch closely. In the blink of an eye, Jack unleashed a stab with terrifying power, causing the rebirth stone to shatter right at the point of contact, to Celine's astonishment. Witnessing that power, she gasped. That's amazing, Jack Dragon explained calmly. Your windflower sword art usually focuses on the number of attacks, but it would be better if you learned to cherish every strike and aim very carefully. Celine smiled and replied clearly, I understand. Finally, Z turned to call the last member. Now, finally, it's Rengis. Rengis waited anxiously for his final task. Yes, what should I do? Z calmly produced a pure white feather. This? Rengis asked, bewildered. Huh, a feather? Immediately, Z utilized wind aura to control the feather, making it drift gracefully around him. Witnessing that scene, Rengis realized something was abnormal. What the hell? What's up with that wind? Isn't that Lord Vinian's? Since when did you know how to use that? Z explained as if it were a matter of fact. This? Ever since I fought Vinian, after getting hit by his wind aura, I've been able to use it ever since. Rick, standing next to him, broke into a cold sweat in astonishment, while Rengis was completely speechless at this Grand Master's absurdity. He said that so casually it's just ridiculous. Not paying attention to his friend's terror, Jack Dragon began the lesson. Now, the exercise I'm giving you is to practice letting yourself drift with the flow. You'd better try hard, or if you mess up and get kicked out, you'll be the one suffering. Looking at the light feather being controlled freely, Rengis wondered, let myself drift with the flow? He began to explain his martial arts philosophy. Exactly. It's not about following the flow or trying to grasp it, you just need to let yourself drift along with it. And if you can master that, standing firm and steady, keeping that feather perfectly balanced right on the tip of your glowing spear, you'll even be able to create the flow yourself. Right then, Leica's voice rang out from the castle gate. Hey, Jack Dragon. Leica Tipona Dragon waved, urging him on in a rush. If we don't hurry, we're going to be late. Jack Dragon suddenly remembered the schedule. That's right. He tossed the spear back, causing Rengis to fumble as he caught it, and as he ran off, he didn't forget to remind his team. There, I've given you your assignments. Practice hard, all right? Rengis and Rick just stood there, dumbfounded, watching his back as he walked away. Rengis sighed helplessly. Could this get any easier? There's no way we can do this trick. He and Rick exchanged an emotional look, promising each other to do their absolute best so they wouldn't let everyone down. Meanwhile, he and Leica were walking down the hallway. She couldn't help but wonder what exactly Z had done that made everyone wait for him. He offered an apologetic smile, explaining that he had just finished giving the Rengis group their training assignments to work on while the team was away. Z excitedly remarked that this lineup was truly a very interesting group. Leica also laughed loudly, filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Jack secretly affirmed that these were the most elite members he had handpicked. Looks like this mission is a sure win, right? Just as they reached the end of the hall, they saw Aegis waiting for them. He smiled in greeting as he saw the two of them reunite. Aegis softly apologized for keeping everyone waiting for so long. The most elite squad of the Dragon family had finally gathered, including Sandy, Vinian, and Alan. His slanted eyes glowed with a hint of madness. He flashed an arrogant smile and commanded clearly, "Let's go." The group immediately took off. With burning spirit, they headed straight toward their mission. At the main palace, an official reported to the family head, the Banja Dragon, that the elite squad had officially departed. He added a crucial piece of news. The Cerberus family had also discovered the existence of this special rift faster than expected. Even so, he insisted that even planes probably. If those hunting dogs rushed over right now, the Dragon elite squad had already officially entered the rift. The Dragon Bangia Dragon sat silently, with a thoughtful expression, considering the new variables of the journey. In the office, the official respectfully reported, "Yes, sir. There is only one thing worth worrying about, and what is that?" The Bangia Dragon asked, and he expressed his concern that after the rift was conquered, the Cerberus wild dogs might swoop in to steal the spoils. He suggested that if the elite squad and the guards around the rift could quickly regroup, everything would be fine. The Bangia Dragon pondered for a moment and asked how capable the elite squad actually was. The official confirmed that they were among the strongest at the 3-star level. There shouldn't be any issues in conquering the rift. Just hearing that makes it sound credible. The official swelled with pride. He believed that even if they had to face those wild dogs, this squad could hold their ground. Even when the Banja Dragon skeptically asked about a 2-star member being mixed in, the official clearly confirmed, "Yes, even Lord Z alone is more than enough." The statement left the Banja Dragon astonished. The official explained that he had seen all the children of the Banja Dragon, but Z was the first one whose true limits he absolutely could not fathom. Even though the other official was still puzzled by his 2-star rank, the official insisted that after seeing him fight with his own eyes, he realized that the number of stars didn't determine one's strength. He added one more thing that left his colleague shocked. And furthermore, the first time I saw his martial arts, I had the exact same feeling as the first time I witnessed the dragon-slaying combat technique of the Bangia Dragon. This shocking revelation made the Bangia Dragon exclaim, "What? You should know that the dragon-slaying combat technique is the supreme secret art only passed down to the heads of the Dragon family and is always kept strictly confidential. Even commoners have no right to learn it." The other official asked in shock if he truly possessed such terrifying power. With a determined gaze, the official affirmed that because he had personally witnessed the Bangia Dragon's dragon-slaying combat technique many times, he was certain that Z's martial arts were identical to the Bangia Dragon's. Z's power didn't just match the Dragon family's dragon-slaying technique. According to the official, it might even surpass it. Looking at the figure engulfed in purple aura, the official thought to himself, no, more accurately, they could exceed it. Perhaps I was wrong all along. The Bangia Dragon pondered, recalling years ago when he ordered Freya Windkick to investigate everything about Z, including his birth records. However, the results were around 0, as no useful information was found. There wasn't even a single trace showing that he had learned martial arts from anyone before stepping into the dragon's den. The official asked himself in shock, does that mean all of his martial arts were self-taught? What kind of monstrous talent is that? In his heart, a crazy speculation arose. As if the first family head or the 15th family head, he looked at the majestic portrait and blurted out, "He's like their reincarnation." This statement made the atmosphere thicken. The Dragon Bangia Dragon narrowed his eyes with gravity at this unbelievable truth. Deep down, the clan head whispered to himself in doubt, "A reincarnation across generations?" The Dragon Bangia Dragon muttered skeptically at the official's shocking hypothesis. He chuckled slightly, dismissively waving it off. "What are you talking about? That's all head in the cloud stuff. That sounds ridiculous." Even so, the clan head's gaze suddenly turned cold. He clearly asserted, "If that kid really possesses such immense power, then those Cerberus wild dogs are nothing to worry about." A week later, at the area where the special rift appeared, the atmosphere became extremely tense, as intense purple spiritual energy covered the entire space. A group of soldiers was reporting the situation to Freya, in a panic. Yes, before we realized it, he had already disappeared. Looking in the direction the subordinate pointed, deep into the dense forest, Freya Windkick could only sigh in frustration. Geez, that guy is really something. She worriedly wondered if sending just a few more people like this was really okay. Suddenly, Freya Windkick felt a familiar breath approaching, and she looked up. "Oh, you've arrived?" Watching the figure slowly walking toward her, she scolded, "If you guys had run at full speed, you could have been here sooner." Responding to the pressure, Z replied nonchalantly, "What's with all the annoying fuss? Why waste energy before the mission even starts? I don't like that one bit. Leica shouted in surprise when she recognized the person. Instructor Freya Windkick, why are you here? Freya Windkick corrected her sternly. Currently, I am on a mission, not acting as an instructor. She revealed that her purpose for being here is to guard and protect this special territory. Before the group lies a forest region, completely altered by ominous, dark, purple energy. Leica gasped. Oh man. So this is the legendary special territory? Freya Windkick explained that certain special rifts have a direct impact on the outside world, creating a territory that surrounds them. And this place is no exception. Standing before the rift, which is emitting suffocating pressure, he crosses his arms and observes it thoughtfully. Looking at the pitch-black trees in front of him, Jack L. Dragon realizes, with contemplation, that this power flow feels very familiar. It is exactly like the black mist emitted by the wild boar he faced before. It turns out all those mutations were caused by the rift. Z turns to ask Freya Windkick, so why does she have to guard this special territory? She calmly replies that the goal is to prevent and interfere with the Cerberus family's meddling. Seeing that Leica is still confused, Freya Windkick explains further that if they conquer the rift and obtain the monocrystals, the power of the L Dragon family will surely skyrocket. And of course, those people from the Cerberus family will never like that. Beyond watching for enemies, Freya Windkick says they also have to deal with monsters pushed out of the territory. Z asks curiously, what the heck? Pushed out? What does that even mean? Freya Windkick confirms and reiterates the rule that this special rift only allows a maximum of 7 people at the 3-star rank or lower to enter. Venian, standing nearby, speaks up to confirm he has heard of that as well. To prove it, Freya Windkick reaches out to touch the flaming purple aura and is immediately knocked back by an extremely powerful force. She asserts that even she is rejected by this barrier. The same thing happens to monsters from the 4-star rank and above in the forest. Those who do not meet the requirements cannot even step into the special territory. Freya Windkick emphasizes another brutal rule. Entering the rift follows a first-come, first-served principle, and until those inside conquer it or are wiped out, no one else can step in. Z reaches out to touch the barrier, silently assessing it. So this is a barrier that chooses who can enter. Hearing Freya Windkick say that it cannot be broken by force, Sheech's eyes suddenly shine with madness. He clenches his fist and flashes a haughty smile. That sounds like a blast. Hearing that, I want to break it even more, just to see what happens. Freya Windkick breaks into a cold sweat and reminds him, you should listen carefully when others are talking. Z winks confidently. Of course I'm listening, which just makes her mutter under her breath that he is a liar. Freya Windkick quickly regains her composure. She urges the team on because they don't know when the Cerberus family will show up, so they need to head in immediately. Standing before the gateway of life and death, all the members shout in unison with high spirits. Yes, we are ready. Freya Windkick smiles encouragingly. Then good luck conquering it. As soon as the team enters the barrier, a gloomy purple mist immediately covers everything. From the darkness, a herd of mutant deer with eyes glowing with evil intent rushes out to attack frantically. Facing the giant beast, Venian is ready with a new weapon in his hand. With a shout, ha! Venian swings his staff, creating swirling blue wind energy to blow the opponent away. Witnessing the impressive display, the subordinates accompanying him can't help but marvel. Truly amazing, Sir Venian. Venian replies with a simple, yeah, his face full of complex emotions, as if he still can't believe in this power. Memories suddenly return to a few days ago when Alan accidentally stumbled upon a secret conversation in the hallway. Alan curiously peeks over and he realizes Z and Venian are standing face to face. Venian holds the staff in his hand with a very annoyed expression. He asks, what is this? Z looks at his opponent with a steady gaze and repeats his promise. I already said it from the beginning. What else is there to ask? I am going to personally train you. Venian asks in shock. Are you serious? Deep down, he can't help but wonder what on earth this thing is supposed to do. Jack L. Dragon states clearly, of course, once I say I'll do something, I do it. He emphasizes that this is a real combat opportunity and demands that Venian use that staff throughout the mission. Venian is so shocked he yells, hey, that's tough, buddy. You mean you want me to use a weapon I've never touched before in this important mission? Faced with Z's casual nod, Venian can only scream in frustration and kick the ground hard to vent his anger. He grits his teeth, firmly rejecting this crazy proposal. No. Z roars decisively. Do it. Despite Venian's stubborn refusal, Jack L. Dragon won't let up. He rushes in to wrestle, forcing his opponent to take the staff no matter what. I don't care. Just do it. The struggle becomes ridiculous as Jack keeps pushing regardless of the opponent's weak resistance. Vanian ends up exhausted, kneeling on the ground, his breath hitching as he admits Z's stubbornness is unshakable. He wonders about the umbrella Z once mentioned during the selection battle, but clearly, there is no umbrella here. Z explains nonchalantly that this staff is just a substitute because it functions similarly to an umbrella, and he demands that Vanian start training with it immediately. Vanian is confused, wondering how he is supposed to train when he doesn't know any martial arts techniques related to umbrellas or staves. He is worried about lacking the basic knowledge right before an important mission. Jack L. Dragon laughs heartily, reassuring his opponent that he has specifically created a martial art just for him, named the Phantom Wind Staff Technique. As soon as he holds the staff and channels his wind energy according to the instructions, Vanian immediately feels an astonishing compatibility. He might even be hooked. He'd probably agree to be an apprentice now. Witnessing Vanian's sharp movements, Alan can't help but reflect in shock. He realizes his master's staff strikes are now much keener than when he used the fan, and most importantly, it blends perfectly with his wind energy. Alan shivers, wondering if Z really created this martial art just for Vanian. Z stands with his arms crossed, applauding his opponent's finishing move on the monster. Nice one. That last move was actually pretty solid. No joke. Alan is sweating profusely, trembling as he asks to confirm if Z really is the creator of the Phantom Wind Staff technique. Receiving a light nod of confirmation from Jack, both Alan and Vanian stand frozen, with only one question remaining in their minds. Who on earth is Z that he can create an entire martial art? Alan is completely lost in speculation about the true identity of this young grandmaster. In the middle of the quiet space, Jack suddenly calls out when he notices a familiar figure standing behind them. Hey, you're Lee, right? The girl with light purple hair smiles slightly and confirms, still holding her long staff tightly. Lila Sona stepped closer, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, mixed with a hint of admiration. She looked straight at Jack L. Dragon and asked, "Is it true? Did you really create that martial art yourself?" Faced with Lila Sona's skeptical expression, Jack crossed his arms and confidently asserted, "That's right. I definitely created it." While Layla Sona was still stunned and kept asking how that was possible, he just smirked triumphantly. Need I say more? Of course, because it's me. Witnessing that over-the-top confidence, Lila Sona looked incredibly impressed, while Sandy stood behind, looking completely fed up. What on earth is he saying? Inventing a martial art is impossible. Even though she denied it with her words, deep down, Sandy couldn't help but feel swayed, though she didn't know why. It actually sounded very convincing. Standing not far away, Vanian turned away coldly and muttered that it didn't matter. He gritted his teeth, insisting he just didn't want the others to become a burden, dragging the whole team down. Sandy raised an eyebrow, dripping with sarcasm. Are you kidding me? A guy who can't even fight properly without his poisons is now planning to use some strange new martial art? Are you actually enjoying this? Vanian retorted angrily. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The atmosphere became extremely tense as Vanian and Alan shouted back, furious. If you would just shut up and listen. That's so rude. Watch your mouth. Sandy wasn't one to back down either. She snapped right at them. Oh, does the truth make you angry? If you're just servants, then go do something for your master. Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Edge hurriedly intervened. Wait, Sandy, everyone, stop arguing. We are all teammates here to conquer this special rift. He offered a conciliatory smile, reminding them that once they entered, no one knew what might happen, so cooperation was absolutely essential to complete the mission. Yet, Sandy couldn't swallow her anger. She fumed. What? Cooperate with the people who poisoned Leica and almost killed her? Don't make me laugh. She turned her back and walked away, declaring that she absolutely did not accept this personnel choice. Even as Edge reached out helplessly, Sandy walked away bitterly without looking back. Edge turned to Layla Sona with an awkward expression. Layla Sona, are you okay with this? Standing next to Jack, Layla Sona just asked back blankly. What do you mean? Edge looked at her, softly asking if she felt any unease about being on a team with Vanian. In contrast to Sandy's harshness, Layla simply replied calmly that she didn't really mind. After all, she just wanted to complete this mission to the best of her ability. She was too frustrated, so that was all she wanted, a simple wish, yet so hard to fulfill. Witnessing that calm attitude, Jack laughed heartily, not sparing any praise for Layla Sona, saying she truly had great composure. Yet, the tense atmosphere didn't cool down as Sandy kept questioning Leica Tipona L. Dragon about why she chose people like Venian and Alan for this elite squad. Facing her cousin's interrogation, Leica pondered and admitted that she didn't have the same tolerance as Layla Sona. However, She firmly asserted that their abilities were undeniable, and she had put aside personal grudges to choose the people truly necessary for the mission's success. Sandy silently acknowledged that Leica had the mature thoughts of a leader, but still, couldn't help but mock Vanian for being inferior to his sister. Having his pride wounded, Leica snapped, asking if Sandy was looking for a fight, causing Edge to quickly step in to maintain peace for the team. "We're teammates, but you act like you want to eat each other alive." Jack silently observed the internal cracks, worried about whether a team so lacking in cohesion would truly be okay when entering such a life-or-death place. Jack realized the echoes of the selection match were still heavily affecting everyone's mentality, making them unable to truly trust each other with their backs. He understood that if they couldn't understand and accept each other's nature, they would remain a disjointed, risky group. Just as he was lost in thoughts about the team's future, a powerful shockwave suddenly occurred, startling everyone. Leica panicked, pointing ahead, and shouted for everyone to look. Amidst the dark space, a giant spatial rift shimmering with purple spiritual energy was gradually appearing, radiating a suffocating pressure that engulfed everything. Jack and his teammates exclaimed in shock when they witnessed the legendary spatial rift right before their eyes. The chaotic energy radiating from within seemed ready to swallow anyone who dared to get close. Leica firmly reminded the team to focus intently, as no one knew what was waiting for them inside that forbidden land. He clenched his fist and decisively ordered everyone to advance. But the moment they stepped into the purple light, Jack L. Dragon's eyes suddenly glowed in a strange way. Jack was silent for a moment, then casually replied that nothing was wrong. He urged everyone to quickly head inside the rift to begin their dangerous journey of conquest. Jack commanded clearly, "All right, let's go." The moment the team stepped into the rift, a brilliant purple light exploded violently, swallowing everything. But instead of a normal path, the space inside transformed in a bizarre way. In the blink of an eye, the group realized they were no longer standing on solid ground, but were in freefall. Leica Tipona El Dragon screamed in terror, "What is this?" While Jack and Sandy were also stunned by the dangerous situation. The whole team fell straight from the clouds, seeing a deep green forest rushing toward them at a terrifying speed. Amidst the panic, Leica Tipona El Dragon tried to calm herself. "Stay calm. First we have to find a way to land safely." But she suddenly froze when she saw Jack, floating leisurely on the back of a strange, chubby yellow bird. Jack casually uttered, while Sandy in the distance was screaming in the wind. "What is happening now? Wait." Jack L. Dragon saw the creature holding onto his feet, and calmly remarked, "Oh my goodness, this is actually pretty interesting, everyone." Leica shouted angrily, "That's my line. Get over here and help, quick." The bird carried Jack soaring past her, leaving Leica Tipona El Dragon shouting his name in frustration. On the other side, Edge hovered and worriedly called out to Leica. They realized the ground was right beneath their feet. Landing safely was more important than that idiot. The forest was very close now. In desperation, the team could only scream. "What are we supposed to do?" Vanian gritted his teeth in annoyance, cursing, these idiots are useless." Immediately, he ordered clearly, "Alan." Alan quickly responded, "Understood." Vanian immediately cast the Mirage Wind Dispersion technique, coordinating smoothly with Alan's Wind Fan technique. Both unleashed the Cyclone Attack and Wind Wall at the same time, creating a giant wall of wind covering the space to held onto all his teammates to keep them from that deadly fall. Vanian and Alan immediately teamed up to use wind magic, conjuring powerful cyclones to slow everyone's descent. Even so, it was far from a smooth landing. They all slammed into the grass with cries of pain. Sandy sat up, feeling irritated, and barked, "Hey, listen, I know we were in a rush, but keep an eye on us, will you? You could at least let us land properly." In response to her anger, Vanian just coldly turned away and muttered, "Not my problem." Edges Van Bred stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and tried to smooth things over. "Come on, if it weren't for them slowing our impact, we wouldn't have walked away from that so easily." Lila Sona stood up with her staff, groaning in pain, but tried to reassure the team that they had somehow managed to get through it. No content provided for Line 5. Assuming continuation. Looking up at the gloomy sky of the rift, Edges secretly lamented how harsh things had been from the start, getting dropped from such a height and attacked by giant birds. To prepare for the unpredictable dangers ahead, the group decided to drink recovery potions immediately. Leica approached Vanian and Alan, sincerely thanking them for saving the team's lives. Vanian coldly turned his back, claiming he just didn't want the team's combat strength to suffer, which would have led to a failed mission right then and there. Seeing that attitude, Leica Tipona El Dragon could only sigh to herself, telling him to learn how to accept a thank you more honestly. Lila Sona worriedly mentioned that Z had been carried off somewhere, but Vinian snapped, telling her to forget about him. Seriously, are we really going to abandon a teammate just like that? That's not right. Layla Sona teased him for being worried about his friend. Vinian turned red and shouted to deny his concern. Sandy and Edgis also noticed his lack of honesty, but they all agreed that with someone like Z, worrying was probably useless because he would definitely be fine. Edgis thoughtfully admitted that they were the ones who really needed to worry about their own safety. At this moment, Laika Tipona El Dragon looked toward the deep forest with a troubled gaze. She wondered, in everyone's eyes, what kind of existence was Z, really? No content provided for line 13, assuming continuation. Memories of his insane feats and inhuman strength made everyone unanimously agree that Z was a total monster. Laika was left bewildered, wondering if she was the only weird one here. Edgis looked around at the rugged terrain. He concluded that no matter what, the team had to find a way to regroup quickly, because being separated in a place full of uncertainty like this was a huge problem. You're right. Hurry up so he can protect us again. Edgis worriedly looked at his locator. He realized that the team currently had no idea where to go in this strange forest. Just then, she recalled a strange pillar of light she had caught a glimpse of while they were in freefall. Even though Sandy was still doubtful because, after such a traumatic fall, no one could remember the direction, Layla Sona confidently pointed in one direction and asserted that it was definitely the place they needed to go. Sandy was amazed and asked if Layla Sona had actually $18, checked the direction while she was falling, and received a calm nod of confirmation from her friend. Laika noticed the bird had also flown toward that pillar of light, so she suggested the team head toward the radiance to regroup. Vinian and Alan agreed, knowing that with Jack L. Dragon's personality, he would never pass up something so strange. While his teammates were panicking, Jack L. Dragon was casually lying back, enjoying the ride on the back of the monster bird. He felt the current situation was incredibly interesting and secretly marveled at the experience of being snatched by a bird the moment he stepped into the rift. For a master of his caliber, being able to sense presences across dimensions like this was a completely fresh and valuable experience. While his friends were running around panicking, he was just having a grand old time. Even though he was separated from Laika's group, Jack L. Dragon still believed they would manage on their own somehow. The aerial journey suddenly ended when the bird began to lose altitude and slow down. Jack L. Dragon curiously asked if they had reached their destination, but he was stunned when he saw a giant bird's nest with baby birds chirping with their mouths open, waiting to be fed. The massive monster bird suddenly opened its beak wide, exuding a terrifying pressure right in front of him. Realizing he was about to become dinner for the baby birds, Jack immediately launched himself off the monster's back. He only had time to gasp in shock as his body once again fell freely through the air. Man, this is so annoying, I almost became a tasty snack. Observing the dangerous mountain landscape around him, he realized he had stumbled into a completely bizarre other world. Jack thoughtfully recalled information about the creatures called chaoses that often hid inside the rifts. Looking at the tiny, terrified creature behind him, he curiously asked, "Are you one of those creatures?" Jack reached out to pat the bird's head, secretly thinking it looked unexpectedly cute. However, he quickly realized its poor condition when he saw its body was covered in wounds and it looked miserably thin. He wondered what on earth could have happened to it. Suddenly, Jack narrowed his eyes in caution as he sensed a strange presence that had been quietly following him all this time. The little bird shrieked in terror when, from the horizon, a swarm of insect monsters glowing with purple aura rushed in to surround them both. Z immediately understood the situation. "Oh, I see now. So, those insects are the ones that have been hunting you. Who would have thought bugs would be hunting birds here?" Looking at the sinister dark aura radiating from them, he was certain these were the chaos monsters. Z assessed the enemy's strength, realizing the locusts were 3-star level, while the largest monster had reached 4-star level. Faced with a perilous situation as the little bird cowered in fear, he quietly wondered to himself what he should do. Looking at the trembling little bird, the thought of running away flashed through Jack L. Dragon's mind. Or was it? But even though it was terrified to its core, the bird bravely spread its injured wings to shield the little ones behind it. Witnessing that, he smiled approvingly. "Oh my God, I love that spirit. That's awesome." He clenched his fist and firmly declared, "I'll give you a hand." The chaos monsters began to roar, emitting a dense, murderous aura that felt like it would pierce through his skin. Jack L. Dragon thought to himself, "Sharp killing intent, it's as if slaughter is their only instinct. So this is chaos, huh?" Not letting them make the first move, Jack dashed forward like a lightning bolt, landing a heavy punch that caused an insect monster to explode instantly. His gaze turned icy cold. focusing entirely on the battle with the surrounding monsters. Standing in the middle of the swarm of insects hissing with threats, Z quietly released a terrifying pressure. The little bird could only gape in amazement at the transformation of its savior. A brilliant golden dragon aura erupted, revealing the majestic image of giant dragon eyes appearing behind Z. A terrifying pressure made the chaos monsters tremble, forcing them to retreat in absolute horror before an existence far beyond their comprehension. Jack L. Dragon pointed at the monsters and coldly issued an ultimatum. If you turn back right now, I'll spare you, but if you remain stubborn and refuse to give up, I'll keep playing with you until I'm satisfied. Since he said so, we might as well go along with it. That's my brother for you. He loves intimidating the weak. His eyes burned with a wild intensity, radiating a bloodlust that left the leader of the monsters speechless. Seeing the monsters were still persistent, Jack L. Dragon whispered his verdict. Very well, then begone. It turned out that while fleeing, this monster parent had managed to catch some prey for its young. Watching the baby birds huddled on the ground, Jack L. Dragon observed them thoughtfully. He secretly thought that he had almost become dinner himself, but perhaps this was some strange twist of fate. Jack L. Dragon clapped his hands and declared loudly, "All right, I've decided." He looked at the bewildered little bird, smiled, and asked, "Hey, answer me. You're still hungry, aren't you?" The bird let out a weak chirp, its stomach growling because its hunger hadn't truly been satisfied yet. Immediately, Jack L. Dragon excitedly proposed, "Then let's go hunting right now." The little bird gasped in utter astonishment. Jack L. Dragon flexed his muscles and declared firmly, "So you never have to struggle for food again. I'm going to train you." Meanwhile, in another area of the rift, a razor-sharp blade pierced straight into a monster's head, sending green ichor splattering everywhere. Strange figures in suits and black fedoras appeared in the middle of the dark forest, surrounded by the corpses of monsters lying everywhere. One of them mused, truthfully, he hadn't expected this rift to connect directly to the sky like this. He casually adjusted his fedora and let out a single remark, "Whatever." The men in suits drew their swords in unison, emitting a thick, heavy bloodlust that shrouded the entire space. Now looking at the pile of monster corpses under their feet, the leader strode forward with a glowing sword in his hand. He wore a sinister smile and gave a clear order to the entire team to begin the hunt for the Eld Dragon lizards. 1 week had passed since they entered the rift, and the situation seemed to be getting worse than ever. Bizarre creatures with glowing pink eyes constantly emerged from the shadows, emitting piercing screeches that tore through the dark, ominous void. Sandy screamed in sheer terror. She swung her glowing sword, hacking at the monsters repeatedly while yelling in despair, "Are you kidding me? What kind of hellhole is this? Damn it!" Witnessing her teammate lose her cool, Vanian swung his battle staff and shouted irritably, "Shut your mouth!" Instead of screaming, "Start moving your feet!" The whole team was struggling to fight in a dark cave where the monsters seemed truly endless. Rengis wearily wiped off his sweat and complained dejectedly, "There's no end to this. We've been fighting non-stop for a whole week. Hearing that, it's best to keep going a bit more, rather than dying early." The others could only sigh in agreement, feeling they had seen enough of the chaos and fatigue in this godforsaken place. Raymond let out a bitter laugh and immediately channeled power into his sword, shouting, as he delivered a finishing blow to a monster closing in from behind. Immediately, Leica darted away like a golden bolt of lightning. She loudly unleashed a wide-area thunder-strike sword technique, and a massive web of lightning erupted violently, incinerating the entire swarm of bizarre insects in a cataclysmic electrical explosion. Leica Typona L. Dragon gasped for air after the move, and asked anxiously, "Hey, is everyone okay? No one got left behind, right?" Aegis Van Bred watched silently and realized she was overexerting herself to bear the burden of leadership. Sandy kept complaining about the harshness of the place, explaining that each rift led to a completely different chaotic realm. Aegis patted Sandy's shoulder to comfort her, suggesting they were just unlucky to run into the insects she hated most. Though still annoyed, Sandy had to admit that whining wouldn't help them finish the mission. Aegis Van Bred smiled slightly, secretly feeling lucky to have Leica leading the team. Looking at her hands covered in green monster slime, Vanian sensed a change in the airflow and confirmed that the exit was very close. Sandy asked back, half believing, but Vanian just coldly demanded that she not get close to him while covered in that slime. The team rushed with all their might toward the bright halo at the end of the path, hoping to escape the dark forest. Leica Tipona L. Dragon cheered with excitement upon seeing the exit, while Sandy was thrilled to death that she was finally parting ways with the disgusting insects. However, the moment she stepped out of the brilliant light, the smile on Sandy's face suddenly froze in confusion. Sandy ran straight toward the glowing purple pillar piercing the sky in the middle of the gloomy limestone canyon. She panted in exhaustion. Here we go again. What are we supposed to do now? Gis looked around the canyon and grumbled that this place looked just as troublesome as the forest before. Vinian pointed and confirmed, "That's it." Alan nodded. That was the exact pillar of light the team had seen from above while falling from the sky. Vinian smirked. "Indeed, we've gotten very close." Leica Tipona El Dragon pointed at the halo and gasped, "Aegis, is that light?" "Actually," Aegis nodded. "Standing this close, it's crystal clear. That is the energy radiating from the Chaos Stone that Instructor Tech mentioned." Memories from a few days ago at the El Dragon estate suddenly flooded back. The stern instructor reminded the team that just collecting magic crystals would never be counted as completing the mission. Jack asked blankly, "Wait, what? Even that isn't enough?" He wondered if conquering the rift meant having to close it completely. The instructor replied decisively, "Exactly." He emphasized that the team was required to destroy the Chaos Stone, the source of all the chaos, to seal the rift forever. Hearing the name Chaos Stone, Jack L. Dragon pondered, recalling the knowledge he had read, that it was a type of mineral believed to be the origin of spatial tears across the world. Jack L. Dragon suddenly realized, so that stone is the root of the rift. The instructor flipped open an ancient book, asserting that it was not merely the origin, but a true threat to this very land. He explained that the stone continuously released a massive amount of energy to sustain the rift's existence. That evil energy seeped into every corner, corrupting the entire ecosystem of the Chaos Realm and turning all living creatures into fully mutated monsters. The nature of chaos is slaughter. They will kill endlessly until they conquer the entire world, then continue to seek new lands by traveling through the rifts to start their invasion of the human world. Hearing this, Jack stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Oh, that's actually pretty dangerous, but it sounds like a real headache." Aegis and Layla Sona sat nearby, deep in thought. They understood that the mission required them to find both the magic water and the Chaos Stone. Aegis opened the ancient book, pointing at the illustrations and explaining that magic water usually appears right near Chaos Stones. Instructor Tech, standing above, confirmed it clearly. "Find the Chaos Stone first." He emphasized that even though these stones have very different characteristics, they all share one thing in common. They release an incredibly massive amount of energy. Just by getting close enough, anyone could naturally sense its presence. Back in reality, deep in the canyon, Vinian pointed toward the purple pillar of light and concluded decisively. "In other words, from now on, we just head straight for that light source." Alan smiled in agreement, while Sandy squinted at Vinian with a look of sarcasm. "You guys are really something. Are you finally capable of saying something other than insults now?" Stung by the truth, Vinian snapped back. "Huh? What? So what?" Leaving the others to just smile, hoping that if they could link up with him there, everything would be perfect. Leica looked toward the aura, secretly hoping he had also realized the location of the Chaos Stone early on. Vinian kept his grumpy expression, urging the team to get moving instead of standing around worrying about nonsense. Seeing Lila Sona about to tease him for actually caring about his friend, Vinian immediately shouted, "Why are you talking so much? Just shut your mouth already," he yelled, using it to hide his embarrassment. Moving deeper into the canyon, Leica Tipona El Dragon noticed a distinct difference. There wasn't a single insect here, like there was in the forest. Sandy breathed a sigh of relief, exhausted from the constant battles, but the instructor's warning still echoed in her ears. The area near the Chaos Stone is home to extremely powerful chaos creatures, beings heavily mutated by the stone's evil energy. Aegis thought to himself, how annoying. Meanwhile, Leica Tipona El Dragon felt an uneasy atmosphere closing in, and cautiously reminded the team, "Everyone, be careful." The group cautiously advanced into the gloomy limestone canyon, where the purple pillar of light was emitting a suffocating pressure. It's surprising that they reached the destination without encountering any obstacles. Leica Tipona El Dragon sighed in relief. "We made it here without anything happening." Before the team was the Chaos Stone, a giant purple crystal floating and glowing brightly. Sandy shuddered, remarking, "So this is the Chaos Stone? What an evil thing." Layla Sona couldn't help but be stunned by its massive size. Sandy started to get complacent, seeing how quiet it was. "It's so boring, I could die. There aren't any monsters here at all." But immediately, a black shadow dove from above, making Leica scream in panic. "Everyone, above us!" A terrifying shockwave occurred as the object smashed into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. The group quickly took defensive stances, ready to face the strongest enemy. But from within the smoke, a casual voice rang out. "Oh, Long time no see. A foot stepped out, and there stood Jack, with a bright smile and a friendly wave. Leica was overjoyed and screamed, and the whole team erupted with joy that they had finally reunited with him. Leica Tipona El Dragon said excitedly, "I'm so glad we're all back together." Aegis also breathed a sigh of relief. "Glad you're safe." Jack looked around and cheerfully remarked, "Oh my, looks like everyone here is quite energetic, huh? That's amazing." His comment made Vinian snap angrily. "Energetic? How are we energetic?" Alan complained wearily that the team was currently in a truly miserable state. Jack squinted at the disheveled, wounded state of his teammates and asked blankly, Now that you mention it, I see it." Aegis pointed with a stutter, unable to speak. You. The whole group froze when they saw the carcass of a giant purple-black bug lying motionless in a deep crater. Jack El Dragon scratched his head and asked confusedly, This? Oh. It turned out that not long before, Sandy had been terrified when this high-level chaos monster suddenly lunged from the shadows. Sandy's shrill scream echoed through the canyon as she faced the ferocious creature baring its fangs right in front of her. Aegis broke into a cold sweat and concluded, I think this is the powerful chaos creature they mentioned. Did Lord Jack defeat it? Jack explained nonchalantly that, since it attacked suddenly, he just took care of it. Could the reason there were no monsters along the way be? Jack El Dragon realized and added nonchalantly, I think I might have just tidied up a bunch of them along the way too. Witnessing Jack's absurd nonchalance, the whole team, from Leica to Vinian, just froze with shocked expressions, all screaming in their heads, "This guy is just too much." Shoving the monster talk aside, Jack pointed toward the purple crystal, radiating, suffocating pressure. More importantly, this stone. I had a feeling about it, so I stood here waiting for you all. Aegis nodded in confirmation. Right, this is definitely the Chaos Stone. Just as they had predicted, right below the floating stone was a small pond, glowing brilliantly amidst the white crystals. Leica, Tipona, El Dragon, and Sandy asked blankly, "Water?" Jack stared at the glowing pond and stated clearly, "This is the magic water." Jack El Dragon leaned in close to the water's surface. "So, it's true after all. This is great." He noted that there was more magic water here than expected, but warned that to achieve the magical effect, each person needed to consume a certain amount. With this small pond, there might only be enough for a few people to use. Leica Tipona El Dragon quickly pulled out small glass vials and urged the team, "Get a move on, guys. Let's collect it quickly and end this." The group began carefully scooping each drop of the magical water into bottles to finish their mission. Leica held up the bottles to announce that the team had finished collecting the magic water. She explained that depending on the color of the water, the magic attribute would change, such as fire, water, or lightning. However, the water they just found was transparent, or rather, it had an extremely strange color with shimmering auras. Aegis held the bottle to observe and confirmed that, despite the unusual color, it was definitely magic water. Even Sandy had to admit how strange it was. While Jack watched on thoughtfully, Vinian, standing nearby, grumbled that everyone was focusing too much on trivial details. Suddenly, Jack's eyes glowed as he sensed a terrifying, murderous intent approaching. Before he could explain, he grabbed Leica Tipona El Dragon and pulled her hard behind him. Just as Leica was still confusedly shouting, "Whoa!" a giant energy beam tore through the air and struck exactly where they had just been standing. A heaven-shaking explosion occurred, sending rocks flying and leaving Leica Tipona El Dragon in shock, unable to believe her eyes. From within the clouds of dust, rhythmic footsteps echoed with an oppressive weight. A man in a suit and a black fedora emerged, looming over them as he stepped forward. He nonchalantly remarked that they had managed to dodge his last attack. With glowing red eyes and strange tattoos covering his face, he looked at the group with utter contempt, calling them nothing but little lizards. Always looking for a fight, and then complaining when things go south. What a guy. The whole team immediately braced themselves, wary of the sudden appearance of these strangers. In sharp contrast to his team's tension, Jack kept a cocky smirk on his face. He stared straight at the leader and boldly declared, "So, you finally decided to show your faces.